that's a season now. I wanna slide this shit out your nappy. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We gon' punch that bitch in the good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I not the punch in the good bitch. She got a diva, did a cooch tonight. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. I got a feels that's a season now. I'm gonna slam the shit out of Shinabe. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We don't punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I'm not the punch and the good bitch. It's Hunch Trent the Guffer. She got a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. I'm about a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar.
The engine is starting up.
Moments, space, lives.
Let's create lives.
Moments, space, lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good.
Moments, space, lives. Moments, space, lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
Space wise.
Moment space wise. Moment space wise. Lord Cola.
I would like to have intimacy with you
On the planet of Naboo. Space lives.
Let's create
Space lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. Good, 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 good. Space. Sex. Space. Sex.
Space. Moment, space lives. Moment, space lives. Space error. Moment, space wise.
Moment, space wise.
Moment, space wise.
Welcome, everyone.
Space.
Stupid girl.
Ooh, she's stupid. This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body.
Stupid girl.
Ooh, she's stupid.
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 Stupid girl.
Ooh, she's stupid. This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. I done demon possessed and inhabited a stupid ass bitch body. Get me out of here. That demon that got in my coochie. Get that demon out my coochie. It don't got up in here. I ain't get no payments. I'm gonna have to check out that
Y'all ready
booty.
for this?
I
Open
gotta
call,
see
last
if
song.
there's any demons in that booty, that backside. Show me, girl. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stupid girl.
Ooh, she's stupid.
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 Stupid girl.
Ooh, she's stupid. Shake it like a salt shaker.
Oh, yeah, it's about that
Victory
time.
Outreach.
Welcome, everybody. Y'all know what time it is. It's that time where we open
Yeah,
it
welcome
up to the haters, to the taters, to the wannabe debaters. It's your time to shine, son. This is where you get to come on and refute me, put me in my place. Finally, we're going to refute this man, this evil man. Meanest man on the internet. I'm the meanest man on the internet. I'm the meanest man on the internet. What you gonna do about me? What you gonna do about me? I'm the meanest man on the internet. I'm the meanest man on the internet. And sometimes it's improv over here. Sometimes we just feel the urge, the telluric currencies flow through us and we start singing. That's how we roll. I'm the meanest man on the internet. I'm the meanest man on the internet. I'm the meanest man that you ever met yet. I'm the meanest man on the internet. We got Quantum Goislop today for you boys and girls in the Chizat. We have lost, I suppose we're being, it's a success that we've lost 2.5% of our female viewership. We were 9%, we're down to 7-ish, 9.5 down to 7-ish. So we are, whatever we're doing, it's the formula to run the ladies off. I'm wondering if it's that new Cringecore song. Stupid girl. He's talking about me. I don't like him no more. He hate women. Nah, dude. My problem is I love women too much. You know what I'm saying? I love women a little too much. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that ain't my problem, dog. You know what I'm saying? I love women a little too much. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we got a lot to talk about. Today, we're going to get into a lot of topics. In fact, there's too many topics for me to keep up with. Richard Spencer and Mark Brahman. Remember, one of the old school first crazy debates I did. I even forgot about this. And your boy Chief Keith Wood brought up this debate from ages ago, clipped it on X. I forgot about this. Maybe we'll talk about this a little bit first. Get it out the way, you know what I'm saying? Get it out the way, son. So, Richard Spencer co-wrote, I guess, a book. Let's see, I guess I need to go to Keith. Let's see, where did I put this? The Twitter's changed, so the reposts are all in a different section. I'm not used to all that. Okay, here we go. Let's go to Keith Woods' thing over here. And Keith has been making fun of this Richard Spencer book for like a week straight, which is funny. Let me find the original post because it's funny. Okay, here we go. Now, this is interesting because we've had interactions frequently with the pagan sphere, all the neo-pagans. this sort of Adam Green types. Although I've not interacted with Adam Green, he didn't do well enough in the debates with all the people in our sphere, such as Kotel, Andrew, etc. I didn't think it was worth even debating Adam Green, but it's all in the same adjacent sphere of this idea that Christianity is the Jewish psyop, right? It's all Judaizing, basically. And the idea is that it's to subvert the powers of the Apollo designated white people. Now, Mark Brahman is this sort of neo-pagan-ish person who said years ago when I debated him that he was going to create his religion of Apolloism. So he's creating his own religion. In that debate, he engaged in some very fanciful interpretations that are almost on the level of like Jordan Maxwell, which is kind of wild because providentially, Kotel and Jim Bob just did a stream critiquing this whole approach of stream of consciousness, word, concept, symbol, fallacy, association. And Jordan Maxwell's kind of the king of that. Well, these high tier philosophical scholarly elite here, Spencer and Brahman, have written a book which some are alleging is basically left the AI in there. I don't know if that's true. I haven't paid attention to it. But it's basically everybody's in on the AI grift now. If it's cheating in debates or just getting an AI to write a book, I mean, people, it's just like everybody's just straight shameless now. Now I don't use no AI on any of this shit. The only time we've ever used AI is in a couple joke songs. We have like 2 or 3 exception clauses for AI. We don't use it for debate. We don't use it for none of that. Maybe to look up something quick just to see if it's true or false with a grain of salt, because I've seen AI be wrong as much as it's been correct. So even if I look something up, to me, it's literally the same as a search engine, right? Search engines can pull up bullshit. They can pull up facts. Now, Keith Woods points out that they've come up with fanciful interpretations, which is exactly what Mark Brahman did in our debate many, many years ago, whenever that was, 2018, 19. The villain in Spider-Man is named Osborn, and that's a reference to the obscure 19th century eugenicist Osborn. The Irish Tuatha De Danann are actually the Jews because the word Danann resembles the word Dan. Marvel's Foggy Nelson is Yahweh because Yahweh's in the clouds. I mean, this is classic Jordan Maxwell. And the birth of the ship, the birth, which is what goes into the waters, is you are born through the birth canal through the waters. You are therefore under Admiralty law and not under the United States Constitution. I saw a pterodactyl. Those all true quotes, by the way. In Empire Strikes Back, Luke loses his hand because that's castration. You see, everything is coded Judaizing mind control. Now, it's funny because we're in total schizo land here. These same debunkers will call out every conspiracy theorist for this exact same gematria retard level association bullshit. And Christianity's false because all of this and biblical symbolism, typology, none of that proves Jesus. Christianity is, today everybody on the internet is a bunch of idiot conspiracy theory. But they're doing the exact same thing. This is how silly this is. Han Solo, by the way, is somehow supposed to be Jewish because he's a Semitic sexual competitor, and he cucked Luke. But Luke is his brother and sister. Like, what? And by the way, didn't Darth Vader cut his hand off? So Darth Vader is cucking Luke by circumcision? It's just weird, dude. Pagans were superstitious enough to actually believe in their gods. Terminator is actually a movie about Tiny Mustache Man. I mean, I think you could say that probably a lot of 20th century literary tropes were influenced by, you know, the boomer mythology of the 20th century, sure, but I thought this is why my books were so retarded, according to them. Like, I did this same type of stuff, so my books are retarded, and their shit is like 10,000 times dumber than anything I posited in any of my quote conspiracy theories. Spirit of Geneva wants to talk. What's up, man?
Hey.
Hey.
Quick question. I just joined in. If it's off topic, that's my bad. But I'm about to have my first formal debate with a Roman Catholic on the topic of not doctrinal development, on whether reception theory is true. Would it be a tu quoque fallacy for me to point out that Catholics have a similar view of reception theory when it comes to the Pope?
No, we make that very argument.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you Calvinist?
No. I used to be.
Oh,
I spoke
okay.
with you prior. I just haven't changed my X-Space yet.
Oh no, I got you. I was like, I'm not gonna help you out. No, yeah, I think if you watch, Ubi has a really good video on this where it came up when it was, you know, just I forget which debate it came up with him, maybe Suwan Sona. There was an early Ubi debate where the topic came up of does Roman Catholicism have any version of reception theory, because they were arguing for us that, oh, you don't have the Pope, you just have reception theory. And then Ubi pointed out that, well, we're actually in your system, if the cardinals in the world accept the white smoke coming out, then that's a form of reception theory. We also know that too, because there's been quite a few instances one big, huge, famous instance of the Great Western Schism, where you had, you know, 3 rival popes. And so how does the papacy solve the problem of 3 rival popes? And we all know that they actually defaulted to the Council of Constance to solve that problem. And I brought this up this week because I think this was a pretty powerful kill shot from Hoc Sancta. And I saw Roman Catholics just trying to dismiss this because they were like, yeah, so what? It was actually the Pope that decided. Now, think how ridiculous this is. So according to Roman Catholics, when you have this multiple decades problem of who's the actual Pope, because 3 different dudes during this period of rampant nepotism are all trying to claim the throne, right? Well, you'll notice we don't have this problem in Byzantium because we all recognize one emperor of Byzantium. But according to Roman Catholic dogmatic manuals these days, aka the updated version of Denzinger, Neuner, and Depew's Christian Faith, which is a dogmatic manual. This is 2 Jesuits who compiled, much like Heinrich Denzinger compiled Denzinger. These 2 Jesuits have compiled what is essentially an updated Denzinger, and I say updated because Denzinger stops at Pius XII. So there's nothing in Denzinger that's like post-Vatican, Vatican II or post-Vatican II. This is interesting too because these authors, these 2 Jesuits, they actually follow along with the ideology of universal ordinary magisterium, because they also include all kinds of papal encyclicals, right? So you've got John Paul II's encyclicals included in here, which is actually more accurate than the Denzinger model, right? Which I'm not saying Denzinger is wrong. I'm saying that the way it approached dogma, it didn't include like papal encyclicals, but there's no reason why in the Roman Catholic model via Vatican I of extraordinary magisterium, universal ordinary magisterium, and ordinary teaching, that we wouldn't also include encyclicals. So this is a vastly more pumped up manual. By the way, many of the texts in this are abridged, right? So for example, you'll have references to Lamentabili or to the Syllabus of Errors, and I don't even think it includes the whole thing. They'll just include just sections of it. For example, they included, which is odd to me why they would, I guess they were forced to, but in the very chapter on ecumenism in this book, they actually have Mortalium Annos condemning ecumenism, and then they include the Vatican II sections saying that it's absolutely the work of the Holy Spirit to do ecumenism. So really bizarre manual here, but it's definitely one to get if you want. It really depends on who, by the way, who you're debating. If you're debating a trad cat, a strict one, they're not going to listen to this because it's got the Vatican II stuff in it. They're only going to listen to Denzinger. But if you're debating a Novus Ordo, quote, conservative or whatever, this would be a better model than even Denzinger because it's got more stuff. Now, on reception theory, again, this is important because they're going to argue that we're not bound to anything. It's just simply the Pope's fiat, and he decides all the conflicts and controversies, supposedly. However, as I read the other day from Hoc Sancta, and this is from the Jesuits here who compiled this, they said, Hoc Sancta was adopted at the 5th session of the Council of Constance. This is 1415. Many historians today actually agree that Hoc Sancta is counted as a valid decree of this ecumenical council. The disagreements remain with its interpretation. Hoc Sancta, for example, affirms two things. One, that a general council receives its power not from the Pope. That's an explicit denial of what Vatican I says. Vatican I explicitly says you cannot say that the papacy derives its power or that a council derives its power apart from, above, or separate from the Pope. In fact, it's condemned in Vatican I if you hold that. The Pope is always superior to an ecumenical council, and he can never be overruled. Two, every Catholic, including the Pope, owes obedience to an ecumenical council in matters of faith. So according to the Council of Constance, not only is the Pope not above it, he is bound to obey the decree of the council. So you see, at this point, you still don't have the full-fledged Vatican I view evolving and being adopted yet. Now, that's interesting because that means that at this time, decisions, even in the Latin West, still had a place, a pretty powerful, obvious, necessary place for an ecumenical council being even superior to the Pope, showing obviously that Vatican I ideas evolved, and thus they're not the ancient patristic teaching. Now, I say all of that to say that there's an example of reception right there where an ecumenical council was received, solved the problem of three popes, and now they want to flip it and be like, well, you don't have the way to know what a council is. Okay, well, why should I accept Constance as a council, in your view?
All right, I appreciate it. This is why you're the realest wit here, bro.
You got that right, my wig up. Thank you so much for calling in. Now, I want to also highlight that we do want to get to some of the reasons why in this podcast I said I was going to do kind of a new updated version of why Rome fell. The Roman Catholics have decided to pipe back up. They're making a big stink. They've been kind of quiet for a while, but now they're piping up again. And I think you get the idea about the Mark Brahman, Richard Spencer book, so we can move on from that. Although it is funny that I'll play this little clip from the Mark Brahman debate where everything he argued was just literally just pure moral subjectivism, relativism. And he was like, yeah, so what? By the way, I'm starting a religion called Apolloism. Here's just a little snippet of that amusing exchange. I see Mark wanting to have a lot of these things that are biblical and then kind of reconstructing them into his own kind of philosophy and perspective, which I think is arbitrary.
I think you're arbitrary as well, right? So we're at a kind of
where was I arbitrary specifically?
In calling my position arbitrary.
Right, I see Mark. So I'm arbitrary because I called his position arbitrary, which is kind of funny, but you can still find that debate, by the way, the Mark Brahman debate. It's out there and it's still around. Now I want to also note, I forgot, you guys, that tonight is this big debate. So we will probably continue tonight's stream and then transition into over there to watching this. In other words, this stream will just become, I'm not going to change streams. I might go play some commercials and then go get a snack. But I forgot Tim Gordon is debating Rob Noer on whether there's compelling evidence to think that the Middle East was involved in Charlie Cork. As you know, I do disagree with the approach and thesis of Andrew on this point and TPUSA. However, I do not think that Candace argued this case or her case very effectively. She didn't really argue a whole lot about this, so she just kind of mentioned it a little bit at the beginning. So it's going to be interesting to see Tim, who I would think is a better debater than Candace. I don't think Candace is that good at debating. So I'm excited to see whether Tim will present a better line of argumentation. And Rob Noer is a talented debater also. Also a cool guy. And Tim also a cool guy. So two guys that I like. It's going to be fun to watch this civil, good-natured debate. I think this is going to be interesting to watch. I do tend to obviously lean towards Tim on the facts on the side of this debate. But I don't know that I can prove it, but I tend to think that that's probably the case. So, can Tim more effectively argue this case than Candace? We will see tonight. And I will say that Tim, although I don't think he performed well in our debates, Tim is not a bad debater. I think he's pretty good. So we're going to be watching Tim here debate male feminist Trent Horn. And that's not my mean comment. That is the thesis that emerged from this debate that they had. Trent is taking up the position of male feminism, and Tim Gordon is taking up the man position, the male position. So we have a male feminist and an actual male debating whether or not, I forget exactly the prompt. It's something to do with like, we'll see in a second. We're going to watch some of it. I don't know how much, it's a longer debate than I thought it was going to be. And then, Trent Horn had this same debate with Pearl, and unfortunately, Pearl's not very good at debating. If you saw her debate Anna Kasparian, she just basically shut down. So who's going to win that one? I'm going to bet Tim Gordon wins. Now, I want to point out that Trent is on a tear again. Every time you think Trent is kind of being more friendly and he wants to be friendly, he goes out to the bar with everybody at DebateCon and drinks a bunch of beers and shoots the pool game with the guys. And he says a 4-letter word with the guys, and he gets a nice buzz like the guys. I am one of the guys. I have the edge. Look at my leather jacket. Look at my gelled hair. I have edge. I am one of the dudes. Yes. Look at her large knockers. Why, that girl has a great hiney. I'm joking. Like, that's like what guys supposed to. Nobody even had that conversation. I was just making a joke. Like locker room talk, right? like if a robot was trying to like give the impression that he was one of the guys. Why, yes, she does have the largest knockers I've seen. So that's kind of what it was like when Trent showed up to shoot the pool. And didn't really want to get that picture with me, but he still didn't want to say no. Well, I mean, why would you not want to get a picture with E-Diva? Anyway, he's on a tear again. He sent me some snarky emails. And so I wanted to remind everybody that Trent is, and this part of this comes out of this debate, so we're going to see exactly how accurate that criticism is. Trent is a, quote, male feminist. Trent pushed the coof. Did you know he pushed the coof and the stabbies and the masks? Mask up, Trent said. Mask up, science denier. Mask up, conspiracy theorist. You tinfoil hat loon. You chick-tracked retard. Mask up and get your boosters, baby. Trent also denied any significant Epstein-Vatican connection, while also ignoring the many pieces of evidence from the emails and other curious figures like Savile that pointed in this direction. All of that was left out of his 1-minute addressing of this topic in one of his debunk videos. Trent Horn denies that there's any globalization move for a new world order. He has denied this for many years. In fact, even after the coup, even after WEF, even after global mandates and lockdowns and the push for everything that we saw, Trent still is on the side of Fauci. Hey, I am the science. I got Trent Horn in my corner. He's on my side. So, turbo normie Trent Horn can never admit that he made a mistake. This is what I keep trying to tell you. And I told him in an email, I was like, Trent, I thought we were moving towards being nice, but I'm just going to tell you what I honestly think. I think, honestly, from the years of dealing with you all the way back to when we're originally nice. Remember, this is the same pattern that we always see. Do you guys remember? There was a time when we were nice and friendly, even with Lofton. I know it sounds crazy. There was a time when everyone was friendly. And what is it? What is this mysterious X factor that constantly emerges where we are no longer friendly anymore? What is it? Is it the bad behavior of Jay Dyer? Is it the bad behavior of Ortho Bros? Now, if you rewind to the Trent Horn debate, you will recall that everybody was on good terms even after the debate. And here is Trent pushing the coof, pushing his hero Fauci.
Fauci, I like Trent Horn. He's on my side. We got him pushing all the things and the science and what the fuck ever. I am the science.
What is it that causes the problems? Well, immediately after the purely civil, friendly Trent Horn debate, and Trent even admitted that it was purely civil and friendly after our natural theology debate, Trent decided a few weeks later, because he had made some big blunders about the Old Testament being Unitarian. Hello, that's a huge blunder. And because he couldn't justify his self-evidence claims, he cited the cogito as if that was a good argument. And because he thought that a better vector of attack would be to try to go after the terms that I use in the debate. This is the weirdest part. So Trent was sort of spiraling and in the months and weeks after the debate said, I don't know why Jay went down this line of argumentation, because the word triad is just an inherently Arian or semi-Arian term. It was so bizarre, I didn't even know what to say to that. I'm like, you know, your own Uniate church, right? Allegedly, I don't follow him, I don't know, but everybody says he attends a Uniate Byzantine liturgy. Uses the term triad. This is how stupid this is. I've been harping on this for years. And he has never admitted something that is verifiably 100% false. It would take him 2 seconds to go and look to see if the Byzantine liturgy uses the word triad, which means that it's not an inherently Arian term or semi-Arian. It's so stupid. It's weird. Trent cannot admit that he made a mistake about that point. So I hammered this mistake for months. Okay. At the same time, I did many streams responding to Trent about his doubling down that there's no such thing as a movement for globalization, a movement for some sort of global order. Trent said in response, you are the equivalent of a chick track person, if you believe that, because it doesn't exist. Now, at the same time, Trent says, I don't have the geopolitical acumen or research to debate that topic, because my initial response was to offer him a debate about the geopolitics of the papacy years ago. Trent says, I don't have the academic qualifications to debate this. Here's some other Catholic guys. Now, wait a minute. Is this a academic qualified topic, or is this a chick track tinfoil hat topic? Because those are mutually exclusive things. If it's a retard level chick track thing, it should be very easy for you to come into a debate and refute the claim that the papacy is compromised at a geopolitical level and has been for a long time. Should be easy. I mean, it's chick track level stuff. It'd be like debating Need God or Taco Talks, right? Well, it turns out it's a problem. Trent doesn't want to address that. The next phase of this came to Trent whining about debates being destroyed and ruined by the Ortho Bros. And his example of that was because I dared to go after a fake blacktivist bishop. And what was my unforgivable sin? Calling him Bishop Tilda Swinton to troll him. Now, Roman Catholics troll people incessantly all day, every day on the internet. Jesus and whatnot does this all the time. Most of the audience that follows these big Roman Catholic content creators will do all of the same trolling. They act essentially way worse than any of the ortho bros. But Trent Horn doesn't call that out. And in fact, in that very video, Trent says, if you say the word fuck like Stephen Colbert did, that's fine. It's okay. It's not a big deal. There are cases where you can do that. But if you make fun of a blacktivist fake conman bishop, that's an outrage, moral outrage. To me, this is just bizarre. It's bizarre hypocrisy. And I think also what made Trent mad was because there were people alleging that he had taken money to push stabbies on X, and that might have been why he deleted all of his old all of his old tweets. Of course, I know how Roman Catholic guys act, and I know that they like to cover up mistakes and errors. Of course, the Roman Catholic Church is expert in covering up scandals. So I've pretty consistently taken screenshots over the years of Trent's big blunders, precisely because I figured he would eventually delete all of his old X tweets. And that's exactly what he did. Even though he's still on X, there was a period where all of them were deleted. And it was a mystery. People were wondering, why did he do this? They alleged that he took money from the COVID shots. Trent then, to a direct question, when I said, did you get paid to push the coof? No, I did not. Okay, well, we'll take Trent at his word, which he actually is a believer. So Turbo Normie Trent actually believes and pushed the coof, the stab, which even according to his own approach to these kinds of questions should have been questionable on the basis of Roman Catholic ethics about the lineage of the stem cells, right? Many modern inoculation options do include these morally compromised stem cell lines that the Roman Catholic Vatican ethicists themselves challenge and question. But of course, I don't even know if Trent knows that or cares, because what I've seen over and over and over is it's not even an issue really of any of these facts or any of these problem people with what he's saying. Oh, it's Fuentes, it's Sam Shamoon, it's Jay Dyer. These are the bad people. Even if we are bad, how come Trent just simply can't admit the slightest mistake? Just the slightest mistake. A lot of this could have been avoided if Trent had said, you know what, maybe the Old Testament isn't Unitarian, or maybe the word triad actually is in my Byzantine liturgy. You know what, you're right about that, Jay. But not only has Trent never admitted the slightest mistake at all. Does anybody believe that Trent Horn has made no mistakes? Is he essentially infallible? Again, these are traits of narcissists. And I know that's overused on the internet. But in this case, no, I think this actually is a trait of narcissism, because I've dealt with this same methodology and pathology with Lofton. He's a repeat of everything that Lofton did wrong. And now it has turned into, because look, even he should at least admit, okay, I got Fauci and the coof and all of that wrong. Guys, you were right. The masking, all of this was fake and gay, and it was stupid, and I fell for it. He can't even admit that, and he never will, because he's actually incapable, short of some miraculous move of grace, of even admitting the slightest mistake or correction. Because to those types of people, it would be, they're fragile, and it would be damaging. And so that also explains why he has this incessant hatred of me, where he'll play nice, which is the mask. The narcissists have a mask where they will play nice, but they're really just scheming to stab you in the back. And it doesn't matter how many times you offer to, be cool, you give olive branches, whatever, they will always stab you in the back. Now, why is that? Because it's kind of feminine behavior. And that's what we're going to see. This is why he's a male feminist. And he is butthurt that not just Orthodox, but also other Roman Catholics have consistently called him out for this for a long time. So there's a narcissistic wound, as they say, which means that he has to have this vendetta, con li in the ancient tongue, satisfied against the people that he perceives have wounded him and his very fragile psyche. And by the way, I didn't just reserve this criticism for Trent. I also noted that during the CUF times, about half of the Orthodox bishops and clerics were absolutely atrocious. They were horrible. They persecuted people that did not go along with it, including other bishops and clerics. They told parishioners that they could be conceivably excommunicated or they needed to find some other parish. They made all kinds of threats. They maligned people who questioned it, on and on and on. Now, have any of these Orthodox priests or bishops apologized at all for any of the atrocious behavior during the CUF? Now, let's think about this. Put this in the reverse. If the Ortho Bros had ended up, or anyone else in that sphere, because it's not just Ortho Bros, if the Ortho sphere guys, the young, toxically masculine men, if they had been wrong about the Stabbies and Fauci and CUF and the Mass, what would be the expectation? The expectation would be you need to do a public humiliation apology tour incessantly and for forever, basically. We would never hear the end of it. It would never be lived down. The Ortho Bros would have been perpetually forever owned for doubting any of this obvious psyop bullcrap. So you see the standards here? Imagine if I brought meta glasses to a debate and cheated with meta glasses, or if I got caught doing chat GPT. It would be, I would have to forever be doing, humiliation ritual apology tours. I would never live it down. They would never let it go. But when the reverse happens, does Trent Horn call out the other Roman Catholic apologists and the other people on his side for cheating, for doing the very things that in his video, remember he says, if you do the 30, 40-second clips to malign people, that's calumny. And I was making fun of his usage of these old, terms for slander and libel and crime. Calumny. Yeah, okay, it's calumny, dude. But what's funny is, on your own grounds, according to what you said is bad to do, you just did it in your own video. And I told that, just a really short email. Everything that I say to you guys publicly, I say it to Trent in an email. I say, you said not to do this 30-second clipping, and then you did that very thing about me. And I said it was a blood sports debate. Everybody agreed to that. His response is, you can try to find a way to think about canceling the debate, but it's going to happen. What? Who said anything about canceling? I never said anything about canceling the debate. In fact, I'm going to be even more aggressive now, and I will destroy you in this debate. I will humiliate you in this debate. So I'm not at all backing out of the debate. I don't know where you got that idea. Maybe that's what you're thinking. That's what's running through your head. How can I get out of this? Because now he's agreed to it, so he can't get out of it. It's going to look really bad if he does. But we have all this, obviously all the emails. So if he tries to say that this is not true, I'll just show you all the emails and what he said. So, again, these crazy double standards of when I do something that's essentially a tongue-in-cheek, on the surface, admitted, obvious satire, trolling, silly entertainment style debate, which he doesn't like, which is fine. I don't care. You don't have to like a blood sports style debate. But if everybody agreed to it, you can't turn around and play victim. And so just like Jesus and whatnot, they leave out the context of what actually happened, right? They'll say, he demanded I pay $2,000 to debate him. That's not what happened. That's a lie and a sin of omission. Because I said, if you want me to just come on your channel, yes, you're going to have to pay me to do that. I said, if you're going to do it in person, you get paid, not just your flight, but also you get paid to debate. I then offered again, both him and Wagner, 2 separate debates in person, $2,000 to $4,000 potentially. They would get paid depending upon ticket sales. They said no, but I'm still the evil coward. That's what I'm saying about the way these people lie and they leave stuff out. Exactly what Trent Horn did in his video. I had 20 minutes with Cholo Cheater, and he didn't mention the fact that the guy was cheating. Didn't mention the fact that he had his AI glasses on. Didn't mention the fact that he was recording and putting it up before he was told not to do that. Didn't mention the fact that everybody agreed to full no holds barred retard level debate. And that's why it's dishonest, and it's the meme of you know, they cry out in pain as they stab you. This is what Trent is really good at. It's what the Roman Catholics are really good at. Guess who else does this exact same thing? Muslims. And isn't this ironic, because we just had Voice of Sleason and Roots of Grifting do a podcast together. By the way, I thought Voice of Sleason was supposed to not be doing public apologetics anymore. I guess that's doesn't matter. Who cares what Roman Catholic bishops say? They're probably just mad at him because he was straight, right? The Roman Catholic bishops are like, don't do apologetics because you're heterosexual. Okay, we want to reserve that for Skittles people. It's not a good look to have heterosexual Voice of Sleason out here. We need Skittles. We need Jesus and whatnot. That's what we need. So Voice of Sleason and Roots of Grifting come on and say, the Ortho Bros and all of the Orthodox world, they're just Muslims. They're the Muslims of Christianity. Everyone knows that they're actually the Muslims of Christianity. Look how they act, dude. Roots of Grifting admittedly created this whole persona when he wasn't even interested in Orthodoxy. He built a channel giving the impression he was interested in Orthodoxy as he was doing all the content for Voice of Sleason. And then says, yeah, by the way, Ortho Bros are the worst. Orthodoxy is trash. And I'm going to be Roman Catholic. Ha, ha, ha. We told you all along that's what he's going to do. I was right about them. Oh, but Jay's mean, he's bad, and he's evil. Even though we're right, what are we not right about? We were right about the coof. Oh, but Jay's mean still. He's still bad just because he's bad. He's just mean and bad. You could be right 10 out of 10 times. Yeah, but you're still just bad. And we hate you because you're right. We hate you because what you're saying is true. That's really what's going on. That's actually the true story here. They're mad because we're right. That's actually what's happening. And I thought there was a really perceptive comment by D-Dog. He noted it today that the reason that you see this sort of Muslim attitude amongst the Roman Catholic so-called apologists, they're so slimy and snaky because they have a duty to defend an indefensible system built on forgeries and deception. And I'm going to show you that here in a minute from one of the most famous Catholic papal historians and theologians here in a moment. And I say, it actually makes perfect sense, because just like with Islam is so janky and goofy and weird and stupid that to defend it requires you to make all sorts of intellectually dishonest leaps. And this is a key point that I think Father Deacon always highlights. We're going to bring him up in a second. This is the idea of intellectual honesty. Roman Catholics, you'll notice, are constantly piety signaling about so-called bad behavior, right? Jesus and whatnot, he says, I can't believe that he's interested in money for debates. I don't do it for money. When he happily took my $150 in super chats, you'll notice. He had no problem taking super chats from me when I was sending it to him. But he does it for the money. So he's giving the impression that we're all grifters. He does it for the money. Interesting, because Trent Horn, when money came up at, the possibility of DebateCon debates where he would get paid, well, suddenly Trent is very interested in debating. Interesting. So all those offers prior to DebateCon with Trent about debating, none of those landed until money was apparently involved. Interesting. Interesting. Is Trent money clipping? I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to check out how Trent ends up getting paid, because if he's getting paid in gold, we might want to watch out for money clipping. That's a joke, by the way. And by the way, he's going to clip that. Good. Go for it. Have fun. Because that's all they have. My point is, their whole approach is exactly what Lofton did, which is to publicly portray it all about behavior. Behavior. Okay. Is there only one way to have bad behavior? In other words, is it only joking around online? Is it only 4-letter words? Is it only trolling a fake black bishop? Are there other ways to have bad behavior? In other words, cheating? Like Jesus and whatnot and Cholo Cheater? Is that intellectually bad behavior through being intellectually dishonest? What about never being able to admit a single mistake in the last 6 or 7 years? Is that intellectual vice? So Roman Catholics almost think and act like there's no such thing as intellectual dishonesty. There's only perceived performative bad actions, you see. So it's all about optics, really, is what it is. Remember when Roots of Grifting fake cried because ortho bros weren't publicly praying about a mass pop event? Probably the gayest, fakest thing I've ever seen on the internet, literally, which we made a whole song about that. It was so insanely fake. I mean, that to me is like kind of unreal, because that guy is trying to capitalize morally in terms of piety signaling on a mass pop event, calling out the ortho bros as bad because they didn't publicly pray about it. First of all, why are you even publicly praying and showing off your prayer? That's performative and fake and gay. Anyway, Jesus says, don't go out in the streets and pray with your hands up so everybody sees you. You pray in your prayer corner. You pray in church, privately. All of this public tone policing and performative public praying is fake and gay. Now, if Trent wants to go down that line, okay. But I want to see you also calling out not just bigger content creators than you on the Catholic side. Notice, who has he called out on the Catholic side? Sam Shamoon, Nick Fuentes, and Candace Owens. Those are the Catholics he criticizes. And they just happen to be larger audiences than him. When is he going to call out Jesus and whatnot, Cholo Cheater, all the bad actors in the Roman Catholic space that aren't just a version of ankle biting for him? FDA, did you want to comment here? You want to unmute? Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a comment, or did you just want to be here?
The only comment is accuse your opponent of the thing you're doing.
Yes.
Remember? But yeah, I'll chime in a second.
Well, you know, this is also to the point you made, and people were sharing your comment from a while back, that really debate in the classical world was reserved for people who had reached maturity of age, 40 or above. And the reason for that was because when you're younger, you're not able to really have the experience and the intellectual fortitude and intellectual honesty to be able to engage in high tier, high level debate. Could you, if you have a chance, if you want, could you briefly explain why Plato talked about that? If not, if you're busy, that's fine.
Sorry, I was just eating. So it's in the Republic on the section where he's going over the various stages of philosophical education.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen this too, like people just want to jump straight into whether it's theology or philosophy in particular areas, and they get all messed up. So part of that kind of overall conversation is like, no, there's stages and kind of training. So what you see in Plato's education in the Republic is actually like grades, in which certain materials at certain difficulty levels are introduced. The very last stage, he asks about debate, dialectics. And I think it's a conversation with Glaucon where it says, does everybody have the nature of dialectics or debate? And he says, no. So it's almost like senior year of your philosophical education. He says that the teacher should be looking for those who he thinks has a nature towards this. And he says, that's at 30 years of age. He says, every care must be taken that when you do choose those people out of the group of philosophically educated, because not everybody can do debates, he says, every care must be taken for somebody who's at 30. So what that means is anybody below 30 was not allowed to actually do debates. And even then, you'd have to be chosen. Then you have to be kind of mentored, because it says, don't think it's a game. And that's what we see. It's not a philosophos, a true love for wisdom, but they're sophists. They learn these kind of tactics. And ultimately what you're pointing out is, like we all have, when we're young, character flaws, immaturity. We haven't gained certain kind of virtues through experience. And so that's what he's talking about. He's talking about a virtue of epistemology in terms of debate and stuff like that. It's that, no, you have to have a level of experience where you've acquired virtues. Otherwise, what do you get? You get slurmy tactics and sophistry and logical pony tricks and stuff like that. And ultimately, that's a commentary on one's very character. And so what do we see today? Just the opposite. Children know best, and you see all the, whether it's the monophysites or...
No, the Muslims are doing it. The Muslims are now putting teenage women, or like 19-year-old women into...
It's the craziest. And people were like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if my argument... what my age is. It's like, well, actually kind of does. So we are not saying immediately anybody below 30 years old, everything that they say is false. But I'll tell you what, all your mistakes are due to your age. It's not because... So, children should be seen and not heard. And these people need to be put in children's work camps.
That's a joke. People will try to...
I know they will. I'm tired of it, dude. I'm tired of people living on eggshells. Oh my God, they're gonna clip it. They need to acquire. There's a level of work in which they need to acquire. What they don't need to be do is, and a part of this is mentality too, that I should be at the top and be respected even though I haven't put any work in.
Yes, exactly.
So what do we have now? We have the entire internet. Anybody with a YouTube channel gets enough followers can do debates and can go to DebateCon and all this stuff. So the last thing we need to do in an environment like that is actually give these whiny, crying children who want attention.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like with Jesus and Whatnot's audience, and I saw this because all of them come into my comments, it's almost all like 17, 18-year-old dudes. So they're all on the internet following that dude who, by the way, converted because he had a dream where where Latin words appeared and it told him to become Catholic. That's why he converted. I'm serious.
He had a John Nelson Darby dream.
Yep. All right, so let's take a couple more calls. We're going to play some of the Trent Horn versus Tim Gordon debate, see how that goes. Anyone disagree? I see quite a few people in line here. We got about 10 people. If you raise your hand if you disagree, give me an emoji. We must have a lot of hate watchers today because I've got over 1,500 and we've got 300 likes. So we got all the haters in the audience today. If you want to support the stream, you can also support it through Streamlabs. Super chats are done through Streamlabs or natively through YouTube. There's the link for that. Anybody disagree, you go to the head of the line. You can, by the way, have it as you like it. You can have time to talk. We could do a time back and forth. If you think I'm too mean, he has to mute you. I don't have to mute you. You can have however much time you want to make whatever arguments and points you want, and then I'll respond if you give me the emoji. No, nobody disagrees. This is why I'm having an offer to pay the Roman Catholics now. I offer $300 for Roman Catholic apologists to come and defend their positions. And I offered $2,000 to $4,000 for the young dudes, and they won't do it. It's kind of crazy. Like, okay, does Stallone disagree, or Stallion? Stallion, what's up? I see emojis popping off.
Yo.
Hey.
Yo, I don't disagree. I was laughing at what you said, to be honest. But so if anyone wants to take my spot, they can feel free to.
There, I don't see any. There's no disagreeers. They won't even come.
I'll keep this quick.
They won't even come for money, dude. It's crazy.
Dude, so I was on a space with a bunch of Roman Catholics, and actually there's a couple Eastern Catholics, right? And so the topic of the whole Protestant, like the anti-Dawa thing, these guys are a bunch of like anti-Dawa Islam guys, And so I just asked them a point of like church history, like what are they positing after they attack Dawa, which is like a fair question, like is what you guys, posit.
Yeah, like we asked God Logic, like where are you sending these people
Yeah,
to?
it's like where are you sending to, And so obviously they started attacking me, right? So one guy, he took a shot at Eastern Orthodoxy, and so I responded. He went low, so I was like, oh, I'll respond to the low tier, and I was like, your Pope John Paul is saying kiss the Quran, and so that spiraled into something, and so this is like how stupid, like when you say like these people are like really low IQ, like you're like I'm baffled, right? And so this apologist, right, this Roman Catholic apologist, he says to me, he's like, look, he's like the Palamonian synods, were, they're infallible per Eastern Orthodoxy, yada yada yada. And the Cappadocians and Constantinople one, they identify the divine essence with all three hypostases, but Gregory Palamas in this book identifies it only with the Father. So how do you deal with this contradiction? And I was like, dude, I haven't even read like Saint Gregory. I'm not going to speak on that, but if that's the case, you've just like anathematized half of Roman, like the Eastern Catholics, the Chaldeans, they venerate him as saints, bro. Like he has an icon.
It's not even true. Palamas doesn't identify
Yeah,
the
it's
divine
just
essence with the Father. That's retarded.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I mean, the nature, actually Aquinas does, and he says nature and person is basically identical. And actually the Palamite
exactly.
position is founded on nature and person being really distinct.
It's just stupid. It's like, dude, like you're a Catholic, like you're an Eastern Catholic. Like that guy's an Arab Catholic. I'm like, dude, you guys venerate him as a saint.
Yeah, by the way, and he wasn't venerated for a long time, and now he is, which is a contradiction.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, all right, like nice one, buddy. Like that's a great way, and it's just like, oh, see, like we got the. And it's like obviously, you know what I mean. Like I'm not gonna speak on behalf of the church, but it's like, oh, we got the kid there. You know what I mean? Like it's like no, you didn't actually. Like you owned yourself. Like you. This is they're really low tier. Like
I know that they're going by memes. So basically, these guys just read memes and they read AI quote translations. That's why people were like, "Oh, why are you accusing Jesus and whatnot of Wagner? Is it because you're scared of Wagner?" No, it's because he told me in the DMs he just gets all of his arguments from Wagner. What do you think? Like that's why I re-challenged Wagner. Anyway, Fallen Rising. What's up, dude? By the way, you saw proof of that. He immediately goes and does a stream with Wagner. Yeah, because he's getting all his arguments from him. That's what I've been telling you guys. No, you're scared of him. You just invented a conspiracy theory. He's literally getting all of his arguments. He doesn't even understand. He's just repeating via proxy the shit Wagner tells him. It's so stupid. It's like FDA is pointing out, it's essentially just fraudulent. They're all giving the impression that they know Latin, that they know all the Aristotelian metaphysics. They don't know any of that. They're just repeating what their Chat GPT and what Wagner is telling them. That's why it's so stupid. It's fraudulent. What's up? Fallen, unmute.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a question about dialectics because I've heard you criticize them a lot, and I think it's really central to my philosophy. I'm inquiring at an Orthodox church right now, so I don't see an actual contradiction, and I think there probably isn't one, but I wanted to ask you about it. So I see paradox as being very central to human nature, to consciousness. And I think talking about this and helping people understand this is actually a really powerful way to bring people into Christianity, which is a big part of what I spend my time doing. And specifically the paradox of suffering.
Okay, what does that have to do with metaphysical dialectics? Because that's what characterizes the Greek mind. And that's not my assessment. That's actually the assessment of many Orthodox theologians, that what underlies most of the Trinitarian and Christological heresies is a metaphysical dialectics that they're getting from Hellenism.
No, I'm trying to ask you specifically because I don't have as nuanced of an understanding as you do of these things. Do you see it in any way problematic to use like the paradoxes around suffering to point to Christianity?
Okay, you're just talking about dialectics in a totally different sense. So, and how does the paradox of suffering, what does that even have to do with what I'm talking about with Hellenic metaphysics?
Well, maybe it doesn't, and that's kind of what I'm asking you. So maybe that's the answer, is it doesn't.
Okay, well, you're asking me a specific question, and then I gave a super specific, clear answer, and you're saying that's not what I'm asking. I mean, I just don't. Can you tell me what do you think I mean by dialectics?
Well, I think it's a pretty kind of broad, vague term, and I think paradoxical concepts could be put under that umbrella. I don't think, for example, Hegelian dialectics would be paradox in the way that I'm using it.
Okay, I'm talking about, and I've said this for 15 years, I'm talking about the way that the Greeks viewed time versus eternity, one versus many, stasis versus change. Those are the dialectics I'm talking about.
So I'm talking about like suffering versus meaning, or like struggle
sorry.
versus salvation.
I appreciate it, but that has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So thank you for the call, though. Bro, Bootskino, what's up, man? Look how mean he is. Look how mean he is. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just that's a topic that we've lectured on incessantly for I don't know how many years when it comes to Trinity, Christology. We talk about, for example, the false dialectics within the Protestant Reformation, faith versus works, Bible versus tradition. Tradition. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Nothing to do with what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think he's thinking that paradoxes are dialectics.
Yeah, that's not dialectics. It's not even the same thing.
Paradox is not a dialectic. Yeah.
Boot, what's up? You want to unmute? Boot, last chance, or you're booted. It's a joke, by the way. Look how mean he is. Look how mean he is. Okay, Brokey, what's up? Yeah, you're thumbing down. I get it. What do you want? Unmute. Go ahead.
Jay, look at my eyes.
Okay. Are you gay?
I got something to say.
Okay.
You have a massive blind spot.
Okay.
So
he's joking.
you dismiss immediate experiential reality. Personal dreams can be divine revelation. And historically they have been. Basically, Moses appeared to me. He stood 8 feet tall, glowing with a massive swollen chest, overflowing with divine milk.
Okay.
And basically, he showed me that
the milk is pure.
Can be real.
The milk is pure.
Yeah, the milk is pure, and I tried to punch his teeth out, but it just won't work.
All right. Well, we got there. You go. Mystical Lutheran there. Tried to punch Moses' teeth out, couldn't do it because the milk is pure. And how are you going to disagree with that? Are you a Pharisee? You don't believe in miraculous dreams and visions like Jesus and whatnot says? Boot, what's up? Snap into a Slim Jim. Unmute. Boot, last chance.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey.
What's up?
What's up?
Hey, so, I recently went into, can you hear me good?
So, yes.
Okay, so I recently went to Orthodoxy. Before being an atheist for most of my life. So this is, I'm just trying to preface, I got with my wife 7 years ago. Last 2 years I've been looking into everything. I'm just trying to preface how I got into this situation.
Okay.
But her family's very Protestant and stuff, and she's a little more accepting, but she dropped little hints about Orthodoxy and stuff, and they seem very weird about it all. So what would you suspect the church teachings to be about all this?
What do you mean? About what exactly? About how to handle Protestants, or what do you mean?
Just acceptance of your wife's family.
I mean, I think you got to accept them because of their family. So, but I mean, you don't have to argue with them. So just let them come to you. Try to be sweet and kind. Don't debate your family members. It's a waste of time. Answer their questions when they ask you is the best approach.
And give them lots of money. I find that helps.
And pay them to become Orthodox.
Yeah, just be like, look, does the argument really matter when you're staring at this cash?
Fan out a bunch of $1 bills and be like, you want to get paid? You better come to church, dog. What's up, Monitor?
Hey, I was just wondering if you saw like Joe Schmid converted to Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, I've already asked him twice if he wants to have a discussion or debate. In fact, on my Twitter, I offered $300 if he'd come chat.
He's generally a good guy. I've chatted with him before. And like Jay and I were talking earlier, I'm like, I don't understand how anybody in this day and age could convert to papism. But then somebody mentioned something that like he was brought up Roman Catholic and kind of left and then came. I'm like, okay, well, that makes a little bit more sense. And, okay, so he's in Roman Catholicism. It's a cult. But maybe, who knows? Maybe some of these issues will come up and he'll see the truth of Orthodoxy. That's what I'm praying for.
Well, I guess we're supposed to conclude he's running, right? Because if you don't immediately accept the debate, or if you negotiate, according to the Roman Catholics and Jesus and whatnot, if you negotiate, you're running.
Well, he did a 3-hour podcast on Pints with Aquinas today, and like, it seems like the whole conversion was basically the Roman Catholic, quote unquote, miracles.
Oh, nice! I love that line of argument. Yeah,
and yeah, it's kind of shocking, but and there's like one sentence devoted to Orthodoxy. I think Matt Fradd was like, "Well, did you think about Orthodoxy at all?" And he was like, "Not really, because they're kind of wishy-washy on the ethical issues."
Oh, of course, right.
And that was literally the whole treatment. I was like, "Okay, wow, like, come on, man."
That's the lowest tier. Yeah, the lowest tier apologetic is divorce, remarriage. Okay, Amores Letitia allows the divorced and remarried people to get communion, you idiots, in your church.
And speaking about the moral issues, remember, and I quoted this from Desninger, the Roman Catholic Church did not believe that abortion before 80 weeks for a very long period of time in the history of the papacy was actually murder.
Right.
So what about
even I was surprised when you told me that. I was like, man, I didn't even know that when I was Roman Catholic.
Yeah, and they're so spurgy about that stuff, where it's like you want to go there, like your history is like you just opened up a can of worms for yourself.
Yeah, well, that's why when I was going to debate Trent, or when we were negotiating the first debate premise, which is divorce and remarriage and contraception in the church, he's like 1 to 3 centuries, and I'm like, no, it's going to be the first millennium, because there's some serious papal problems for that when you get up into the later centuries. So anyway,
by the way, I would like to hear somebody convert. I'd like to hear if there's anybody out there that's converted to Roman Catholicism, not based on the miracles, but women histrionics and their.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting point, because this is a good point, Father Deacon, because actually miracles includes Margaret Mary Alacoque's claims. That's the next biggest devotion after Fatima in the modern Roman Catholic Church is the Sacred Heart. So I want to hear, this is a really good perceptive point, FDA. We actually need to hone in and tell them, well, wait a minute. Is it all the miracles? Because you also have to defend Sacred Heart as a miracle. And that puts you in even Wagner was saying last year, he was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to defend that one. So are you ready for let's bite the miracle bullet here. And let's defend also the, Jesus's circumcision ring that he gave to, what is it, Catherine of Siena? You gonna defend that one too?
Oh, wait a minute. So, did you just see what was recently released from tonight on Papal Investigations? The Vatican is investigated Maggiore and found it to be fraudulent. Did you see that one?
No, the Ghostbusters are gonna investigate Medjugorje.
They did,
Oh.
and it came. I just saw. I should have screenshotted it or saved it, and said that it wasn't legitimate. Now I don't know if that's reached the full kind of status, but like
No, I didn't know. I'll have to look. Let's look at that now. For those who don't know, let's get into these miracle claims because I love this. This is a perfect line of argument. Just as silly as Sacred Heart with Margaret Mary Alacoque is the Holy Prepuce. You know what that is, right? That's the foreskin. Jesus gave Catherine of Siena, allegedly, his own foreskin as a ring for her to wear. Who actually believes this? This is insane. By the way, shout out to Snack for pointing this one out because I didn't, even when I was Roman Catholic, I don't even know if I heard of this one. So, are you sure you want to go the route of defending the miracles as the reason you converted? Because it's going to get really crazy. By the way, these same people are making fun of the Holy Fire. Okay, the Roman Catholic miracle claims are 1,000 times crazier than anything in Orthodox, like the Holy Fire. like you want to doubt the Holy Fire? Okay, are you not going to doubt the Holy Prepus?
Hey, by the way, I was also thinking because just this kind of pick and choose your favorite miracle and reject the rest. So, a couple months ago, when for all you papists out there, Protestants that say we don't evangelize, I had a booth. I had a papal deacon booth that was covered in a bulletproof thing that I drove around passing out Jack Chick tracts. No, I had a booth, an Orthodox booth, at one of these kind of festival things. And I was actually proselytizing and talking to papists and Protestants. And I found it was hilarious when a Roman Catholic guy comes over and we start talking about Orthodoxy. And he basically says, oh, that's, the Franciscan, I'm part of the Franciscans, so we're really like the same. We're much closer to you. And I was like, don't you see that's kind of a problem?
Right.
Right? So the rest of the Catholics, the Norbertines and the Dominicans and the Francis, they're all wrong. But like you guys got that correct. I mean, isn't this crazy that? And then supposedly they're supposed to be so unified. So it's just a product. Pick your favorite order.
Mm-hmm.
Pick your favorite miracle. Pick your favorite devotion. Oh, it doesn't matter that the whole system's contradictory.
Right.
He was literally saying they had a different theology.
Yeah, of course.
I'm like, that is why are you part of an institution that has contradictory theology? That's insane.
It's always good to remind everybody of what the story is, and you cannot doubt this in the Roman Catholic Church because you would be now doubting the entire feasts that multiple popes have confirmed in terms of the Roman Catholic devotions with Sacred Heart. Now, remember, Sacred Heart, for those who don't know, this is probably the next biggest devotion in the entire Roman Catholic world after Fatima. Our Lady of Fatima is probably the most popular. I would guess pretty obviously the next most popular would be Sacred Heart. And this is a story that comes from a woman named Margaret Mary Alacoque, who claimed that Jesus was telling her to carve words into her chest with a knife. And so when she did this, she was bleeding out and they stopped her. They said she had problems. She was crazy. And then she did it again because Jesus told her to do it again, right? So essentially, and then she has these visions of like her heart being taken out and Jesus replacing her heart with his heart. All these just insane level women histrionics, okay? And when you bring this up, the initial move of most Roman Catholic dudes and people that I brought it up to is to say, I don't have to actually believe it's not infallible. It's a private revelation. This is the default go-to. Now, I used to be Roman Catholic, and so I would make this same move. I would say private revelations aren't dogma. I don't have to believe it. This is a little bit different, though, because even though it's a private revelation, this whole devotion based around these events is now canonized as part of multiple papal approbations. So the bull of canonization of Margaret Mary Alacoque happened in 1920. In 1928, there's an encyclical by Pius XI called Miserentissimus Redemptor, and this affirms the validity of the Sacred Heart. So not only do you have a full encyclical by Pius XI, you also have the bull of canonization of Margaret Mary Alacoque in 1920, and you have Pope Benedict XV encouraging the acts of reparation in honor of the Feast of the Sacred Heart. And there's, by the way, there's other papal approbations that can be listed in regard to this. But note what would happen if you then said, I don't have to accept this. Well, wait a minute. Her canonization and the devotion is contingent upon, based upon the mystical experiences and the revelations. So you can't just out of hand wave the Sacred Heart. You would be denying a fundamental, almost universal Roman Catholic devotion. And you would be denying the papal teaching, both of the canonization, which is canonizations are magisterial. You can't doubt Roman Catholic canonizations if you're a Roman Catholic. And you can't deny Pius X and Pius XI, the papal encyclical teaching, and her the promotion of the reparations, according to Benedict XV, for honoring the Sacred Heart. You would be totally out of line with all of papism to say, I reject all of that. You don't get to do that. But notice that Roman Catholics don't care about being consistent when you bring this up. They don't care that you can't reject this stuff. They'll just turn around and say, yeah, so what? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Oh, but wait a minute. I thought the holy fire was fraudulent and fake and crazy, and orthobros are insane. Orthodoxy's fake. You guys have like 1,000 times crazier claims than anything we have. And by the way, we don't have a magisterium that mandates that you can't be skeptical of this stuff. You do. The Holy Prepus.
And their Jesuses are like pretty close to like Mormon Jesus. Have you ever seen?
Many of them are, yeah. Yeah.
The picture that you have, that you had up on there, that's Mormon Jesus. Like,
so I want to know, I mean, is the Holy Prepus was it given to St. Catherine of Siena? All right, who's next? We see a lot of ortho bros, which is good, but do we have anybody that disagrees? You go to the head of the line. Any disagreeers? Head of the line. Raise your hand. Well, you'll notice that there's multiple arguments we have brought up many, many times over the last 4 years that none of the Roman Catholic apologists will even dare to touch. For example, the temporal supremacy doctrine being mandated as necessary for salvation from the time of Unum Sanctum, explicitly, you could argue Dictatus Papae even earlier in the 11th century, all the way up until even at the time of Vatican I. It's part of the syllabus of errors. It's part of Pius IX's public, ordinary, universal teaching that you still have to believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop. Now that has been discarded. Nobody teaches that or touches that. In fact, Vatican II contradicts that idea, as I will be debating Trent Horn on. Have you noticed? Has any Roman Catholic apologist addressed this? I've been bringing it up for many years, but at least for the last year online a lot. Has any Roman Catholic apologist addressed Margaret Mary Alacoque and our critiques that we make of that? I haven't seen anybody do it yet. Now, why do they not talk about this? And what do they talk about? 95% of Roman Catholic apologetics is quote mining and low tier stuff for a broad, low informed voter audience. That's all it is. That's why the target audience of Jesus and Whatnot and these other guys is 19-year-old dudes who don't know anything. And that's who so they get these numbers that way. But beyond that, they don't know anything. Rockwell, what's up? Now, we got the debate coming on here in a minute, so I might have to switch over to that. We got to get into this Trent Horn debate here. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I just wanted to say that I came across your stuff about a year or so ago. When I was talking to all my friends and stuff for about the past 7 years, I leaned more atheist. Had about 2 years of like an agnostic phase, and then once I started questioning, I bumped into your stuff because of Sam Hyde, and main thing I wanted to say was don't underestimate the power of the the paradigm level argument. I've been talking a lot with my friends, and like the whole presuppositional critique approach of talking to people is I don't know, it really did a number on me, and I'm trying to drag some of my friends with me.
Good. Well, that's a good number.
Yeah. But I just really appreciate a lot of the work you're doing.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I don't at all discount it. I think it's once you kind of get it, it's pretty much you can't see it any other way, right? It's like the they live glasses, right? Getting tag and precept and worldview paradigm level debate and apologetics. Dude, once you put those on, you can't unsee it. Jay Dyer is obsessed with Trent Horn. I'm responding because Trent Horn responded to me. Did I mention Trent Horn until he mentioned me? So this is what that's all Roman Catholics have, is like all this bloviating and crap talk. Trent is the one that made a video about me again. Trent makes videos about me all the time. And then I respond, and the Roman Catholics say, you're obsessed, you're obsessed. I mean, even if you think I'm obsessed, well, I guess that's what it took to get him to debate. Either that or actually you're just getting a paycheck, right? The Holy Roman Emperor, or the Holy Roman apologists can easily be swayed with a paycheck that appears. Because until money was mentioned, Trent wasn't really interested in any, he didn't really reply about debates. But once we figured out, oh, you get paid at an MDD. Oh, I'm in, dude. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. About to clip that money, dog. Your boy Trent, very experienced, about to clip that money, bro. Ortimus. What's up, Ortimus?
Hey Jay, I called in before. And feel free to tell me if you're not interested in talking about this, but since I see here Muslims and evangelicals, I wanted to speak again about David and the
No,
thing.
no, I don't care to hear about why David Wood is good. He's an absolutely demonic psycho freak. So you can go watch David Wood. George, what's up? George, you want to unmute?
What just happened? Was she kicked off or something?
Yeah, I booted her because she's already called in before to defend David Wood and why we have to listen to David Wood.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a disagreement on who killed Charlie Kirk, because I know you said that there might have been Middle Eastern involvement, and I used to be pretty big into the conspiracy side too.
Okay,
But
how old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
17.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you for your call. Appreciate that. Not going to debate a 17-year-old on geopolitics. Blurred, what's up? Blurred, what's up? Unmute.
So you booted him. Charlie Kirk not on the list.
What are you talking about, man?
The guy who was just booted. I don't know if you.
He was booted because he was 17 years old.
I'm not going to debate a 17-year-old on geopolitics.
Children should be seen and not heard.
I thought you took me by accident, sorry. So I just finished the triads. I'm Orthodox 2 years now, I think.
Awesome.
And I want to run an argument by you. If we say, for example, God exists, we attribute to him existence, right? And if we were to be Roman Catholic or Protestant or Muslims, we would say we know something about his essence. We know his essence exists. So doesn't that mean because in their worldview, like knowing something about the essence means you know the essence, right?
And yeah, actually, this is a good line of critique for them because they claim to also believe in via negativa, right? So they think that you only can name God via negativa, apophatically, by what he's not. But then they also claim that all the names are the divine essence. So yes, this is a contradiction for them.
But then how could they ever say God exists? Like they know with absolute certainty that God exists. It's impossible in the worldview because in the third triad, this is the argument Palamas makes many times. You can't even say God exists. Existence itself is an energy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is like the most powerful argument against Catholics. I see you many times bringing like the papacy argument.
No, I've actually made this argument, this very argument. I'm trying to be a dickhead. I'm just saying I've made this very argument years ago in the Discord. I've made it on YouTube live streams. The problem is that you're talking to people who are fundamentally incapable of understanding what they're reading or what we're talking about. There's only about 0.01% of the Roman Catholics who can even understand Thomism and its claims. And that's why it's also fraudulent, the whole approach of what, for example, Wagner is doing, giving the impression that he's a sort of PhD Thomist guy, creating his online Thomist university or whatever he's doing. It's really just fraudulent because it's giving the impression that these are experts and they're just duping a bunch of 17, 18-year-olds like Jesus and whatnot. But Jesus and whatnot doesn't have the discernment to know that he's getting duped and used because he has a large following. What's up? I'm mute. So you're absolutely correct that that's a devastating argument, but you'll never get them to understand how or why. They don't care. They're going to read memes, dude. Go ahead.
Hey, Jay, can you give a quick response to the Council of Sardica Canons 3 through 5? I hear it get used a lot to point to papal authority.
Yeah, I just go with what Rome says about it in Chieti, which is that it's an appeals court.
Thanks.
And it says a retrial in that bishop's jurisdiction. And it also admits that other patriarchates were appealed to in an appellate structure. So an appellate structure is not an autocracy. So just go read Chieti itself. I mean, are you Roman Catholic? Because I see Roman Catholic stuff.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Have you read Chieti?
Actually, no, I haven't.
Okay, this is necessary reading. And by the way, Roman Catholics, oh, I don't have to follow it. It's not infallible. Nobody cares about being infallible. It doesn't matter. We're not saying it's infallible because Leo recently said Chieti expresses his mind and the papal mind on this. So we're just simply following the Pope. Chieti says in 19, read this about 1,000 times in the last 2 years. I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying. People need to read these documents instead of like just not you, but like people spouting out stuff and they don't actually read the source material. Over the centuries, a number of appeals were made to the Bishop of Rome, also from the East, in disciplinary matters such as the deposition of a bishop. An attempt was made at the Synod of Sardica to establish rules for this procedure. Sardica was received at the Council of Trullo, which, by the way, Roman Catholics don't accept. Why, if we're Orthodox, why would we accept Sardica if it was teaching papal supremacy when Roman Catholics don't even accept Trullo? The canons of Sardica determined that a bishop who had been condemned could appeal to Rome, and that the latter, if he deemed appropriate, might order what? A retrial. That's not Vatican I. Ordering a retrial to be conducted in the bishop's province, neighboring the bishop's own. That's not divine Roman fiat, you idiots. This is why even Rome to this day doesn't use Sardica as a proof of papalism. Do you guys not get this? Your own papacy doesn't use Sardica because it actually undermines Vatican I's whole approach and line of argument, you idiots. Appeals regarding disciplinary matters were also made to Constantinople. Remember when I said this to Ibarra and he denied it? I said this in the Ibarra debate because I read it. Athanasius talks about it. And to other sees. Such appeals to major sees were always treated in a what? Papal way? No. Synodal way. Appeals to the Bishop of Rome from the East expressed the communion of the church, but the Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the Church of the East. There you go. That phrase, which, quote, expresses the mind of Rome to this day, according to Pope Leo, is an explicit denial of Vatican I. That last sentence denies Vatican I. Vatican I says, if you deny the universal jurisdiction. Oh, wait, I don't even have it on the screen. My bad. I had it on pulled up on a different tab. I'm sorry, guys. Let me pull it up for you again right here. Look at this. We read this probably 1,000 times because it's what Leo says expresses the papal mindset these days, which, by the way, constantly changes. There you go. You heard me read it. I'm not going to reread the whole thing for you guys. I know a lot of you guys are slow boys. You need me to reread it. This is one paragraph. You think you guys can manage reading a paragraph? I know it's not a chat GPT prompt, but it's the only thing you guys can read. But I'm going to trust that you guys can read this. Thank you. And what does that last sentence say? The Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the East. That means he doesn't have universal jurisdiction, you goobers. That means Vatican I is false. I don't have to believe it. It's not infallible. I don't have to believe it. It's not infallible. Okay, what is infallible then? Roman Catholics, please tell me what is infallible and how do you know? Remember when we asked Trent Horn this? And what was Trent's response? Trent went to canon law, where Roman Catholic canon law says when it's manifestly evident that it's infallible. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. When I ask him an epistemic question, how do you know what is infallible? And by the way, I don't think he would affirm that canon law is infallible. What does he go to? A fallible document, canon law, that says when it's manifestly infallible. You cannot make this up. This was Trent's answer to this epistemic question that I've been pressing him on for years. This is so stupid. I cannot believe. This is why, as Father Deacon calls it, it's a wizard sorcery job. It's a con job. It's playing games when you're asked serious questions. Let's see if we can find that. This, by the way, is why Wagner and Jesus and whatnot, none of them will actually debate this issue because they know this is devastating. They will not debate the epistemic question that I pressed Trent Horn on because they can't debate it, because they have a system that's arbitrary. It's all based on just so Aristotelian claims in metaphysics. Okay, well, what if the Aristotelian claims in metaphysics aren't true? What if the peripatetic axiom is not true? Well, then the whole system's false. Yeah, here it is. Is it? I think it's 749. Okay, this is the right. Yeah, here it is. Look at that. Here's how do I know? You cannot make this up. Trent made a whole video. I clipped it. There's a whole reel where we clipped this because this was his answer. Trent, how do I know when a teaching amongst the thousands and thousands of pages of Roman Catholic dogmas is infallible? Okay, and binding. Notice, here's your updated Denzinger. This isn't everything, by the way. This is just Denzinger. Updated Denzinger. See that? Okay. Is all of this infallible? I'm asking Roman Catholic because this is Roman teaching. This is over 1,000 pages. Okay. Roman dogma right here. Okay. Is all that infallible? And how do I know? Basic, simple question. Because notice they throw this at us all the time. You Orthodox don't got no infallible rule. You Orthodox don't got infallible rule. Don't know what's infallible. Oh, what is then? Tell me, please. Here's the Roman Catholic answer, according to Trent Horn. No doctrine is understood as infallible unless this is manifestly evident. That's literally his answer. You are listening to con men. This is a con job. This is philosophical absurdity. This is philosophic nonsense. And I think that these guys are so invested in the system and they worship the IQ and the thousands of pages that they think are so intellectual that they can't actually believe. It's hard for them to accept that it's this fundamentally flawed. That's what's hard to accept. And I get it. When I was Roman Catholic, this is hard. It's hard. Wait a minute. You're telling me that it's this basic of a blunder? How do I know when it's infallible? Well, when it's manifestly so. What? Are you serious? Yes, that's the answer. I mean, is canon law infallible? No. Well, so you're going to a fallible document to tell me what's infallible, and it doesn't even actually do that. It just says when it is. This is clown show, dude. It's comedy. And this is the institution that has claimed for 1,000 years until Vatican II that if you don't allow the Pope to at will take your lands and your kingdoms, you will go to hell. I'm not joking. I'm going to show you that in a minute because I've been reading Dollinger. And Dollinger is pretty killer when it comes to papism. Now, who is that? Dollinger was the famous, probably the most famous at the time of Vatican I, Roman Catholic papal historian and theologian. All right, so he knows all about canon law. He's an expert. He's the most revered and respected at that time in the Roman Catholic world. Okay, now, nowadays, he's looked back on as a scandalous figure because he could not, for many years, in good conscience, sign on to Vatican I. And he wrote a famous book called The Pope and the Council. Pope and the Council. Let me show you. The Pope and the Council by Dollinger. And this book is very useful because wouldn't it be a powerful proof if the most popular, respected Roman Catholic scholar and historian and theologian of that time of Vatican I was like, I can't do it. I can't sign on to this. Now, they eventually said, well, Dollinger, if you don't, you're excommunicated. That's what they told him. They forced him. You either sign on to Vatican I or we will excommunicate you as a public theologian. So they forced him to do it with the threat of damnation. But what does Dollinger say? Let's take a look at this because I think this is a very powerful argument. Now, they're all just going to say, yeah, he was a bad dude. He was a bad person, bad man. Why is he bad? Because he doubted Vatican I. Well, but he was the most respected papist historian, theologian of that time and canonist, right? Pretty sure he's a canonist. But let's take a look at this devastating chapter of the forgeries. One of the main reasons that Dollinger had a issue of conscience accepting Vatican I was because of the forgeries. Now, I am not hinging my entire argument on the forgeries, nor does Dollinger, by the way. So note, this is just one chapter's line of argumentation about the crucial role of the forgeries. So we are not making the argument as Roman Catholics will do, or they'll say, you're just arguing forgeries when there were forgeries in Byzantium. Yeah, this is not a tu quoque. We're not saying that the East had no forgeries. That is not the claim, you goobers. And I've had these debates for 20 years. I already know exactly what the first thing they're going to say is, Byzantium had forgeries. Yeah, so what? Well aware of that. Am I arguing that Byzantium had no forgeries? No, that's not the argument. The argument is the papacy's position is built on forgeries, first of all. But before we get to that, this is the line of argumentation that's the leading papal historian theologian of the time of Vatican I. He says, at the beginning of the 9th century, there were no changes in the constitution of the church. Okay? Dollinger anticipates Congar and Dvornik, who will also admit these things, and thus the rehabilitation of Orthodox saints and theologians in the Roman Catholic ecumenist era, post-Vatican II era. So notice, Dollinger's saying the same things that you're going to read in Dvornik, in his book on Photius. You're going to read that in Orthodox theologians for the last 1,000 years. And you're going to see it even in Congar, in his book 900 Years Together. There's a revolution that took place in the 11th century in the Gregorian reforms. This is what he's talking about. And he's saying the Gregorian reforms could not have happened to revolutionize the ecclesiological structure of the Church of the West without the forgeries. So it's built on lies. This is why the Roman Catholics are so proficient at lying. It comes natural to them because they've been doing it for a millennium. with forgeries. When the Frankish bishops came to Pope Leo III, he assured them that far from setting himself above a council in 381, that's the Constantinopolitan Creed, he himself said that there would be no additions to the creed. He refused the Frankish Filioque addition. So he's admitting something that we've been saying for forever, that Pope Leo III forbade changing the creed. Now, Roman Catholics say, well, Constantinople I added to the creed. Yeah, that's before the canonical statement, you can't add to the creed. Okay, that comes later. I want to say it in Ephesus. Constantinople I or Ephesus says you can't change the creed. So it's after, so Nicaea has a truncated creed. Constantinople I fills it out with the part about, and when all the Catholic Apostolic Church, etc. And then it's the canons say you cannot change the creed. So we believe it's locked in. Here's Leo III admitting our position. It's locked in. Post Constantinople I and post Ephesus. Can't change it. Even Chalcedon, and there's debate about whether Chalcedon, how long it took for the West to accept 381 Constantinople I. But even Chalcedon affirms and cites this creed, right? The Creed of 381. So why is Pope Leo then still admitting, according to Dollinger, you cannot change the creed? Well, in response, in the middle of the 9th century, about 845, Dollinger says you have the introduction of the fabricated Isidorian decretals. These change the idea of the constitution and government of the church. So notice it's not everywhere in the West yet. It's going to take a while. It's by the time of Gregory and the popes of the 11th century that this actually kind of comes to fruition. But it's already existing in the West around 850. And this is the idea of the Gregorian reforms, what will become the Gregorian reforms. What's it based on? The Isidorian decretals, which are a forgery. It would be difficult to find in all of history a second instance that was so successful, but such a clumsy forgery. So the beginning of the Papal Revolution, which is a geopolitical revolution, you have to understand that what this does is turn the papacy into a geopolitical world power. That's why this is so important to hammer home the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop, because all of this is not just grounded in nerd theology debates. It's grounded in the idea that the papacy is also head of all earthly kingdoms and empires. The argument is, well, if he's a spiritual head and the spiritual is above the temporal, then he's also above all the kings, and thus he can take their lands and their armies. This is what happens. This is what the greatest theologian of the Roman Catholic Church at that time says and admits. This is why post-Vatican II, Rome has admitted this. All of this. All of their top Uniate scholars admit this. And even some of their Dominicans like Congar admit this. Now, they're ecumenists, so I'm not saying that that makes them good. They're just forced to admit this stuff because it's true. Because their own top dudes admitted it at the time of Vatican I. Now it gets worse. Because not only is that a kill shot for their top theologians admitting our points, he's also admitting the Frankish thesis. Something that we highlighted for many, many years. That Orthodox theologians have said all the way back to St. Photius. Photius says in his letters, there are Frankish missionaries coming into Orthodox Bulgarian areas spreading the Filioque. Why were they spreading the Filioque? Because it initially was a Frankish thesis movement for power under Charlemagne to undermine the rival empire in Byzantium, which was already the existing legitimate authority. Well, what better way to get those people on your side than to say, oh, you have the wrong creed. It's supposed to be the one with the Filioque. So there's 100% a political motivation, and Dollinger is admitting that. Now, this I thought was super devastating. And there's a lot more in this forgeries chapter. In fact, I'm probably going to just go through this entire Dollinger book because I'm so impressed with the forgeries chapter that the whole book's got to be great. This, I think, is even more devastating on this same point, because one thing Dollinger does is he goes through and he says, if you want to, by the way, I didn't even know he argued this, but this is something we've argued, that to understand the rise of what we know of as the papacy, the Franco-papal power, the second millennium papacy. It has its roots in forgeries all the way back in the West to the 7th century. So even before the Isidorian decretals, according to Döllinger, there were already existing papal forgeries in the 600s. Now, I don't think that means that we as Orthodox necessarily have to condemn immediately the entire West. If you remember in the debate with Ibarra, he made this point. He said, if there was the forgeries at that time, then why didn't the Orthodox reject all of the West at that time? Yeah, because it takes time for these to proliferate and to become accepted. So it was a really stupid low-tier question from Ibarra when he asked that. Yeah, we're not saying that as soon as a forgery pops up, the entire West is in a blackout and there's no more grace. That's retarded. So it was a stupid question on Ibarra's part, and he should have realized that, I mean, nobody thinks that. What are you talking about? And even your own Roman Catholic scholars like Döllinger admit my point that there's phases to this doctrinal development. That's what he says. He says you have to understand the phases of papalocesarism and how it goes through the introduction of the forgery and then the proliferation of the forgery and then other new forgeries over the centuries. It takes centuries for this to happen. Just like Filioque wasn't overnight. It's not like suddenly because of Toledo or Augustine, oh, everyone in the West is damned because one guy says Filioque. It takes time and centuries for it to proliferate, especially in the ancient and medieval world. It's not internet blasted out and then everybody knows it within 2 days, right? It takes weeks, months, years, centuries for errors and mistakes and forgeries to proliferate. Obviously, Döllinger's admitting that, you goobers. So, what's the next kill shot that I think even surprised me? Because I did not actually know about this Roman synod. Well, Döllinger says, Pope Gregory borrowed one of the main pillars of his system from the false decretals. Isidore had made Pope Julius, this is the forgery, supposedly writing in the 338 to the Eastern bishops, the Church of Rome has singular privilege. It has the right to shut the gates of heaven to whomever she wills. Okay? So the decretals that Gregory's using include this claim that Pope Julius in the year 338 told all of the East, submit to us or we shut the gates of heaven to whoever we want. On this, Pope Gregory VII built his entire scheme of dominion. How should not he be able to judge on earth whose will hung the salvation and damnation of all men? The passage was made into a special decree in the chapter of the new codes. This is some of the medieval canon law. The typical formula of binding and loosing of Matthew 16 had now become an exhaustible treasure chamber of rights and claims. Do you see how insane this is? The forgery is now allowing the Pope to say, well, if I can shut up heaven to men based on what we will in Rome, hence binding and loosing, I can therefore, by the higher to the lower, I can take any principalities, thrones, kingdoms, and armies as I list. And guess what? He did. The Gregorians, talking about the followers of Gregory VII here, Gregorian reforms, use this as a charm to put them in possession of everything worth having. If Gregory, who was notoriously the first to undertake dethroning kings, you see that? To dethrone a king, wanted to depose the German emperor, he says, quote, to me it is given to bind and loose on heaven and earth. Now, think about that. The top Catholic theologian at the time of Vatican I is admitting nobody before Gregory VII, Pope Gregory VII, in the 11th century, no pope had ever tried to dethrone a temporal ruler by his papal fiat. Not talking about excommunication, talking about dethroning and taking the kingdom. Do you not see that this is a complete destruction of the Roman Catholic system? This is an absolutely kill shot undermining of their whole thing. Because if this always existed, then there would have been popes the first millennium doing this. Why is there no pope not just excommunicating, but also taking the kingdom of heretical kings and emperors? The fact that this never happens until the 11th century proves that this is a total innovation. It's a revolution in the church's governance structure, as Dollinger admits, you idiots. This is why they won't touch this. This is why I hammered this for over a year, and they will not respond to it. They won't talk about it. And I didn't even know until I read Dollinger the other day. Well, he says the same thing I'm saying. This is a Dollinger argument. And what did Rome do? Oh, Dollinger, allow us to refute you intellectually with our argumentation and our apologetics. No, they said, we'll excommunicate you and you'll go to hell unless you sign on the Vatican I. So they just pull rank. So much for reason. But notice, this system, as we've been pointing out forever, is a worship of authority. In the final analysis, truth submits to authority. And what's the apocryphal dictum attributed to Hegel? If the facts contradict the system, then the facts be damned. If history contradicts papism, then history be damned. It doesn't matter. Because ultimately the papacy defines history. It defines what's true. It's above natural law even. Because it used to be that the death penalty was an aspect of natural justice. Well, now it's, according to John Paul and Francis and Leo, it's actually contrary to the gospel. He can change natural law now. What surprise is there in a system that already had said the papacy is basically God on earth? He's the Kwisatz Haderach. Why do you think I've been calling him the Kwisatz Haderach for like 10 years? Because he's doing what the God emperor would do. Yeah, I can take your kingdom. I cannot, it's not just excommunicating you. I now own your kingdom. All your base are belong to me. All your whorehouses are belong to me if it's Alexander VI, right? Who cannot see that this is completely fraudulent? This is the top Roman Catholic historian and scholar and theologian at the time of Vatican I saying this whole system is fraud. It's built on bullshit. It's a giant deception. And then you're all surprised that it's a giant gay organized crime syndicate touching butts and pushing gay stuff. It's faking gay for the last 1,000 years, dude. What are you talking about? I like the chats like, make Avignon great again. Why don't we make the Avignon papacy great again? That's funny. Now it gets worse because not only is this the case here, and this is the first ever attempt of Matthew 16 being applied to taking kingdoms. Do you think Jesus was telling Peter, here's the keys. By the way, you could just become Kwisatz Haderach and take the kingdom. Why didn't Peter just take Rome? Why be persecuted? What's the point of all the martyrs in the first 3 cities? Peter could have just taken Nero's whole empire. Why didn't he just take the empire? It was true back then too, right? Now, here's the rest of this, which I thought was insane. This is crazy. So it turns out Gregory holds his own Roman synod in 1080. So he puts on an oath of allegiance to the papacy, and he says, which of these was also the first to attempt, Gregory, by the virtue of his own power to bind and loose? He declared at his Roman synod in 1080, we desire to show the world that we can give or take away at our will kingdoms, duchies, earldoms, and in a word, the possessions of all men, for we bind and loose. What an amazing, just galactic level exercise of pride and arrogance from Rome. It's unparalleled, probably in history. And this is based on forgeries. He's basing on forgeries the claim, well, because the Isidorian Decretals say this, I can bind and loose. That's not just spiritual because the spiritual is above the temporal. So if I can take away your spiritual salvation, obviously I can take away your temporal possessions. So at will, I may take your kingdoms and your empires. This is insane. This is why it was called Antichrist. Exactly. And they had this as dogma from here to Unum Sanctum until Vatican II. And no Roman Catholic says this is dogma anymore. That alone is a kill shot. That is a obvious change in dogma. It's an obvious change in what's necessary for salvation. How can it be the case in 1080 that I have to believe in the temporal supremacy to be saved, and by the time of post-Vatican II, it's not even necessary? You don't have to believe that anymore. In fact, they would just cover it all up, act like it never happened. This is insane. Please, Roman Catholics, explain this to me, because I think this is one of the strongest arguments I've ever seen against papism. It's just more facts building on the argument that we've been making for a long time. Now, as Father Deacon pointed out, most of these people converting, they don't know anything about this. They're all low information, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds. I guarantee you that philosophy guy, whoever, Majesty of Reason, whoever, I guarantee he doesn't know this. They don't know any of this stuff. When I became Roman Catholic in 2003, I didn't know any of this. I fell for the papal quotes, the quote mine. That's why it's so insidious to do this stupid low-tier quote mining, because it's just selling people. It's like getting people into Islam without telling them all the crazy stuff in the hadiths. It's trickery. Remember when Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, he used to be a Quran-only Muslim. And he thought, oh, I just have to believe the Quran, like a evangelical, right? And then turns out, oh, no, actually, you have to have an Aqidah. Oh, actually, I have to believe the hadiths, you see. And people think, oh, Roman Catholicism is just a system where you have very minimal expected requirements. No, not true at all. That's one of the biggest lies that they tell you guys. They tell you that you only have these minimal 10, 8, 2, 5. It's all random and arbitrary based on which Roman Catholic you're talking to, ex cathedra documents or doctrines, and then everything else is optional. Total bullshit. That is 100% made up pop apologist online faking gay slop. There is nowhere in the Roman Catholic world at all anything close to something like you only have to believe a few ex cathedra statements. That's not true. You have to believe all of the dogmas of all of the ecumenical councils and of all the ex cathedra statements and of all the universal ordinary teaching. And you also have to follow the ordinary teaching with docility, even if you disagree, even if it's fallible, according to their canon law. So it's like a sales pitch. It's like when a car salesman sells you a lemon and he shows you this beautiful shining exterior and then the engine doesn't work. And you're like, yeah, but look how pretty it is. Look at the exterior. Look at these cathedrals. Look at these giant buildings and statues. Look at the exterior. Yeah, but does it work? Like, does it make sense? Do I have to believe in the holy circumcision foreskin? Do I have to believe in Margaret Mary Alacoque? Why in the Middle Ages are popes saying that I have to be willing to give up my kingdom or I'm damned? I mean, it's crazy.
Do you think that we were talking about all these crazy miracles? Do you think there will be a day in papism when, oh my gosh, what's his name?
Who?
Oh, drive me crazy. The crazy milker's theology.
Taylor Marshall?
Taylor Marshall. Do you think that, like, in the future, there'll be, like, a Taylor Marshall cult, like, because he experienced women histrionics as a vision, and then we'll have, like, a new, like, devotion?
Well, I don't know what's going on with him, but you know, Tim Gordon does not have much nice to say about Taylor Marshall because they used to be really close and they co-hosted a show together. And Tim says Taylor is pretty much just kind of a narcissistic. He doesn't care. But what I'm saying about the devotions, you're actually hitting on an interesting point, because when I was going through my phases of doubting Roman Catholicism, in my experience, and this is not just me, but many other people that have left Rome, there's these. It's like you've seen the curve of, like, you know, Cope, right? The Cope curve where you're like, and then it ends up with, you know, it goes from like Mel Gibson instead of a contest to me, right? Like you end the curve at where we are. And the reason for that is there is a process whereby when you start to doubt the history and the theology, you then just sort of throw yourself into Marian devotions. And that's very common. In fact, when I was doubting it, when I would take these issues to people in the SSPX, both priest and laity, and when I would take these questions to sedevacantists, priests, and laity, the answer is always pray the rosary. Just pray the rosary. So there's this sort of flight into mystical devotion.
Yes.
Seriously.
Emotional. By the way, you know, I have a godson and his family. I mean, they're not technically, you know, baptized because they're catechumens, but they're space god children because they're coming from Mormonism. And I've talked a lot with them about like what life was like, and same thing. Like, they have these kind of things that you do that kind of keep you in this emotional kind of security.
Exactly.
And they're really big on that. So the people that leave Mormonism are people who actually stop doing that. And that's what they'll be like, oh, you see, he lost his faith. He stopped this devotion or was stopped doing the... So anyways, a lot of similarities there.
Well, guess what? It's a cult. I hate to break it to you, but it's a cult. And that's what cults do. Okay, anybody disagree? Thank you guys for the call so far. Do we have any disagreeers so far? You can go to the head of the line. Give me some emojis. People are asking, what about Hayden? Yeah, I keep meaning to get to the Hayden Panettiere thing because there's all this really crazy stuff that popped up. And, you know, we've covered a lot of Hollywood stuff, and I can't prove it, but my gut tells me, like full Candace style, okay, my gut, okay, my intuition's okay. I feel like, yeah, there probably is something going on here, especially when you look at the way who Hayden was intermarried into. I don't know if she's referring to this British singer dude. In fact, I'd never even heard of this guy until the Hayden Panettiere stuff popped up. So I have to be very careful because I'm not leaping to conclusions. But there are some very suspicious things. And usually when you look at Hollywood unalivings, think of Brittany Murphy or however they happened, right? There's similar bizarre, weird questions with Brittany Murphy. Now, a lot of times these people are in the circles that tie into Middle Eastern organized crime, if that makes sense, what I'm talking about. You see this a lot in Hollywood. Now, Rose McGowan, when she came out saying that she had dealt with this, she also explicitly talked about being harassed by certain groups, followed Black Cube, which was a private intelligence thing that was being used that had Middle Eastern connections. And I'm saying that I'm not default accepting everything that Rose McGowan says, but I'm saying that I think this does line up with other things that I've read. If you don't know, of course, maybe we should just get into that in a little bit later. I'm going to go on Sean Atwood. We're going to talk about some of the Hayden stuff, but let's get to Tim debating male feminist Trent Horn, because this is where the appellation that Trent is a male feminist comes from. And I want to hear some of this. We are going to watch the debate tonight because, as I said, I do lean on the side of Tim when it comes to Charlie Kirk. That does not mean that I think Candace is a good debater or that she argued very well. So here is some of this infamous debate. Let's hear if we can, maybe we should become male feminists. I don't know. Let's see.
Everyone, to another episode of the Council of Trent podcast. I'm your host, Catholic Answers apologist and speaker, Trent Horn. And now,
by the way, we will pause and also take calls before we start this. And I forgot, I did ask you guys if I saw Tristana came up, but I guess he didn't want to get refuted. So he backed out, which it's honorable, man. It's more honorable than the Roman Catholics because they won't back out. They don't have enough intellectual honesty, but Tristan has enough intellectual honesty that at times he'll just back out. And I appreciate that about him. I appreciate that. Okay, we got some disagreeers here. Young Buff, what's up, man? I'm just kidding. Shout out to Tristana. We love Tristana. Just kidding. What's up?
Hello?
Mm-hmm. What's on your mind?
Good. I don't know. What did you say you had? What were you talking about before the Trent Horn stuff?
Hayden Panettiere and the papacy.
Yeah, well, what is that, like Roman Catholicism?
No, the papacy is not Roman Catholicism. Yeah, it is. I'm just joking.
right. Well, I had this thing. All right. It's gonna sound really like crazy, but yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I've been reading like the like Paul's letters, stuff like that. Like I am a Christian, whatever. I don't really claim orthodoxy or anything like that, but I find I've been going down this rabbit hole that Jesus is the Father, like
Okay. Yeah, good job. Just too low tier. Don't even. I'll just. It'll just be an occasion for people to say I'm mean. There's no point in even doing it. What's up? Anybody else disagree? Preferably not somebody who's just read Paul for the first time. Andrew, what's up? Dude, like, what if Jesus like is the Father, dude? Like, what if everything is one, dude? What if it's all one, bro? What's up, man?
Yeah, hey Jay, so I don't disagree with your positions, but I have a buddy that does, and I need some advice. So I've been going back and forth with a good non-denominational Protestant bro for months now on things like once saved, always saved, sola fide, and I keep hitting a wall with him, so I'd like your advice on responding to this. And I know I've heard you respond to it before, but if you don't mind some back and forth to give me some practice, I'd appreciate it. So I bring up like these warning passages from like the Pauline letters, like John 15, like, you know, cutting from the vine, Galatians 5, departing from the faith, and Timothy, heavenly gift and falling away, so on and so forth. His answer is always the same, like they were never saved. So I call him a Calvinist, and he says, no, he's not Calvinist. Once you're saved, bro, you can never
Look,
be taken from his hands.
Hebrews 6 says they tasted the heavenly gift and the Holy Spirit. So how do you, in his model, or in the term of the parable of the sower, right? Some of the seed springs up to new life. How is that possible in his model?
See, I'm not sure either. And, you know, I'll give him like lists of examples.
Okay, well, what does
he
say when you say, well, Hebrews 6 says they tasted the Holy Spirit and the heavenly gift in the world to come, and the seed springs up to new life and they die? What does he say to that?
Yeah, his response to that is that those people were never saved and never knew Christ to begin with. And then he'll respond to me with like Ephesians 4:30 and say, you were sealed for the day of redemption, and how could you break God's seal? And I'm like, well, he doesn't break his promises, but we sure can because we're idiots. Like, what? I don't understand what.
Yeah, but again, on his model, how can he say they were never saved when it says that they were given new life? I mean, new spiritual life, and his model has to require being saved. But this is why ultimately that you, until you shake the paradigm, this is what that Catholic guy they call, or the atheist guy they called him, was saying, like, paradigm reasoning is so powerful because it undercuts all of the overlayers, right? It's like, imagine, I don't even know how computers work, but imagine you have a computer with a hardware flaw and you just keep trying to solve it by installing software. The problem's at the hardware level. You got to fix the hardware before the software is going to run right. And all of these debates with the foundationalists and the Thomists and the evidentialists and the natural theologians and the Protestant side of the scripture, those are all software level problems when it's a hardware problem. You have the wrong hardware, dog. The system is wrong. So
that's why they're reading all the words. They think
exactly
seal's not a mark, but they actually think it's like vacuum sealed or something. It's like you can't break the divine vacuum seal.
Exactly.
It's like that's not what it means. Number two, their whole notion of salvation is wrong. I mean, but even when you offer them the verses where you actually just quoted partaking of the divine gifts and the Holy Spirit, that is salvation. So what do? No. I just ignore that. So it doesn't matter. This is the thing this is why I always say to the Matt Slicks out in the world, let's just go to scripture. The Protestant, I'm like, why? You're retarded and you can't read.
Yeah.
Which is to say, the software hardware. Like the problem isn't, well, we're just let's just read it and figure out the answer. It's like, you can't. You don't actually have a hardware to actually read. So what good does it actually do to just keep going? It just turns into
This is exactly what happened when Jesus and whatnot called in, and he said, let's just go to the Cappadocians. And I'm like, but you're going to interpret them from a Thomist reading. So how is it going to solve anything to just go to the Cappadocians when you're going to read them in that way? That's why it's the exact same thing with the Protestants. Like, just go to the Bible, just go to the Bible. That's all assuming that texts aren't theory laden and that they're just self-evident. They're not. Like, that's the whole point of our years of apologetics at doing stuff at a paradigm level, is to point out that.
And the new argument I give too, because when they throw perspicuity of scripture, like would God make scripture, difficult to understand? It's like, maybe, so you're not relying on it, just writing.
Well, remember when this is what Daniel Hakikachu argued. He said, and you could just turn this argument on them and say, well, Daniel Hakikachu argues that Islam is very simple and God would only make a religion that's very simple that everybody can understand. So therefore Islam's true.
Yeah, you make that. And the other thing, suppose I give the Protestant the perspicuity of scripture. Like, that's a double loss for them. Because, well, how did you get such a retarded reading and heretical view from something that's so simple?
Yeah, why are there if it's so simple, then how come there's
What's the matter with, that's not a win.
Why is there thousands of Protestant sects who can't agree on whether we should have?
Yeah, it just means you're doubly stupid and retarded.
We don't even know. Like, can we have organs? Can we have pews? Like, Protestants don't. They'll split the church over that. And it's like, well, I thought there was a perspicuity of the scriptures.
But one thing that is good for breaking their paradigm is that to show that all their principles and their system and the way that they view everything has no contact with the ancient church. In other words, it's the traditions of modern men.
Well, the irony is that they'll say traditions of men to us, and then they follow the traditions of post-enlightenment.
That's why you got to do modern men, right? When you had that, who was it, Lizzie, making fun of prostrating before the Theotokos and stuff like that. It's like the act of veneration. That just shows you that you're a modern.
Right.
Because people of antiquity prostrated to the magistrates and the kings and stuff like that. Nobody thought they were worshiping them or were gods or something like that. So it's literally a fake and gay, made up modern religion that what do the moderns think, right? Everything has to be propositional, written, and then you do what? Just like Descartes, you come with a discourse on methodology. So you just apply the
why there's one clear methodology that we all use and we'll all come to the same truth. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And by the way, the whole argument, this is what I said to JAW, because it's the exact same debate with a Protestant. It's the same debate with the evidentialists and the atheists. They argue and think that there's just brute facts. They're all self-interpreting. It's obvious to everybody who just looks at it. And if we just use this methodology, we will all come to objective, pure scientific truth. No, reality is not that way. Everybody has biases, confirmation bias. Everybody has a paradigm. Everybody interprets the data through the lenses of their presuppositions.
So, by the way, I was just saying that to the guy there to break the paradigm is that when you start looking at what you're in and seeing there's nowhere in history other than heretics that hold any of my views on any of that.
You mean like a Protestant, or what do you mean?
Yeah, when he said his buddy is a once
saved,
but always saved and stuff like that. All you have to do is just take some of their ideas and be like, some of those ideas are not even present at all until modernity. And the ones that are present are the ideas of heretics. And doesn't that worry?
Yeah, well, remember what did
break them out of the paradigm.
What did T-Dump say? Reality is reality. In other words, everything that I'm arguing just is the case and just is reality. It's just facts, bro. And why you hate facts. So, anybody disagree? Last chance, hold the line. If you disagree, we got to get into the Tim Gordon debate.
Why do you hate facting? Hey, man.
Why do you hate facting? Bro, I'm just facting, bro. Why do you hate it? Like, are you so insecure that you're just like, you hate facts, bro? Like, you're just so insecure. Who disagrees, dude? Last chance. We got 10 people in here. Okay, we got to no, you don't disagree. You trying to trick me again, dog. That ain't gonna work. All right, let's get into this debate because I don't see no disagree.
Dialogue that many of you have been waiting for and very excited about. You know, here on the podcast, we've been doing series of dialogues between people who disagree, usually it's myself with people who are not Catholic that disagree on very important issues, but sometimes even Catholics can have disagreements on issues. And I think it's important for us to be able to sit down and talk about those disagreements in a civilized way. And to help me do that, our guest today.
Tristana disagrees. Drama queen. Drama alert. I need a rat air horn for the drama when Tristan shows up.
Wow. I just want to point out, first of all, ad hominem by Jay Dyer.
Jay Dyer. Here we go.
That's too quick. That's too quick.
Here goes the repeating my name. Jay Dyer.
But just for the record, I want to address Jay Dyer directly. Jay Dyer, I don't disagree with any of your Jay Dyer positions, Jay Dyer. What I want to say is that Jay Dyer disagree with you as an entity,
oh my gosh,
as a person, and in your ontology, Jay Dyer.
Suddenly Libiano here. So we got Libiano. I think Tristan went full Muslim.
You won't let me finish my question. Can you answer that without just using a whole bunch of words like you always do? Words and sentences and logic and all this. Can you do it without that?
Tristan, what's up? Tristan in the chat, y'all. Jay Dyer. I think people do it because
what portion of the chat really thinks I'm just like a villain who actually hates you. They just they pop in and pop out and just hear the banter and they actually think that I'm like,
no, Tristan. It's because you are a villain that actually hates me. That's actually what's going on.
For the record, Jay Dyer just made another ad hominem attack, just attacking me. Attacking. That's all he can do is attack me. I'm here being charitable, nuanced, and he attacks.
You know what'd be a funny skit is to do where each person's response is somebody throwing it like, so you said ad hominem, and be like, well, no, actually, you're addressing ad hominem's a fallacy of missing the mark. And be like, no, that's a tu quoque because you're accusing me. And it just goes back and forth.
And it starts out with like one statement, and then just stacks all these kind of, and then both just
basically every fallacy is every fallacy.
Every fallacy, and be like, oh my God, you just did a quantifier shift fallacy. I can't believe it. You would go there. You dirty.
There would probably be a way that you could logically. You could probably write that and make it actually coherent to where everybody's doing the fallacy. But the trick is to do it in as few statements as possible.
You know what I think is funny though is when I go into debates. This happened when I debated Marquette. Marquette and many of his followers in the audience, like they actually think that if you talk about fallacies, you're just playing word games. They're like, look at him trying to go to fallacies, dude, playing word games, word salad with your fallacy.
That's the word game fallacy.
Yeah.
just keep doubling down and be like, or like, who was it? That's there's no such thing as informal fallacies. Informal fallacy. Remember when I identified that? You had who came in and was like, no, there's no such thing as informal fallacies.
That was one of the Ask Yourself crowd. It was either Detroyer or one of the vegans was doing that.
My God, that's an informal. No, there are no informal fallacies. Informal fallacy.
Yeah, that was Ask Yourself or Detroyer, one of the vegans. I remember that.
Oh man.
And the vegans still think that like they won all those debates. It's crazy. Like they're like, you got owned by Ask Yourself and
all those groups do. It's called a cult. In case you haven't figured out, Jay.
Does Ask Yourself still do stuff? I mean, I know.
I don't know.
Vegan Gain still makes videos. I don't know if
I was just gonna. He does stuff. It's just I don't know if he does that kind of stuff anymore.
He does stuff. No, I remember him. I think he got real jacked and got on like TRT because Vegan Gains is roided out. Like he's like super Saiyan mode, and I think Ask Yourself might have got. I feel like I remember him being, Super Saiyan.
So I'm guessing that means he's not a vegan anymore, right?
I mean, it's probably just further confirmation that he's gay.
Well, hold on though. This is a serious question, Tristan. Can a vegan get buff from steroids if he's on a vegan diet?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know.
If they have an iron gut and they can, down a bunch of vegan protein powder and like You know, if they have an iron stomach and can handle eating tons of lentils and you know, like formulated, but also full of heavy metals, vegan protein powders, they'll get jacked. And,
Okay.
and
I didn't know.
steroids make it way easier. So for definitely, like Vegan Gains probably is vegan, and he's like massive.
Okay.
So it's possible.
Well, now
you know,
you know what they're into, right? They're buying these kits off the black market and doing gene splicing and modifications now. So that's the reason why they love.
You remember when Vegan Gains called into the Gnostic informant debate I did, and he was like, I'd like to know, can your God lift, if your God is the most powerful, how come you can't lift 400 pounds? Do you remember that, when he called in with it?
I mean, yeah.
Can he make a soy protein bigger than he can lift?
I'm just surprised that he's still I mean, you got to give him credit. He's still doing it, right? He's been super depressed for a long time, but he just keeps making videos and keeps going at it. So yeah, shout out to the Vegan Gains. We'll never quit.
Let's check out some of that high tier Vegan Gains content these days. What's he up to? I know he gets I don't know, I guess he got divorced. So there's a divorce comes up as a topic here. So
oh shoot.
Eating a full day of eating soy and trenbolone. Full vegan training cycles. Okay. Well, what do you know? He's live right now to 120 people. So here's what your boy Vegan Gains is up to. Vegan Gay is up to. What's he up to?
Hey, don't mock him. When I go live, I'm lucky if I get 20 people.
Don't mock him for 120 people.
Yeah, don't be hating. I'm 120 person
what you can
live
do.
myself.
Your
I'm somewhat of
applying to your text.
somewhat of a
Congratulations.
small audience streamer myself.
Oh, he is jacked. That's crazy.
But do you believe that's roids? Are you saying that so the vegans that get super buff are on roids? Is I guess what I'm asking.
I mean, there's probably some outliers. I know some guys who are ex-vegans and they had kind of, impressive physiques when they were vegan, but they also said that they felt awful and they had a really hard time, and they've since left. But he admits that's why he called it trenbolone sandwiches, because he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, to get as big as he is, whether you eat meat or not, you have to be using exogenous hormones. So he doesn't care about people knowing. He's not trying to hide it at all.
Oh, I didn't know that he was. So he's open about that?
Yes.
I didn't know. So I guess that's so.
Remember, he started his career by making fun of people who use steroids.
Yeah, exactly. I knew that. Yeah.
He made the natty or not videos.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. Man, these people are characters. And you're saying, ask yourself is like a buff dude now?
I don't know if that's true. I feel maybe I saw it in a dream. Maybe Candace said
Well,
it to me.
I figured you do dream about buff dudes a lot. I don't know. So.
Well, I dream about my dreams are basically all filtered through Candace Owens, and it kind of like I dream. We're stacked, right? Like she sends the dreams. It's like dreams within dreams. It's really cool.
Okay, so it's like a dream onion, and there's a dream within a dream. Let's hear some of this.
Mr. Timothy Gordon. Tim, welcome to the Council of Trent podcast.
Great to be here. Thanks a million for having me.
Sure. Why don't you just tell our listeners just a little bit more about yourself, and then I'll explain more.
We know who all these nerds are. We're going to move past all this. I'm joking, by the way. I like Tim. Just saying.
Possibility of such a response are set by feminism itself. And that response is, wow, like, you have chutzpah, you're a man representing your own interests. Well,
by the way, I do want to talk about Hayden Panettiere and the potential conspiracy things going on. So we have tonight's Tim debate that we're going to do. So let's do, I wish I knew like the hot spots of this debate when it gets interesting, because I don't really, because this is longer than I thought it was. So let's listen to some of the opening, and then we'll skip to some of the maybe rebuttals and then the conclusions. That's a good way to do it.
Feminism is evil. And so it, as the aggrieved party, men, we make a response, same as
But
slaves.
I think what people
in
would
American
say,
chattel.
though, is that because you're not a woman, there may be things that you don't understand as intimately about the needs of feminism. Whereas, and I understand what you're saying, that an argument does not have gender. It's like when people used to tell me all the time, how can you talk about abortion? You're a man. Although, ironically, I don't hear that anymore because now men can get abortions, apparently. Supposedly. But that was funny. I don't hear that. I haven't heard that in like the last 5 or 6 years when I've gone and done debates. But I used to hear it all the time. And I would say, well, no, arguments don't have gender. But at the same time, issues that involve people do. So, for example, like if I wrote a book on the Catholic Church is not racist, for example, to counter those arguments, it would probably be received a bit more if I wrote it with an African-American co-author, for example, someone who, I can see all the arguments, but there's a difference between being a person and having those experiences directly. You see what I'm saying?
Of course, but see, that's your problem. Never buy the premise. Never ever buy the premise. This is nothing but a natural law issue. It's an issue of justice. It's juridical by its nature, and it's absolutely intelligible under God's nature. Whether or not, whether yes or whether no, feminism is indeed a diabolic attempt to overthrow patriarchy.
Okay, so let's take your thesis. I want to make sure we get our.
By the way, this is actually a good approach with Trent because I like that Tim is, although I don't know if he would say conspiracy, but Tim's immediately going with like, this is a diabolical move to undermine the natural order. And even though that we're not Roman Catholic natural theologians, we could still say within our paradigm, there's a sense in which via divine natural revelation that is still true, that it should be patriarchal order. So I like that he's going straight for the quasi-conspiracy angle, because Tim doesn't have to bring in Rockefellers or anything like that, even though he could for the support of this on a mass scale. He could just say it's a diabolical conspiracy.
Just want to get this response real quick.
Go ahead.
Just one more sentence. So since it's intelligible to all, we don't use identity politics. That's not the Aristotomist way, right? It's intelligible, and anyone, come one, come all. Let's just make it an issue of the truth and an ascertainment thereof, and let the best argument win.
Okay, so tell me the thesis then. So the book is called No.
By the way, I just want to bitch a little bit about quote identity politics. Everybody talks about this like, we shouldn't do and talk about identity politics. Well, in a sense, all areas of life are political, just like all areas of life are also religious. There's no secular realm. There's no realm. So in other words, because there's different spheres of authority, people then think that, well, then that means that there's a sphere where there's no divine law, there's no moral law, there's no God over there. That's the public. No, it doesn't follow from that. Because there's a distinction, it doesn't mean that God's not there. This is so silly. And by the way, as we argued earlier in tonight's stream, when you get into Dollinger, he's actually making the case that the original confusion of the separation of church and state, not the separation of the state from God or duties to God, but the confusion of distinct spheres is happening precisely from the papacy. It is actually the papacy that first caused this problem, not the Protestants. The Protestants are a counteraction, a radical Reformation reaction to this problem of the papacy of the 11th century particularly, as well as the 14th. Because the papacy is the original confuser of these spheres by claiming, as we just saw, Gregory VII saying, well, Matthew 16 means that I can take any empire at will. All your hoes and base belong to me. And I'm saying that literally because Alexander the Sixth, I've been to the freaking, Borgia, the apartments. Okay. When you go to the Vatican Museum, which is massive, you can never even see the whole thing. And you'd have to take 2 weeks to see the whole thing. When you are leaving, you will get lost. You can literally get lost leaving the Vatican Museum, which is the former Medici Borgia papal apartments. It's just insane. It's unbelievable. You have to see it if you've never seen it. You have to go to this. It's never seen anything like this. And it takes you all day long to wander through this thing. There's nothing like, it's beyond Disneyland. It's crazy. Okay. So when you're trying to leave, when you get to the end of it, you are walking through all of these Borgia apartments. They're not apartments, by the way. It's like a giant luxury palace, basically. They call it apartments. It's a freaking palace, dude. What are you talking about, apartments? That's just a name for like the, condos where the Borgia popes and everybody live. And you go to the parts where they lived, and this is where they had the underground tunnel to the giant whorehouse, which he owned. So when I'm making the joke, it's not a joke. All your hoe house belong to us. All your base belong to us. Anyway,
Christian feminism. Your claim is just that feminism, whatever that is inherently evil, something that Christians cannot ever support. Is that what is your thesis?
We don't make the claim that it's inherently evil, because that's necessarily biting off more than is necessary to chew. Let's call it inadmissible let's be fun.
We'll talk about those terms in our next episode.
No,
death penalty.
But I know you're a fan of inadmissible without being intrinsically evil. So I don't want to stick myself to that. That's an ambitious claim. It might well be, but there, as you know, that's a load-bearing term, inherently evil. And in order to show that feminism, in all of its forms, it's a form of voluntarism, and it is in let's say this: all of the forms of it that are attempts to overthrow the patriarchy, when you define it correctly, the way the feminists started defining it back in 1848, with the Seneca Falls Convention in New York, first wave feminism. They've all been evil, and they've all been monolithic. So they're univocal. They have one goal: it's overthrowing.
You don't think? Okay, so your thesis is just feminism is evil.
Well, no. The thesis is that feminism is an attempt to overthrow the patriarchy, and this is wrong from a Christian point of view. It's unchristian.
by the way, this is what I'm talking about. This is the sections of now there might be a separate place that's the Borgia apartments, but there's also apartments in the Vatican Museum when you're leaving, because they had freaking palaces. It's not like they only have one apartment. Let me see if this is Vatican Museum. By the way, if you're trying to get out of this place, you better hope you went to the bathroom, because you are in you're in a difficult state. I'm talking about peeing, by the way, not talking about IBS. It'd be bad if you had IBS too, but we were trying to get out of this place. Oh my gosh, I had to pee so bad, dude. And there was no bathroom. I was like, where am I at? Wandering around an infinity papal maze. What the heck is going on? I just got to pee, dude. Here we go. This is it. I've been in this room right here. This is called the Room of the Saints. That's probably the room where he had the tunnel to the whorehouse. Anyway, you get the idea.
Okay, so let's not
recharacterize it. Just
whatever feminism is, we have to say what you think about feminism, and then what feminism is.
Sure.
So you don't like it. It's bad. It's evil. He says diabolical.
I was saying no. We're saying it's antithetical to Christianity.
Does Trent not think that it's diabolical and antithetical to Christianity? I mean, this is kind of weird already from the outset.
I'm going to hold to a non-moving viewpoint here.
Okay.
It's antithetical to Christianity by its own designs and by any instantiation that it's ever made. So same thing with your socialism book. It's like that, except in
I believe socialism is evil, though.
Well, I believe.
By the way, this is a great point, because feminism is intricately bound up with socialism. Marxists were the early feminists. You can go back, get James Billington's book, Fire in the Minds of Men. You've got those crazy socialist feminists who think that they're the female Jesus. You've got Mary Wollstonecraft, early Marxist socialists. We got the First International, Fourth International. They're all, yeah, of course it's tied up with that. Does Trent not know that?
Feminism is evil too. You said inherently evil, and I just, while that might be the case, it's a bigger argument than one can chew off.
So it's evil. So define, and this is always going to come back to terms, making sure things are defined. Because I agree with you. There's a lot of things in feminism that are evil or stupid or bizarre. I mean, most feminists today, who identify as feminists, support contraception, abortion. Obviously, those things are intrinsically evil. So no doubt, if there is an intrinsic connection between feminism and those things.
So Trent's trying to literally go with the line of reasoning that these other things are intrinsically evil, but not feminism. What? So socialism is intrinsically evil, but not feminism. This is weird.
Feminism is bad. It goes right out the way with
That's just an argument by accident, though. How do you define feminism? I told you.
Oh, I just want to give a rap air horn for the papal whorehouse.
I define. There's lots of different definitions. I don't agree with your view that feminism is monolithic.
Which
anymore.
do you choose? Well, I'll go through the history.
I'll define feminism this way. Feminism is the belief that sexism is wrong and ought to be opposed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it. Depends.
Wow. That is not what feminism is. This is like debating erudite, right? Because when I debated erudite, her quote definition was so broad, general, and elastic that it could conceivably be anything, right? And this is another kind of ruse. It's a scam that people do, like we were saying earlier with the Thomists, where they are defending a prompt. It's a kind of a Mott and Bailey, right? They defend a prompt that is so broad that they can then apply anything as evidence or proof of it, right? So, for example, she says, "Oh, feminism is just equal rights for women," or whatever she said, and then it was like, or she's for the advancement of women, or something ridiculous. And then it was like, well, see, because the Old Testament had protections for women as feminists, you see. So it's a moving of the goalposts and a Mott and Bailey, which, if you guys remember, we saw Mott and Bailey all over Candace's approach. That's where you make a strong statement, and then when you're pressed on the strong statement, you retreat to a very weak general statement, and then later on you go back to the strong statement.
Check you there. That this is really meta, everybody. Jay just did a Mott and Bailey on the Mott and Bailey.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Here we go.
He just keeps getting away with it. The foul, I can't believe it. Nobody will call you out. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, you can try, but so that seems to be what Trent's going for here, that somehow feminism is, what did he say it was? It's the advancement of women. No, what did he say? Fair treatment of women, or something gay.
That's how you define sexism then, but except no feminist has ever defined it that
way.
way.
He said it's not being sexist. Okay, Hillary, what is sexist? I mean, this is getting silly, right? Chauvinists and sexists and misogynists, and then chauvinists and sexists and misogynists.
It's the Brondo fallacy. What's Brondo? It's what plants need. What do plants need?
Brondo, exactly. What is feminism? It's not being sexist. What is not being sexist? It's promoting feminism.
Sexist is when you dress all pretty, like, I think when you got the milkers hanging out a little bit, that's when you being sexist.
Chauvinist and sexist and misogynist. I'm going to keep playing. Every time I hear a Trent Horn fallacy, I'm going to play the Hillary song.
Misogynists and chauvinists and sexists and 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 misogynists and chauvinists sexist
misogynist. The whispers are the best part of that song. I love that whisper, dude. All right, let's go back to Trent's Hillary. Trent is with her.
Well, but feminists have different definitions. I'll give you a few just very simple ones. Well, Bell Hooks is a very famous feminist who said feminism is a movement to end sexism, sexist exploitation, and oppression. So I think we can just look at it there. That
this is already Marxist speak. All this oppression nonsense. I'm oppressed right now. I'm oppressed. So Trent sounds like a Marxist.
Define feminism this way. Sexism is wrong. And feminism is a movement that combats sexism because women tend to be the victims of sexism.
What? So what is even sexism according to Trent? What the hell is even that? Like, I mean,
ridiculous.
This is ridiculous, dude.
More than men. Now, men are oftentimes victims of sexism. I see this in family courts, for example, where men get shortchanged when it comes to child custody and things like that. But I think a good case can be made.
So basically, he's redefining feminism and sexism to just be morally wronged. So anytime there's a moral infraction or you were wronged, that's some ism. That's retarded. No, it's just a violation of moral law. If somebody steals from me, that's not sexism because I'm a dude.
Yes, of course it is. It's sexist.
And by the way, what do you mean I'm not going to do identity politics? Everyone has an identity. Everybody has an identity that they apply to their political positions. This is retarded.
Throughout the history of the world, women are more likely to be victims.
Kind of like HR stuff. Like if you've ever had...
Dude, Trent Horn is HR. He's the internet's HR person.
Yes. So if you've ever had to take one of these HR courses in sexual harassment, how it's legally... It's
dude, the way Trent replies to the emails is like you're talking to Toby Flenderson in HR. Trent is Toby Flenderson of the internet, dude.
Oh my gosh. So anyways, with if you have to go through one of these sexual harassment courses, sexual harassment...
Is that teaching you how to do it good?
Yeah. Dang. It's anything that... So it doesn't actually have to be... It's not sexual, necessarily. Anything that's perceived to be offensive.
Yes.
That relates to the sex. i.e., the male or female. So if you were
Even
like,
worse than that. It's
hey
like,
man,
even
you'd be like, oh
it's
man,
even worse because I've had situations when I was touching very nicely in a very nice way, and I even asked permission really quietly. They didn't really hear, but I got sued several times for this. I lost a few jobs.
All right, we got zingers. I need to bring the rap air horn back. So every time we get a zinger, we're gonna do the rap air horn. Right? Tristan bringing them zingers, dog. Where's the rap air horn at? Chauvinist.
What she was wearing, fallacy. What she was wearing.
The rap horn. Do it. Where is it? You had it.
I'm bringing it back. All right, let's. We got to hear some more, Trent.
Of sexism, and I define sexism as the belief that men and women are not equal in their basic rights and dignity. So we should work towards the basic rights and equal dignity of men and women, and feminism does that.
But men and women.
Okay, now again we're at this confusing language of rights, and now feminism has been conflated with sexism, which is now equated to and now likened to the moral law. So notice the flexibility with definitions, that feminism is basically being redefined to just be any infraction of the moral law against a woman. And likewise, sexism is an infraction of the moral law against a man, that's not what it is. These are historical movements, not definitions of, quote, rights or some protection of the moral law. This is the elasticity that these people use with words is just word sorcery.
Sure, but equal in dignity, which is a topic we're going to treat of lots today. Dignity involves the intellect and the will of a human person, right? Being made in the image and likeness of God. We're made differently. So egalitarianism between the
exactly. Tim's going in the right direction.
Sexes, which seems to be a feminist premise. You're kind of making an argument by accident, but I can't tell what your definition is precisely. But
yeah, good point.
If that's the case,
men
and
women should have the same basic rights.
Right. So that's different.
It depends what you mean by
a
different line of argumentation about a historical political movement tied to socialism and social upheaval. So notice this is exactly what Erudite did in the debate with me. She wanted a definition of feminism, which I said could not be divorced from the historical revolutionary movement known as feminism. And her whole argument was premised on divorcing it from that to just be this very minuscule idea of equal rights for women, whatever that is.
Right. Do you mean fundamental rights jurisprudence of the 14th Amendment? Do you mean natural rights? The same natural rights that accord with
Yeah, and again, it's in their system, because they're two Roman Catholics, like they can start listing all these so-called rights or natural rights or whatever, which I don't even know what they think that is. But I don't even buy that system, and this is still a good line of critique from Tim.
Rights. It's what human beings need. What do they need?
They need equal rights. Yeah, it's Brando, exactly.
Even those instantiate, they play out in different ways. Just take the first wave feminists at their argument.
Well, let's go through.
Can we?
Yeah,
I'm writing the book. I have all this stuff fresh in my head.
Fine, we can go through the ways of feminism, but I think if we start there, I still think this is a pretty solid argument. Like, you and I would agree that sexism is wrong.
It depends what you mean. What do you mean by sexism?
What do you think sexism is?
I think
exactly. It's like he's appealing to these ideas, and this is the whole non-theory laden brute fact ideology of Roman Catholicism. Well, we all know what that is. Oh, we all know that this sexism is wrong, and we all clearly know what that is.
Women are equal in dignity in the eyes of God, but the church has taught perennially, this is not even debatable, that men and women are not, their rights do not show in the same way.
And this, I think we would agree with Tim that historically, even prior to the schism, the Orthodox teaching on women would have the same position, right? I had a discussion, not a debate, but a friendly civil discussion with Father Moses the other day. And we were talking about, how the church fathers talk about women. Nobody will defend, even I think some of the church fathers go too far with women, what they say. Nobody will defend the church fathers in the first millennium unanimously on what they say about women. I guarantee there's nobody who will do it. Remember when David Erhan made a video back in 2018, 2020, the entire internet lost their marbles over David just showing like 20 quotes from the church fathers about women. So I don't think we want to go there, but it is relevant for these people because it's another way to show and demonstrate that how far Trent Horn is from the church fathers. Like, it's night and day the way that. Go ahead.
What you mean, these people, Jay?
I'm talking about you people. I'm talking about you people. I'm talking about white people because I'm talking about you people, not my people.
and this ends up being easier to discuss once we get into the specific claims and requests by feminists.
But you agree here that men and women ought to be treated equal in at least certain ways.
Well,
and it would be wrong
in the ways
that
that are in accord with human dignity.
So according to Trent, sexism is basically just anytime bad thing happens.
Okay, but then I would say that feminism flows from that. And that
become priests. Wouldn't that be sexist too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the line of argument they use. If women have equal dignity, equal rights, and that should be exercised equally, then there's no basis for them to not be in the priesthood.
if women are not treated in accord with the dignity that they have, then that would be an injustice that ought to be remedied.
Sure,
and we could call that feminism.
Let's define terms, though. I don't like keeping it this nebulous. This is
well,
really nebulous.
Then let's go through. Let's go to.
Can I make a sort of preliminary statement?
Okay.
The point of view of everyone who I've ever spoken to, this is incidentally a minor argument of accident, but except since I'm not exactly sure what your position is, and you're not writing a book on feminism, it's probably worth me saying this.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone that's ever opened up with those 2 or 3 premises, which you did to me so far,
okay,
functions under the disillusion that first wave feminism was good. Feminism was radicalized in its second waves and a little bit more so.
Yes, and this is the same line of argumentation of not so erudite. So this is exactly where they go.
Tim could pull out a zinger and be like, look, I don't see why being a misogyny isn't condemned ex cathedra. So I
yeah, right. Do we actually know if this is dogma? Like, do we in that system know?
Well, why do we need any of this stuff? Obviously, it's not defined ex cathedra and dogma.
Well,
so
it's ex Hillary Rodimus.
And misogynists and chauvinists and sexists and misogynists and chauvinists and sexists and misogynists and chauvinists and sexists, misogynists.
It's too much fun playing that song. I can't resist it.
It's third wave. And now some people say we're in a fourth wave of feminism. Otherwise, and we have to stick to the waves of feminism, or else we fall into a kind of hoary, foggy argument over socialism, which has never been.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I said the same thing to Erudite. You can't divorce feminism from its actual historical, political, social movement. It is not an abstract principle of equality. That is not what it is.
Perfectly instantiated. Both you and I have these arguments with guys all the time,
right?
Attacking. So we have to talk about what the claims of the first wave feminists were specifically. They were anti-Christian.
Well, let me.
Can I just finish?
Well, no, because let me add something. Then I'll chime in. I think we should go through the history of feminism because my position is that feminism, it's an ideology, but also a political movement, and feminists don't even agree among themselves. It's not monolithic. It's highly fractured. And I would say that there are some things feminists have argued for that are bad or evil, and some things they've argued for that are good. And so my position would be we should give feminism credit for the.
If it's highly fractured, then how does Trent know that there's one easy, simple definition of it?
Good things it has done to improve women's dignity throughout the course of history, so, including what first wave and even some second and third wave feminists things that they've done.
Sorry, but except we
wow. So this is so now Trent is saying no. Actually, there's good things in all the waves. So this is why he got the appellation that he's a male feminist, and this is important because Tim has been saying this ever since this debate. This debate actually is older than a year ago. It just went up online a year ago, but I think this is actually 4 or 5 or 6 years ago.
We have to treat an ideology which is monolithic, at least in terms of its aims, that way. So we have to talk about what's happened in the course of 150, 160 years. We have to treat it as if it is intelligible, because it is. When you have an 1848 a Seneca Falls Convention, and they memorialize. Hold on, let me finish. Okay. They memorialize the document in something called the Declarations of Rights and Sentiments. And they lay it out specifically, they model it specifically like the Declaration of Independence. Okay, so they say here are our goals, and here are our means of affection.
So this is a good point that there's this declaration of what feminism is, this Falls of Seneca statement that Tim's outlining here. I think that's a pretty strong approach, especially given that Trent is an evidentialist. So here's the evidences.
These. All of the goals were effectuated within about 120 years, and the means of effectuating them were precisely what they said they would do. So there's design there, right? We both make arguments for design all the time.
But notice Trent denies all conspiracies. This is a person who's a pathological turbo normie. And again, calling to mind what I pointed out earlier today. Keep in mind that Trent Horn is, in his mind, a neutral observer, a rational man, but he's explicitly a male feminist. He pushed the stabbies. He pushed the masks. He denies any connection between Epstein and the Vatican. He denies any globalization, world order movement. He denies all conspiracies out of hand. And if you believe in any of them, he says you're a jack chick, tracked, level, tinfoil hat person here he is pushing the CUF and the stabby mandates, but he's also totally neutral and totally rational.
Right.
And first wave feminism, quite simply, the beginning of feminism in its inception was.
But notice that Tim's already on a conspiracy line here, right? He's saying, no, feminism is actually a revolutionary, diabolical movement to undermine Western civilization. And Trent was like, but feminism's good.
Here were their 5 goals. They wanted to get women into the priesthood and into the, I guess, ministerial class of Protestant preachers. They wanted to get the main goal, always of feminism, get women out of homes, right? This and the Marxists that added to this about 40 years later were saying the same thing: get women out of the homes. This is how you destroy the family. And they said the family is.
I have the Declaration of Grievances right here. Why don't we just go through it?
Sure, it's a long document. Well, except let me typify for.
Then give me the other 3 how you summarize it then.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So it's get women out of the homes, get women into the priesthood. There's a vague, oblique reference to the sexual sins of men and a wink and a nod that women need to do this as well. And then, of course, there's the voting issue, right, which takes the form of about 2 bullet points. When I do dialogue with people, they always say first wave feminism. That is good. That's women voting. It's like, well, fine, but voting was the suffragettes. This was nothing more than a Trojan horse for the other talking point. Fine, women voting. We don't even have to discuss that.
Well,
no,
I
one's opposing it.
Well, I think
but
we do
getting
have to
women
discuss it.
out of. Well, I mean, there's no point because we probably agree, or at least don't disagree about that.
But people did but Timothy, people did disagree about that vigorously.
By the way, it's also worth pointing out that this tweet from Trent is actually a year and a half into the CUF. So this is not like day one, 2020, when nobody knew exactly what was going on. This is a year and a half into the giant psyop, which we have all been vindicated about, right? We were right. They were wrong. Have any of them admitted they were wrong? Not to my knowledge.
50 years ago. And so that was a major gain for women's rights and dignity to be able to have their voices heard in the legislature so that laws could be passed to protect their particular interests.
So first wave feminism was a major victory, according to Trent Horn.
So you can call me Tim, by the way.
Fine, sure. So
no one calls me Timothy. Man.
I said your mom, like, I'm not your parents here.
Yeah, when I'm getting called upstairs.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't want to spend time debating it because I haven't taken a position on suffrage. We can admit that that's at least for the purposes of today, that's a non-problematic position.
I would say this.
But they have okay. So in order to make the argument you're going to make, let me just save us some time here. If you want to spend time on an issue, that's not at issue specifically. It's an issue not at issue between you and I, women voting. When I say, look, I don't accept that this has anything to do with the other constituent parts of first wave feminism. The constituent parts of first wave feminism are the constituent parts of all feminism, right? And they're not necessary properties sine qua nons of voting, right? Women could, and I mean, it's just, furthermore, it's not really an interesting issue. It's kind of like talking about slavery or something like that. But I mean, the main problems that I have with feminism, that Christianity writ large has with feminism, is getting women out of homes, the intended disruption to the family. I mean, I have tons of magisterial statements about this right here.
Well, it's not just getting women or allowing
and getting
women
them into the priesthood, and their naming of the patriarchy. We declare war on the patriarchy.
This is another devastating point that Tim has hammered home ever since this debate, that the Roman Catholic dogmatic teaching, not just in the classical catechisms, but in many encyclicals, is 100% contrary to what Trent Horn is arguing. In fact, the papacy was arguing that the disaster of feminism the entire time, all the way back to its initial suffrage era. And Tim has demonstrated that many, many, many times over in countless encyclicals and quotations on his timeline. Not that I care about the Pope per se or papacy, but it does illustrate that Trent's feminist position is 100% contradictory to what the popes prior to Vatican II have taught. There has been, however, a revolution in papal ideology which refutes both of these guys, because post-Vatican II, Vatican II does include gender-inclusive language. And you've heard me mention many times, Gaudium et Spes, the document that none of these goobers will ever touch, which I bring up all the time, which teaches essentially Fabian socialism, disarmament, anti-masculinity, chain migration, all of these horrible ideas, including gay globalization principles all throughout the document. That's why none of them will touch it, and none of them will talk about it, because it expresses the geopolitical stance of the Vatican post-Vatican II, and it's 100% out of accord with everything that Tim is arguing. So actually, the more Tim reinforces the traditional patriarchal perspective of the Vatican, the more that expresses the contrast of the post-Vatican II, post-Gaudium et Spes gayness.
Okay, because I would say that there are social movements. There's hardly any social movement where I will agree with every single facet of that social movement. So, for example, the civil rights movement and the movement to oppose racial segregation also include many elements that are sympathetic to communism. Martin Luther King Jr., for example, was extremely sympathetic to communism. He proposed something like a universal basic income for homes. And I think those are terrible ideas. But that doesn't mean that suddenly I think that the civil rights movement was a horrible idea or is evil, even though there are elements within that movement I disagree with. I think their overall aim was a good thing. The same with first wave feminism. I would say the main thing that first wave feminists, and let's define our terms so people know what we're talking about here. There were feminists.
This is funny too, because the civil rights movement also was subversive in the exact same socialist communist way, which he kind of seems to be aware of. But he's like, yeah, but it's also kind of good too.
Writers and thinkers before 1848. I mean, you would agree.
Sure, but they weren't collected until 1848 is even early. Most people consider 1860s the beginning of it. 1848 usually shocks most of the people I'm talking to that there's a memorialized doc from an upstate convention.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure there was someone somewhere that said something with this ism at the end of the word feminism.
They may not use the word feminism, but you had The City of the Ladies published in 1404, Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Woman in 1792. I would agree with you. 1848, 1840s mark the beginning of feminism as a political movement, one that is trying to make gains for women in law and legislature and things like that.
You're making a distinction without a difference, though, and it's obvious why.
What do you mean?
It wasn't a political movement. It wasn't. There weren't the politicians, if there were any, that attended the Seneca Falls Convention. This was not parliamentary or legislative by its nature. It was just a bunch of private citizens like Elizabeth Cady Stanton getting together and saying, "Look, we have a problem. The patriarchy, transmitted through Christianity and before that through Judaism, poses a problem for our cultural goals."
What do you or they mean by patriarchy?
Patriarchy, they mean Christianity. They mean Christianity, and all of the first wave feminists.
But many of these feminists were Christians.
Sure. Well, many of them were Protestants, right?
So Trent thinks that socialist libtard Protestants are also Christians. Wow, this is even worse than I expected it to be. Even his own position, which excommunicated socialists and communists how many times over to the Vatican. But no, they're still Christians in this idiot ecumenist gay mind.
As you get lots of intermessing between Protestantism and
many of them
forms of political action.
They were Protestant. A lot of them were Protestant abolitionists. These were women who were Protestants who were opposed to the slave trade and were working to abolish the slave trade. But they noticed a strange irony in that they were fighting for the rights of African slaves to be free, but then noticed that they, as women, were not really free at all. They were severely restricted in their own rights.
Wait, what? So now he's like a full suffragette and like women are oppressed. They need to be freed from the restrictions of the home. And like, what the hell, dude? Dude, Trent Horn is just, I'm actually thinking maybe he's like a Conversos Morano subversive. Like, is he even just like a plant that's there to like literally just destroy?
And for many of them, weren't even really legal persons at all. They didn't even, they had almost the same legal standing as a slave. And they realized this is
women were oppressed for millennia, even under Christianity. So notice he's noting that for the 2,000 years of Christian history, Christianity also oppressed women. So he's essentially just spouting socialist talking points and socialist propaganda. Maybe Trent Horn's actually way worse than I thought.
Like irony and wanted to fight for their own rights as well.
Well, therein lies the problem, Trent.
Fighting for your own rights. This is exactly the speak of abortionists. This is what abortionists say. This is the left. This is destiny level apologetics from the top Roman Catholic apologist. And, this is what I've seen for many, many years, as we talked about on the live stream 2 nights ago. Nobody remembers the pop apologists of 10 years ago. I do, because I was in this sphere. I was arguing and debating with all the people in this circles, these spheres. Nobody remembers Brian Cross. 10 years ago, Brian Cross was the Trent Horn of that time. Nobody remembers Brian Cross. Papal apologetics thrives on cycles of goobers coming and going. And in 10 years, it's very possible nobody will remember Trent Horn. There'll just be a new crop of fat goobers and queers talking about how actually trans rights were not all bad because there was some positive trans rights that we needed to have, right? So this is like the way the GOP works, right? The GOP is basically defending the leftism of 20 or 30 years beforehand. Guess what? Welcome to the papacy.
Is that we haven't defined, what you're saying when you use the term sexism or same rights as a slave, some of these analogies might be relevant and I think even it might be fair. But in other views, with Christianity, which holds that men and women are utterly different, I'd like to read from the Roman Catechism here what the duties of a wife are to show you. Yeah, basically anyone calling.
Now notice he's reading from the Tridentine Catechism. The Roman Catechism is the normal catechism from the Council of Trent up until you had the John Paul II Catechism, right? So basically, prior to the John Paul II Catechism, Roman Catholics used the Boston Catechism or they used the Catechism of Trent.
Herself a feminist is going to have an objection with the Roman Catechism, right? Many of the properties.
This is devastating to Trent because Trent is going to see that his own nonsense position is totally removed from the first 1800 years, 1900 years of even his version of Christian history.
On the other hand, that you or feminists might be calling, and I don't really know exactly because as yet it's still just an argument by accident, might be calling slave-like are just simple demands made by Christianity.
Before
let me read
exactly. That's it. Tim went exactly with where I was going to go and what I said.
I mean, let me give you something to shoot at here, because this is what they did not like.
Okay.
This comes from the Roman Catechism. The duties of a wife are thus summed up by the Prince of the Apostles. Let wives be subject to their husbands, that if any believe not the word, they may be won without the word by the conversation of the wives, considering your chaste conversation with fear. We'll skip a little here. To train the children in the practice of virtue and to pay particular attention to their domestic concerns should also be special objects of their attention. The wife should love to remain at home unless compelled by necessity to go out, and she should never presume to leave home without her husband's consent. Again, in this, the conjugal union chiefly consists.
This is great because this is like the very thing that Trent said was slavery. If women are basically slaves because they need the permission of their husbands to engage in this stuff.
Let wives never forget that next to God, they are to love their husbands, to esteem them above all others, yielding to them in all things, not inconsistent with Christian piety, a willing and ready obedience. So the first wave feminists have major problems with obedience in all things.
Boom. That was a kill shot. So first wave feminism explicitly is founded on disagreeing with the very thing the Roman Catholic the Catechism of Trent says.
From mortal in order to do mortal sin.
Okay, so this what you just read is from the Roman Catechism, or also called the Catechism of the Council of Trent, published after that council, Council of Trent, of course, keep fun, in the late 16th century. Okay, so that section there, how does that relate to that the Catechism is giving an exhortation or prudential judgment that women should love being at home, which almost all women did.
It's not a prudential judgment. It's not a prudential judgment.
What is that teaching? Is that
exactly? Notice that he's a little on the ropes here, so he sensed that he needed to kind of redefine this as quote prudential judgment. No, this is teaching, moral teaching in their system that wives are supposed to be bound by. This is not some prudential decision. Well, we'll decide if the wife needs to submit to the husband and if she needs to ask for permission. We'll leave that to, no, that's not what that says.
Is that an infallible teaching of the church?
No, but as you know,
there he goes. When in doubt, retreat to infallibility, not here, right? So infallible when needed. This is their classic car salesman trick. It's a con, it's a scam. Infallibility only applies when they need it to prove their specific arguments. And by the way, it doesn't even matter if the Roman Catholic Catechism is fallible or infallible because it's the normative catechism teaching that Rome approved for centuries. That means it's ordinary. That means you accept it with docility according to the canon law that Trent Horn cites.
Lots between a prudential judgment and an infallible. A prudential judgment, for people out there listening, would be something like, even though such and thus is licit, I don't know, say the death penalty and timelessly, perennially embraced by the church, it shouldn't be applied in thus and such conditions. Here, on the other hand, what we have is an invocation to the Prince of the Apostles, saying let wives be subject to their husbands. Then it lays out some specific duties of what wives are. And then he says, non-prudentially, let wives never forget that next to God, they're to love their husbands, to esteem them above all others, yield to them in everything except in order to do mortal sin, in all things not inconsistent with Christian piety, a willing and ready.
So amazing. Classic Roman Catholic pragmatic principles of the home and patriarchy. And Trent Horn has to say, well, it's not infallible. Even if it's not, what good is Roman Catholicism if at every point you can just simply say, well, I don't agree with it, it's not infallible? How is it any different than Protestantism?
Did I not tell you they're going to do that?
They always do
that. In which case, you could come back with, well, it's not infallible that I not be a misogynist.
Exactly. Well, can I just say, okay, well then is there an infallible teaching against misogyny or chauvinists and sexists and misogynists?
Obedience. The feminists hate this. I mean, they hate this. That's why you're trying to typify it as a prudential
how are you saying that
Christianity?
This is? Does that paragraph say the church teaches that? It doesn't put this forward as
okay, wow, here we are. This is what Trent Horn expects. So before, this is the Talmudic sorcery of Trent Horn, the casuistry that Roman Catholics always engage in. Oh, does it say, quote, the Catholic Church teaches? And if it doesn't, I can willy-nilly prudentially decide to hand wave it. This is how fake and gay the system is. I'm telling you guys.
I'm not characterizing it as well, it is doctrine. It's not dogma. It's not dogmatized.
How would that be doctrine?
This is doctrine because it's a consistent teaching of the church.
Exactly. Tim's actually correct here. Even in their own system, even if it's not ex cathedra, it's still normative teaching that canon law says you have to submit to with docility.
of continuity. It comes down from let's go to some 20th century encyclicals.
No, because we can do that. Let's talk about the Roman Catechism, then let's go back through the history of feminism.
Here's why it's doctrine, because it's all there in Scripture. Let's talk about a little Scripture. Let's talk about, and if this goes back further than you're comfortable with, I guess, the 1500s isn't that far back, man.
No,
but if you want to do,
you're wrong about it
being
being a doctrine. It doesn't include.
It's not a dogma. I didn't say it's a dogma.
I said doctrine.
Yeah,
it's you're wrong about it being a doctrine, even though it's literally from the text of Scripture there when Peter's talking. Like that's a doctrine.
Well, that's what's so crazy. So he's going to retreat into the only things that are doctrine or dogma are those that are defined ex cathedra in terms of extraordinary magisterium. So it's like your faith, your dogmas, your teaching are literally what, 3, 4? That's like,
well, they'll never tell you because there is no specific list, but it will go down to each Roman Catholic saying yes, 2, 5, 10, exactly.
Okay, so like, I mean, think about how dumb your religion is. It's like you don't have any teachings other than 3.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they get all upset with us that we're not autistic spurgs about every single moral issue that could possibly come up.
And then all they do is play these games to get around any problem. This is why it's casuistry. This is when they talked about medieval wordplay and playing games with canon law and the way Roman Catholics operated in the Middle Ages, it was so notorious. They had a name for it called casuistry, where it's just like spurging about everything. It's the way that it's the Pharisees. When the Pharisees would have all these loopholes to get around what's actually going on, these people are the mirror of the Pharisees. And so Trent is a perfect Talmudist here, being of his mindset of the Talmud. So notice here, this is the way this religion works. When there's a problem, you say it's not infallible. When you ask what's infallible, what do they say? What did Trent say? Here's the canon law. It's infallible when it's manifestly evident that it's infallible. You can't make this up. That's this bad car salesman scam of a religion right here.
Teaching of the church rather than a prudential judgment.
It's not just a prudential judgment.
What is your evidence that it's binding today?
My evidence that is binding today is that it's never been abrogated. It's the Roman Catholic.
Yeah, like what? Wait a minute. So unless something is restated today, it's not binding? I mean, does Trent think that the Nicene Creed isn't binding until what, 100 years ago, 50 years ago? It's restated? This is so stupid. Like that criteria arbitrarily posited by Trent is so absurd that you couldn't even apply that. So is it still the case today? That's why it's correct of Trent to say in their system. I don't care about their system, but in their system, this is correct for Tim to say, well, if it was taught by the papacy and the church for centuries, it doesn't have to be restated to still be true. That's ridiculous. So when was it abrogated? And by the way, how could the papacy even abrogate this? This is crazy.
Catechism promulgated in accord with the Catechism with the Council of Trent. Also, here's why I believe it's binding today. Because in Casti Connubii, Arcanum, even
yes, this is correct to point to modern papal encyclicals, right? So if he's going to go to Mystici Corporis or Casti Connubii, which is Pius XII's encyclical on marriage, this will probably help hammer that home.
Gentium, which is a Vatican II document, it's backed up. Quadragesimo Anno, Rerum Novarum. These are documents from the last 120 years. They might be inconvenient passages, but they're passages nonetheless. We should get into them.
No, let's talk about. We'll go through those as we go through the historical survey. But you're seeing here
Scripture and tradition. That makes for doctrine. Just the hermeneutic of continuity at its finest. Maybe
you mean what the church teaches, what the magisterium teaches. So we'd have to look at what the popes have taught, what councils have taught.
That's what I'm saying.
Not just our own interpretations of Scripture and tradition.
No, I'm not talking about private
I have it. Notice this is very fascinating as a exercise for us as well, because now we have 2 Roman Catholics supposedly wedded to the magisterium, who come to radically different positions on something very fundamental. So I thought the papacy was supposed to provide unity, clarity, certitude, moral guidance through the storms of the chaos of this world. And here we have 2 educated Roman Catholic apologists who don't even know whether this basic moral question is still morally binding today. Amazing, isn't it? I thought that the papacy provided perspicuity. Protestants think the Bible is fully perspicuous. And here you have 2 Roman Catholics buried in tens of thousands of pages of documents, of boring, dusty papal documents, which I make this point all the time. And based on these generic, very simple, quote, principles, they don't even know. They don't know what's binding and what isn't. They don't know what magisterium is. When we ask Trent Horn, he says, well, our canon law tells you it's magisterium when it's manifestly magisterium. That's his quote right there. Canon 749:3. And Trent, and on this point, Tim Horn, I'm just going to call him Tim Horn because they're both messed up on this point because neither of them can tell you what is and isn't dogma because this system is a fraud.
Interpretation. Well, I mean, you can just play the interpretation game like this is what.
Well, yeah, exactly. So if it's all down to the interpretation, well, then how do we know we're interpreting the papal encyclicals right? How do we know that the interpretation of the interpretation of the interpretation of Vatican II is right?
Legal realists do when you go to law school. I mean, I'm going to read to you what the popes have taught in Casti Connubii, which is one of the most recent.
So notice what Tim just did right there to try to get away from Trent pulling a skeptical objection, which is kind of what we would do. Ironically, I make this kind of argumentation. And I would actually make this argument against Tim Horn, not about feminism, but just in general about Roman Catholic magisterium. Well, wait a minute. How do we know we're actually reading the clarification of infallibility? Well, I'm just going to read you what the popes say. I'm just going to read you the clear, perspicuous statements. Dude, don't you get it? That's begging the question. Oh, I'm going to read you the non-theory laden, brute fact, clear papal. He's a Protestant. How is Tim's approach to papal magisterium, and Trent as well, how is it any different from a Protestant saying, the Bible's clear, son? The Bible's clear. I follow the clear teachings of the Bible. You follow the traditions of men. They're doing the exact same thing as the fundamentalist goober. Friends, the teachings of the papacy is clear. I follow the clear teachings of the popes. Only the clear papal teachings are what I follow, friends. This holy council right here of Trent is what I follow. That's the clear teachings of the papacy. Just take the fundamentalist goober strip mall preacher, apply it to the papacy. Friends, there's 10,000 pages of papal documents, and I follow the clear teachings of the papacy. Somebody should do a independent fundamentalist Baptist preacher thumping the papal encyclicals. By the way, if you buy the papal encyclicals, it's like 6 volumes, right? And that doesn't even go up to the Vatican II ones. They're like the pre-Vatican II papal encyclicals is like massive volumes. I remember I was going to buy that at one time when I was a trad cat. And I was like, man, it was like $800. Like, I ain't got that. I'll stick with the church fathers. Do you see how silly this is?
You got to do a skit on that. That's hilarious.
Friends, I follow actually, I'll show you. I'll do it right now. Let me get the, not just Vatican II, but the ecumenical councils.
This man's afraid to turn to the papal documents.
Exactly. So let me get, and by the way, this isn't even everything because I don't have the papal encyclicals. I have a lot of them. I don't have the full set. Here we go. So this is just the ecumenical councils and the updated Denzinger with Vatican II. Friends, I follow right here. All I follow is the clear teachings of the papacy. Friends, there's nothing clearer than these 3,000 pages of documents right here. These 3,000 pages is all I need from God to know the clear teachings of Jesus. Can I get a amen? Friends, God did not leave us alone. He knew that we would need to read 20,000 pages to know his clear teaching in the word. And so he gave us the office of Peter.
Will also face off against Dr. Javad Hashmi for a third debate in the conference. Grab tickets now as this action-packed theology conference is coming fast. You don't want to miss it.
All right, now we're going to pause the feminism debate. I can already tell that Trent Horn is already losing. It's already open and shut. So we're going to transition over here to the debate that Tim is doing tonight between Tim and Rob Noer, two dudes that I think are cool guys. I like both these guys, so I think it's going to be a fun, educated, civil debate. I will say in this debate with Trent, Tim was doing just on a debate level, doing really good. I was impressed with Tim's debate skill set. I think he performed better with Trent than he did with me. I don't think he did. I don't think Tim did too good when we debated, but that's okay. I still like Tim. Still a good friend. I don't know Rob Noer well, but we have hung out and talked a few times, notably at DebateCon, and he is a nice, charitable, civil dude. I've not seen a lot of his debates. He does have a reputation of being a pretty good debater. And we will see who has a better case for this highly contentious issue of the Middle East and Charlie Kirk. Your boy Charlie Kirk. By the way, I'm not making fun of Charlie Kirk. I'm making fun of the way that various influencers say his name before you get all pious on me. They're running an ad, by the way.
You don't want to miss it.
Where you see me here. I will be debating David Wood at the next debate.
Beautiful Orlando, Florida, this October 24th and 25th. And Jay Dyer will also face off against Dr. Javad Hashmi for a third debate in the conference. Grab tickets now as this action-packed theology conference is coming fast. You don't want to miss it. Hey folks, Jay Dyer and Dr. David Wood will collide in two different theology debates at DebateCon 9 in beautiful Orlando, Florida, this October 24th and 25th. And Jay Dyer will also face up Dr. Javad Hashmi for a...
Now, apparently Javad Hashmi is a liberal Muslim, which is weird because I just learned this the other day. Shout out to Arrow for pointing that out. I don't think I've ever debated a liberal Muslim. It's almost always the Dawa, Salafi, Sunni crowd. So I don't know. I don't even know what it's just going to be bizarre. But I've also heard he's not very good at debate. But I've also seen that he does a lot of debates. So if I was a liberal Muslim, I don't just like why would you even be that? Maybe it's tied to a job or teaching at a university or something. I don't know. Jay, you're going to wear your shades to the debate? Maybe. I'm kind of, I enjoy the shades because, it's kind of like a shtick. It's kind of a costume. I don't like sitting in here in these blue lights all night on these long live streams. I don't think it's good for your eyes. So I want to protect my eyes too. But the debate is about to start. I am very interested in this debate. As you guys know, I do side more so with Tim on this topic. However, that does not mean that Tim necessarily will prove his case. It also doesn't mean that I think Candace is any good at debate or that she proved her case. So let's get into it. And I will be pausing, giving my comments and also my thoughts. And we'll take some calls and we'll take some super chats throughout the debate.
Debate's narrow purpose. We're both assuming, arguendo for the sake of argument, Tyler Robinson's guilty involvement just for tonight. So I'm not asking you, dear gentle listener, to conclude that Israel killed Charlie Kirk or a reasonable doubt or even to find probable cause of it. That would be too much. The name of the game tonight is simply this. Is there a reasonable suspicion, which is a legal term at law, shockingly.
Now, keep in mind too, Tim does have a law degree. He does have a JD, and I've talked at length many times to Tim about law questions, just like Alex Soren. And so, don't mistake Tim's perhaps theology weakness in a debate with me for necessarily a legal weakness.
Low standard, by the way. Prompting further investigation of a possible Israeli nexus to Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's it. That's what this whole thing's about. And as you listen to my Israeli Charlie nexus timeline, which constitutes my whole opening claim, I'm keeping it simple tonight. Keep just two humongous looming background considerations at the front of your brain if you can. Keep them in the front, even though they're background considerations. First, numero uno, the young nation of Israel has a historically unprecedented, extraordinarily extensive, openly documented history of using targeted assassination operations. I'll be calling them TAOs.
This is correct. I've read multiple books on this. We have multiple public books, not just written by critics of Israel, but also written by members of the Mossad, like Victor Ostrovsky and his books. So this is the route that I would have gone in this debate, is to point to historical precedents.
As a first option instrument of statecraft. It's unlike anything we've ever seen in the history of the world. It's shocking, and it's unlike, like I said, any other country we've ever seen in mankind's history. According to expert Ronan Bergman, in the 2018 study, which is completely comprehensive, Rise and Kill First, Israeli intelligence and security services have conducted...
I have this book too, by the way.
...conducted a mind-bending 2,700 targeted killings, frequently across borders. You can't even say these numbers. In, at the time, just 7 decades. It was exactly 70th birthday of Israel at the time when they conducted this. So these guys, these Israeli guys, do just under 400 political assassinations per decade. No other country comes close, and no other country comes close to using TAOs for such petty reasons. Maybe later in the debate, I'll get into the common rationale, the most common rationales that Israel has used TAOs. It's basically someone steps on their toe. Second big political consideration is that
I can't turn the volume up because the volume is low on. I've got everything maxed out, so it's not actually me that has the low volume. It's probably Tim's situation.
Political assassinations only very rarely reduced to a solitary individual acting in complete isolation. Another recent comprehensive study, like the one in the first major thing you should keep at the front of your mind, was conducted at the Counterterrorism Center at West Point by Ari Perliger. And it shows that conspiracies, which militant normies train everyone to snigger at, even the use of the term conspiracies.
By the way, there's other even Israeli texts that actually back this up where they brag. We've covered the book by what's his name, Ben Zohar, where he brags about Stuxnet, but also all the operations that Mossad engaged in with Iran, for example, and not just Iran, but also previous historic Black Ops style operations. So it's not like this is only from critics. There are also texts that brag about these kinds of operations.
Constituted over 90% of all political assassinations from 1946 to 2013, which is a useful time period because 1946 is almost 1948. And it's well under 9% of this West Point study's completely comprehensive statistics show that of all the 758 successful TAOs that they looked at, the only very few, under 9%, were carried out by lone actors. Not lone gunmen, but lone actors. In the realm of TAOs, the possibility of a conspiracy is not at all an extraordinary hypothesis that investigators are entitled simply to assume away. That's just not the case if you're living in the real world. If the numbers show anything, and I'm not suggesting this, but if they show anything or squint at anything, it's that lone actors.
By the way, this is the book that I'm referring to. I said Ben Zohar. It's Michael Bar Zohar. This is another text where they are pretty flippant about bragging about these types of operations.
When we're talking about the realm specifically of political assassinations, are the extraordinary hypotheses. So bear those two things at the front of your mind. They're important as we consider the chronology of Charlie Kirk's turn away from Israel. Once you see these events compressed into a single factual timeline, you can't unsee them. And the obvious question becomes, can you just walk away from the mafia after you're in bed with the mafia? That's the question. And again, the question is...
This was rhetorically a pretty good line of argument here because everybody knows about mafia, organized crime, Sicilian mafia, which, by the way, was actually organized by the Jewish mafia via Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky. But probably not everybody knows kind of these Israeli ops tendencies. So I think it was a good rhetorical strategy for Tim to sort of turn this to something that everybody would know. Look, we all know you can't just leave the mafia, right? You can't just leave that. And so potentially Charlie was in this sort of on the hook for money situation.
Based on a reasonable...
By the way, what I mean by on the hook for money is not that Charlie was grifting. I'm saying that if he had monetary reliance on some of these donors, that's thus the mafia analogy.
Suspicion standard, not a higher standard at law. There are 4 higher standards at law. This is the lowest one. To start with May the 2nd, 2025, Charlie Kirk sends Bibi Netanyahu a very tough letter, John Deere letter, or Dear John letter, a letter expressing rupture. And rupture is going to be the recurrent theme here.
This is interesting because I didn't actually know this. I've not heard of this letter, so this is interesting.
Right. Charlie's effectively saying, you need to carry your own water. I'm not going to do it for you anymore, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of defending Israel politically. I won't do it. By the way, throughout all of May and even April, this is only a sort of a further conceptual nexus, but a real one. Charlie Kirk had been turning increasingly toward coextensively anti-Israel Roman Catholicism, which is more rupture with.
This is part of the story. In fact, there are multiple clips where he's also discussing his interest in Orthodoxy. Now, that's not really pertinent to this debate, other than that Tim might just be trying to flex Catholic stuff. But I believe he even did a discussion, Charlie did before he passed, with an Orthodox priest about interest in Orthodoxy.
His former worldview, a change in the status quo. That matters because, by the way, it establishes the beginning of an increasingly visible rupture.
I do think this is true, and this is the exact way I would have argued this line of argumentation. But to those that are asking in the chat, and I'm not saying this to diss Tim because I like Tim a lot, but everybody's saying in the chat, well, Tim is too smart to be Catholic. He's smart enough. He's gonna be. Guys, you got to keep in mind though, and this is something I was saying about today. Being Orthodox actually isn't just about intellect. There's a level of humility that you have to accept and go through to become Orthodox. And I'm not saying every Orthodox person has humility. I'm saying that to become Orthodox out of something that you've been into, there's kind of a level of humility that is very challenging, obviously, to a lot of people, especially if you're a public anti-personality. And not everyone is ready for that. Not everybody is at that stage, right? And we don't actually want everybody becoming Orthodox if they're not ready for that. Think about that. That's why it's not always good to like rush people into the church. People should take their time. It shouldn't be an overnight thing. Yeah, exactly. It's ultimately really an issue of the heart. And it's a lot of the Western Protestant kind of mindset where you think of it like, oh, I'll just adopt this new set of propositions that I like. Yeah, but it's more than that. Anyway, let's get back to Tim or else we'll be here for forever.
American, typical evangelical styled, quasi-religious Israel support. Then on June the 13th, the 12-day war begins. This is very important because there's an interest in this country and in other countries.
Yeah, I think you guys are right in the chat that the intellectual side of Aristotelism is probably actually the biggest stumbling block to Tim becoming Orthodox, because he's really wedded to that intellectual side of it. And I don't think that pure intellect will convert people. Exactly.
Around the world in having the 12-day war, if we're thinking from the perspective of someone in mid-June 2025, turn into a very extensive war. 5 days later, on June the 18th, Charlie Kirk goes to the Oval Office and proves his Israel support has ruptured by yelling at President Trump, or saying respectfully to President Trump, I don't support this, and Trump didn't like it. Again, I'm not saying this proves anything, because
Now, this does express the rupture ideologically with support. I think he's talking about the Iran war, right? This is where he's telling in his timeline that, Charlie eventually got to the point where he said, I don't want to support Trump's position on the Iran war, I think is what he's talking about.
The P word doesn't even enter into our debate tonight. All we're talking about is reasonable suspicion, which ought to have prompted further investigation. We're not in a criminal courtroom, and I'm asking, does any one of these facts, or these facts taken collectively, jointly or severally, tend toward contributing to the reasonable suspicion warranting further investigation? That's the name of the game here tonight. So then we get to mid-July 2025. Patrick Bet-David says that while he was in the Hamptons, wealthy and powerful people approached him with a weird proposition. Would he be willing to lead Iran if its existing regime were toppled? PBD wouldn't end up deciding this until...
Was this true? I thought that this was like a joke when Kirk brought this up, but was PBD actually approached to lead Iran? Like, is this real? I remember this coming up in the Kirk interview, and then he and PBD kind of had a little bit of a mildly contentious back and forth. But I thought they were joking. Is this real? That's crazy. Wow.
October, he was given, I guess, 3 or 4 months to decide, which is a weird thing. I've never been given a proposition like this by these wealthy billionaire, presumably Jewish donors. Then we come to July the 27th. Netanyahu gives what has been described as his 8th front speech, calling upon Americans and others to participate politically in Israel's information struggle. Now, whatever interpretation you or I put on this now famous speech, compare it with Charlie's May message, where he said, "You do your dirty work. I'm not doing this anymore. You know, I've been paid a lot. My organization has been made huge by our Israel support, but I'm not carrying water for you anymore." Bibi evidently didn't accept this message willingly. Netanyahu is recalcitrantly, publicly saying, in effect, we need others to continue fighting this front with us. Around late July, certain internet researchers like Baron Coleman and others identify Google Trend data that's interesting. For a reasonable suspicion basis, the lowest one at law, concomitant to like a Terry stop, a temporary...
I would have just cited the Google data. I would not have cited Baron Coleman. That guy is not very rash. That's a goober. I would have left that dude out. Maybe he felt like he owed him the citation because it came from him, but I would have just gone and got the data and like presented the argument rather than like referring to goobers.
Detention on the road. It supposedly shows haunting name and item searches originating in Israel for names like Tyler Robinson. You wouldn't search for that name anytime before September 10th, 2025. Lance Twiggs, same story goes. Hunter Kozak, that's the guy that was asking the coincidentally timed question when Charlie was shot. UVU area medical examiners, coroners, surgeons, other counterintuitively relate.
What am I doing with my leg? I'm chillaxing, dog. If I sit in the same position for 4 hours, my body starts to hurt. So I'm chillaxing, and I'm also flexing. I'm flexing my calves, which none of you can even compete with.
Terms before the assassination.
Fallacy, actually, Jay.
It's called calf mogging or calf maxing. You probably wouldn't know about that.
Calf maxing, mogging, fallacy.
Yeah. Well, it's not fallacy. It's self-evident. So
stop before you get going on anything in your minds as you listen to this. I do tend to agree with every skeptic out there that all these require independent validation, which is all I want to see. That's precisely the point. Investigate it. Investigate it, which is what was happening when it was throttled in the cradle. Then comes August 4th and 5th, the Hamptons. Charlie attends a gathering involving pro-Israel billionaire Bill Ackman and a number of younger pro-Israel influencers. I hadn't heard about all the influencers until recently. What exactly happened there is disputed, so fine. Some people say it was really ugly, others say it wasn't. But according to a source described as very close to Charlie, the Israel discussion became an intervention, and Charlie left feeling angry, frightened, and blackmailed, according to the Gray Zone reporting. Again, disputed, so investigate it. That's all we're asking. We don't know, beyond a shadow of doubt, anyone's guilty, but investigate it. The very next day, on August the 6th, Charlie goes on Megyn Kelly and rails against Israel and its aggressive American supporters publicly. This is the next day after he left the Hamptons. He said, oh, it's all of a sudden, oh, Charlie, he's no longer with us. Well, who is...
It could also be significant, too, if this was the period, I think it was, right, where Megyn Kelly already had her public critical of Israel, anti-Israel stance. So you had Tucker, Megyn Kelly, you know, obviously big-time anti-Ben Shapiro, moving very heavily anti-Israel, criticism of Israel and the war, etc. And so if he's doing this conversation, I don't typically follow or see Megyn Kelly, so I don't know what, but I'm assuming this was after her beginning to be publicly, vocally critical of Israel point.
Us, he said. I'm an American. I have American interests at heart. He's sounding more and more America first by the day at this time in August. First, it was just the month that he was increasing toward it in October of 2023, but now it's by the day. So I ask again, can you just walk away from the mafia? August the 13th may be one of the most striking entries. Harrison Smith publicly posts, quote, I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk this counts as double hearsay or hearsay within hearsay, that Charlie thinks Israel will
By the way, Tim argues to me that even double hearsay can still be admitted. So that's even still potentially admissible depending upon context, how many examples of it are there, etc. And we did just do the show with Harrison a couple nights ago where I asked him specific details about this text, and he did confirm that it was prior to the event and from direct circles of Charlie, although I don't know if Harrison has said exactly who it is, but that's Harrison's piece of data here.
Kill him if he turns against them. Now, if someone publicly reports 4 weeks before a man's assassination that the man fears a particular foreign nation, known for its proclivity to use assassinations very frequently, might kill him if he turns against it, and then that man turns against it,
So again, in all these people's cases, whether it's Candace, whether it's Andrew, whether it's Megyn Kelly, whether it's Tucker or Harrison Smith, or even Andrew, they all might have reasons why not everything has been stated or posted. So, I mean, yeah, you could conceive of Harrison lying about that. I suppose that's possible. But my point is just simply that if you're going to go that route, which is possible, which is then we're not really, like, at that point you could just say, well, then maybe all the messages are also fake, right? So this is something that when Andrew posted the text with Charlie saying he's worried about the left, everybody underneath that is, oh, well, obviously you just Photoshop, these are all fake. So you see what I'm saying? Like, there's no point at which anything eventually gets like solidified because everything is potentially fake now.
And then that man is assassinated. Does a competent investigator simply shrug? I'm not talking about a competent jury to convict. That's a much higher standard of evidence. I'm talking about a competent investigator. Well, should this be shrugged off?
We're at the 10-minute. I can do you a little bit if you want to wrap that up.
Okay, sorry. Can you just walk away from the
Leave him go. I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. It doesn't seem so. In late August, at an Aspen TPUSA donor meeting, Charlie is asked an eerie succession question. If, God forbid, something happens to you, what happens to Turning Point? It's eerie. August 26th, Netanyahu invites Charlie to Israel. Would he be alive if he'd accepted that invitation? Investigate the interrogative. We don't know.
I think Tim is doing good with going back to the initial, can you lead the mafia? Again, this is very rhetorically strong. I think he should have compacted this a little bit, though, because it's a very strong opening statement, but he should have figured out, is this within 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever.
Now move into September 2nd. According to Bishop Joseph Brennan's later account, Charlie tells him that unlike early summer, he's now very close to becoming Catholic. Evangelical rupture. That matters because Charlie's political and religious relationships were changing simultaneously in a way that's consistent.
And this is true whether he was going to become Orthodox or Catholic. This could have potentially, obviously, realigned his theological perspectives, right? Because obviously traditional Catholicism and Orthodoxy do not support Christian Zionism. And so if he were going in that direction, it could have simply added fuel to the fire in a case where there was potentially Israeli concern about him changing his mind or his course. So that's why that's relevant.
Actually close. September the 8th, the now public multi-part conversation. Charlie tells associates, including Josh Hammer, that under the existing circumstances, he's no longer willing to support the pro-Israel cause as he had. Complete rupture. This, by the way, was the kill switch Charlie had said in August would or may trigger his killing. September 9th, Charlie participates in an extended Zoom conversation with Rabbi Walicki and Josh Hammer concerning Israel-related issues, and it's contested to amicability on the phone call, but Walicki corroborated the conversation. September 10th, Charlie's assassinated at UVU. The 18th, Netanyahu issues a bizarre preemptive declaration that he and Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. And then finally we come to, and you can dock me on the back end, sorry for going over on the closing statement. Finally, we arrive at perhaps the most important institutional fact in the entire constellation. After the assassination, Joe Kent says the national counter...
By the way, that was a good move, actually, I think, from Rob to let Tim finish, because he could have played the stickler for the rules game and, cut him off and not let him finish out his line of argumentation. But just from optics, I think that was a good move to let Tim finish.
Terrorism Center began examining the potential for...
Because it shows that you're confident in your position, right? Even if Rob is wrong or right, letting the person continue gives, optically that shows optically that you're confident.
Nexuses to Charlie's murder. Kent emphasizes that they're only in the very early stages of that investigation. And according to Kent, roughly a week or two after the assassination, NCTC was told by FBI, DOJ, specifically Kash Patel, to stop. Kent says there were additional leads that he hadn't run down yet that he wanted to. Think about that. The government's own counterterrorism apparatus begins looking for foreign connections. Leads remained, and the investigations were stopped, stymied. How can anyone confidently tell you after all these articulable...
Yeah, I think that's a good point, too, that Kash Patel sort of didn't follow up on this.
...facts in regard to Israel's potential connection. There's no foreign nexus. They don't comfortably fit together. So I'm not asking you guys, in conclusion, to accept that there's courtroom-ready proof Israel killed Charlie. We'll talk about burdens of persuasion probably as we debate. I'm not even asking or suggesting that there's probable cause.
Go ahead.
I was thinking when we talk about, so the prompt is there compelling reasons to think, and we're getting into these kind of epistemic terms of reasons and evidence and stuff like that.
Right.
That there's a continuum,
Yeah.
right? And so it was good for him to point out, and this was the problem with the Candace debate. They didn't let philosophers create the prompt on, so it wasn't kind of clear. It's like, what exactly is the thesis? Is it a good thesis to actually be argued for, or something like that?
Yeah, it was ambiguous thesis. Yeah, because and you see in the aftermath, because people were conflating their own personal bars of what's convincing with what's expected in a courtroom, and that's totally conflated.
And so it's good that he points that out. Obviously, there's a certain type of epistemic standard and things that are required for a courtroom, but that doesn't mean there aren't compelling reasons.
Right.
And I've even said this across the board with my epistemic continuum, just on conspiracy theories in general.
Mm-hmm.
There's stuff that I would say absolutely not. It's just false. It's wacko. To probably not, but like to I don't have enough evidence, but I could see that, or I don't have enough reasons to. I have pretty good reasons to actually think these things.
Sure.
So think about this. When detectives, for example, they have reasons. They have to determine, are they going to investigate and call in different people and stuff like that. But those still are not reasons that are strong enough to go to the DA, let alone actually and to prosecute somebody.
Sure.
So I think it's good that it's a good prompt here, and it's good that he qualified kind of what sort of reasons. And I think what's going to be good in this too, I haven't watched the debate, but the general kind of mindset and look at it. Clearly, obviously, Rob's going to be looking at it a very different way than Tim Gordon. And so there might be justifications for why you're looking at this wrong. You should be skeptical of this and should be more open to that. I think that's a much actual better way. And I anticipate maybe Tim might actually do that.
Yeah, I think
that's just my...
Well, I don't know who set this up or who had the idea, but this is a better way to go about this debate than the way Candace sort of mandated legally that the other debate happened, because that was all pretty much stipulated with a lot of her. I'll only do it if this. So I like that this is a little more direct and to the point, because this is the contentious issue. So, and it needs to be distinguished between what do we argue the evidence is versus would this pass in a courtroom, because debates are not courtrooms. Although they have similarities, they're also very different.
But if I was in this, I would suppose I was taking Tim's position. not only would I do what Tim did, but I would probably argue that Rob's, suppose I'm arguing against Rob. I'm not taking any position on this. What I would do is say Rob's general epistemic orientation's incorrect. And there's reasons for that. That would be a really good way. He's looking at this at the wrong way. He's not skeptical of the right. So that loosens the kind of epistemic burden on the particulars.
Yeah, but you know why Tim won't do that? Because he's an evidentialist. Exactly.
I was just gonna say that.
Yep.
Well, that's why I'm trying to steel man.
Yes.
If Tim were a steel man, this is what he would do.
If he were Iron Man.
To charge an Israeli operative. I'm not arguing either. Question's much narrower. Given Charlie's deteriorating relationship with Israel and its supporters, his letter to Netanyahu, his Iran intervention with Trump that didn't go well, the disputed pre-assassination search data, the Hamptons confrontation, Charlie's own public comments immediately afterwards, Harrison Smith's extraordinarily specific tweet, which was just odd, Netanyahu's subsequent invitation, Charlie's September texts, his final Israel-related conversations, Joe Kent's statement that the governmental foreign nexus investigation had not yet been completed, they were throttled in the cradle, and of course Netanyahu's odd preemptive declaration that he didn't kill him. Is it reasonable to investigate further? Is there reasonable sufficient evidence for further investigation? That's the name of the game. So sorry, I went over. You can dock me on the back end from closing statement.
No problem. Thank you very much for that opening statement. And folks, if it's your first time here, my name is Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral platform here at Modern Day Debate, hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And a couple of things for tonight. Quick housekeeping notes. First, very important, 100% of tonight's Super Chats will be donated to Charlie Kirk's family. So that's not to TPUSA. It's not a political organization. It's to Charlie's family. That's the Give, Send, Go, which I'll put in the description box. And I'm also putting that in the live chat. So if you happen to do a Super Chat ideally, if it's more than $10, if you can send it to PayPal at james.coons@colostate. I'll put that in the live chat as well. That way YouTube, or basically Google, doesn't kind of make a profit off of your Super Chat, given that it's a charity stream. We'll give that directly. We'll post the receipt for the donation online in the next several days, as we'll total up the Super Chats and anything that comes in via PayPal for this debate. One last thing. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, DebateCon 9, Orlando, October 24th and 25th. Jay Dyer and David Wood will collide. That's going to be DebateCon 9, October 24th. That's the link in the description box below. That'll be in Orlando. With that, thanks for your patience, Rob, for all the housekeeping notes. With that, the floor is all yours.
All right, thanks so much. Just want to thank James, and I think Mike will be joining us later to moderate, for moderating. And Tim, thank you so much for being here. I want to start off precursory by saying this. I very much respect the people that have questions about this, that are willing to discuss their theories and do these debates. So often what we see is the people making the most salacious theories that are specifically accusing people or unwilling to back up those claims. And I know Tim's not that type of guy. I don't know Tim personally, but I've seen him. I respect him as an intelligent debater, and he comes highly recommended with some mutual friends. So I'm very much looking forward to this debate. I think hope is that it'll be very productive for the audience and enjoyable. To start with, there is some disagreement, I think, on exactly what the topic is. Tim plays a nice sleight of hand here. The specific wording of the topic is there compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk or was otherwise involved with it? He then says that this means that it is the lowest standard of sort of legal proof necessary, even below probable cause. But I don't see where he gets reasonable suspicion from the wording of the topic. Compelling to me would mean very convincing or just convincing, depending on the dictionary definition that you're looking at. So it would have to be a convincing argument to believe that Israel was potential to have.
So this is interesting because this is kind of an echo of the Candace Andrew debate, because the initial prompt is already kind of in question. And as we saw, Tim, even though this isn't technically a legal debate, Tim is attempting to approach it and frame it purely as a legal debate. And it looks like which is not necessarily a bad strategy, but it looks like Rob might challenge that strategy.
Been involved in instigating or committed this crime with Tyler Robinson. Now, I respect the fact that for the purpose of this debate, we're going to agree that Tyler Robinson committed this murder. And so we can have a further discussion. To the audience that thinks that's not the case, I'm sorry. This won't really be brought up in this debate because we're trying to limit our arguments to sort of the framework that's been agreed upon here. Given that, I think what you'll see is that almost all of the evidence that Tim puts forth here falls into one of two categories. One is just motivation. And that is sort of, well, Israel was really mad at Charlie. He was a staunch supporter of them for a long time, but come 2025, he started to get off that train, maybe started to become more Catholic, started to voice opposition to what was happening. And the truth is, there's a lot of truth to that. I absolutely agree that it does appear that Charlie Kirk, who, much to the lamentation of some people on the right, was seen as a great soldier for sort of U.S. political system and advocating for Israel, did seem to at least somewhat be changing that position. Now, there's a question as to how much and exactly what that change would have meant, but so be it. I'll concede that there was a potential motivation. But motivation alone does not rise to suspicion that we would think that it's compelling to think that they were involved in a murder. In fact, if we're looking at motivation alone, I could think of nearly limitless organizations or people that would have had just as much, if not more, motivation than Israel. And yet, Tim probably wouldn't suggest that we need to investigate each and every one of those groups merely because of this motivation. These groups could include the NAACP or any group that pushed DEI, seeing as how Charlie was a huge advocate against that. The Democratic Party and all of their fundraisers and organizers, as Charlie was huge against that. Specific people and organizations on college campuses that Charlie went against. Specific countries that are mad at Trump's foreign policy with things like tariffs that could have seen Charlie as instrumental in Trump's continued success. You can see countries that were Islamic, which he criticized quite frequently, such as Iran, perhaps Qatar, other countries like that.
That in the
It is. The prompt is there compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder? Is the prompt.
Been upset. You can also see other domestic organizations, such as organizations that favor trans people, organizations that have been more.
By the way, this is not even necessarily, in my own opinion, antithetical to the possibility of Middle Eastern involvement. That's a pretty strong prompt, though, because the prompt is instigated. So I'm a little surprised that Tim was willing to go with that strong of a prompt.
Yeah, take that strong of a prompt. And the problem is he's not an epistemologist either. I would have probably required what evidence and what context.
Yes.
Like I said, compelling could be, what if I was a detective, right? Absolutely, that's compelling evidence to invent.
Yeah,
that's
good point.
exactly what they do. But compelling for the public, compelling for
A court
jury,
case, right?
Like, I mean, what the heck are you even talking about? So
Well, see-
it's just philosophically sloppy as far as the prompt.
Well, do you see why I was telling you that's why the Candace Andrew debate was so fascinating on so many levels, because of the different vantage points of the people analyzing it. You had all these military dudes and these ballistics dudes analyzing it. You had Alex Soren analyzing it from a legal perspective.
It doesn't matter. If it's not me, it doesn't count.
I know you're the emperor of philosophy. That's what we're trying to
That's
say.
true. It's the not FDA fallacy.
It's not FDA approved. It's not safe.
FDA
or
approved.
epistemic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then, you're doing what I'm doing, what I did in my stream, which was I watched the whole Candace Andrew debate and just did a philosophical analysis. And a lot of people, a lot of normies, they got mad at it because they were like, you're admitting that there's not unreasonable or 100% proof that Tyler Robinson did it. And I'm like, I'm not, it's not a court case. It's a level of convincing or not.
Have you ever thought about this? And this is the kind of world that we live in. What if I did a debate review of you doing a debate review of somebody doing a debate review?
I've done a few of those. I mean, not that level of meta, but we've done a few of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, we need to, people are asking for a poll And I think that's a great idea. So the poll's going to be who is winning, and we're going to keep it up, I guess, as long as we can. And we'll put Rob, and then we'll put Tim. And I think you can leave. I've only done polls a few times, but I think you can leave it up for a good while. Let's just leave it up and then see how long it stays. So you guys can follow along and vote in the poll who you guys think is winning. Did that work? I can't see that. There it is. Okay, and then I can choose when to end it. Okay, here we go.
More left-leaning, all of these organizations would have motivation. Is Tim prepared to say that there's compelling evidence that they were involved as well? The timing of it may seem suspicious that Charlie just started arguing, but actually
Now I know we're early, so I know you guys can't be knowing who's won yet because Rob hadn't even finished his opening statement, so we're already like 50. It's already split. we've only done the opening statement.
Going to heart Tim's case. The question I want you to ask as you go through this debate is twofold. If we're going to rely just on shady background and motivation, and I could name you 10 other groups that would have that same, predominantly left-wing groups that most of us right-wingers would agree are shady and would have motivation to dislike Charlie Kirk, why is it that we'll single out Israel to say that it's compelling that they were involved?
This is, I think, again, a good line of response from Rob. I don't necessarily agree, but I think this is a good way to go about rebutting the line of argument that Tim had. Well, okay, so there's motive there, but you can have 10 different groups with motive. So what's the now maybe Tim could counter by saying, well, actually, I think we should investigate all of those, right? Because when we did our streams, we pointed out Agatha Christie novels, right? You read you a grandma Holmes, everybody's Meemaw is Murder, She Wrote. Well, if you watch Murder, She Wrote, Agatha Christie, everybody knows from those that you've got multiple people with motives. They put that in every story, right? So then that tells you, well, then I don't actually know which one it is. Well, you don't therefore not investigate all the potential people with motives. You would investigate them all. So presumably Tim will argue that, but let's see.
I would postulate that the reason is because people have motivated reason. Now, I'm no fan of Israel whatsoever. I think that there's legitimate criticism that could be levied. But one of the problems of blaming Israel for everything when there's no evidence is that it actually belittles the legitimate criticisms that we could all have of the nation of Israel, or for that matter, the legitimate criticism we could have of the people that we could prove actually were involved in this murder. In fact, you know who had a motivation? Every left-winger that took to social media and celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Organizations like the New York Times and other Democratic organizations that said, well, we're not going to celebrate it, but Charlie Kirk was a fascist. These groups all had motivation, and instead of coming together to point out the people that were literally cheering at the murder of Charlie Kirk, were engaged in sort of wondering, well, if there's any amount of reasonable suspicion that a nation like Israel could have been involved. The claims of Joe Kent and Harrison Smith are particularly laughable, and I'll explain why in a second here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things that would be considered evidence, though, is patterns of how we know things in the past have happened.
Well, that's what he argued in. You mean just the Israeli precedent?
I'm saying is, I mean, how many times have happened that it's like that it's just an organic leftoid that does something. Like when you were covering, for example, the 60s boomer and Weather Underground and how that stuff, how all that stuff kind of works. I would probably use evidence like that too, that it's against him, that like, look, that counts as evidence. Is it indubitable or no? But no, of course not. But the fact of the matter is, that's typically all of history, how these things are kind of funded. It's more, it's never organic.
Well, I wouldn't say never. And that's the problem with this debate is I think there have been recently.
Okay, so,
let me give an example. Let's say like the recent TRANZ events, right? Though some of those people could have been in Discord networks, but I don't think that necessarily the Nashville trans shooter or, some of these other trans events, they weren't all handled. And
No, I know. I didn't mean to say I was being hyperbolic.
Okay.
With that, that would still be a type of evidence that would strengthen your side. It's like, okay, I might be wrong, but what are the odds that? What do you think about an argument like that? Is that a type of evidence?
Well, it's illustrating the problem that you raised, which is how far do we extend or limit what counts as evidence? That's the point here, because if Tim's going to say, well, there's this history of high profile Israeli assassinations, that's a useful piece of data in this thesis, then, and Rob says, but there's like leftist crazy assassinations. Why is that not useful in this data? He might argue it's selective data analysis, right? But then it's like, well, yeah, but I can then expand the leftist stuff to also talk about the potentiality of the times when leftists were used by other groups, right? So I guess it just ends up being then a debate about the nature of evidences, right? Which is more of a philosophy debate, which I guess your point, right?
Maybe Tim would want to frame it in we're looking at a criminal case, so legally, I mean, he should be framing it as a criminal case, right? Yeah. So it's like, this would warrant further investigation. Yeah. If we weren't in a complete clown world with circumstantial evidence pointing in this direction, this should be investigated. Okay. I think that would be a good framing.
That's probably where it's going to go. I think he will, because when I was talking to Tim about it, that's kind of the line of argument he was using.
Harrison Smith says that some unnamed.
And I mean, Rob's going to have to try to avoid his whatever's compelling and overwhelming evidence is just what makes me feel like it's compelled and overwhelmed. Right. I think Tim should try to expose that if that is what Rob is really going to go for, but hopefully he doesn't.
Dude, exactly. By the way, the chat right now, which is funny because the debate's just started, but it's like literally split 50-50. So, the other thing I want to point out, which is FDA's indirect point, which is not related to this debate, but just in general, notice how this debate illustrates the fact that evidences and data are not self-interpreting. They're not self-evident. The data always comes within a context and a paradigm. And this shows you look at how nuanced and precise this debate is and has become. And then you've got Jesus and whatnot, and the Roman Catholics, and the atheists, and the Protestants, and the evidentialists. They're all arguing contrary to what we can see is the case. There are no self-evident brute facts that just make themselves like self-attesting, you see.
And by the way, I'm glad you put up the poll, because that shows that none of these people can actually determine what debate. It hasn't even gotten started, basically. There's no way. So it's, again,
the audience is split. That's funny.
It's split because people have already made up their mind and they just gonna interpret. I'm telling you,
that's partly my fault, though. That's partly my fault because I put
up the debate.
I put up too soon.
Put up the poll so that people would vote, and then he berates them. He embarrasses them.
Well, I shouldn't have put it up that soon. That was my mistake.
No, it's important that you did that because it illustrates the point that I was saying. It's the people even on our side too. They have an inability to be objective about analyzing debates. And so it becomes, the position I've already decided before I watched it, or my guy I'm voting for.
Yeah.
And so I'm really glad that you put that up there.
So you have all been chastised by myself and FDA. Absolutely. We tricked you. You proved our point. You were all biased. And now we have hard data to prove you're all biased.
Source told him in August that Charlie feared for his life from Israel. I have a friend named Andrew Wilson, and I recently was down at Turning Point. While I was there, he got a message from a guy named Brian Shapiro, who, yes, unfortunately, has asked to see parts of my anatomy. But that's neither here nor there for this specific debate. Brian Shapiro, while we were at Turning Point, hilariously texted Andrew on his private number. And by the way, I have sources at Turning Point that tell me they hate you, which was laughable, seeing as how Andrew was at Turning Point with the very people in that organization. The truth is, so many people claim to be a source from Turning Point. I debated someone the other day that was a Candace Owens supporter who believes Israel is very nefarious. And guess what they have in their Instagram bio? that they're a Turning Point USA ambassador. The truth is, many people claim to be sources and claim to speak what's going on at Turning Point, and we have no idea who these sources are. Provably, some of them are laughable, as the case I mentioned before, and yet we just accept, it must be the case. If some anonymous person told Harrison Smith that Charlie feared Israel for his life, well, it must be the case. I'm sorry.
But first of all, to be fair here, because I did just talk to Harrison about this, I don't think that the argument is that, oh, well, we just accept Harrison's claims. That's why I specifically asked Harrison quite a few questions the other night about it. Not because I don't believe Harrison or I think he's nefarious or whatever, but just simply because I agree with this point that we shouldn't just out of hand accept anybody's claims, just like Candace's fallacious line of argumentation that she got an email about the French assassins. And it's like, okay, well, why? I mean, I get 1 million schizo emails a day. I'm sure Candace gets 10 million. Why are we supposed to accept that? But also there's, it's not just Harrison Smith that is claiming this. And again, it also has to do with these people's historical character. Harrison doesn't have a tendency, as far as I'm aware, to lie. I've seen Harrison get a couple things wrong that I disagree with here and there, but you know, I've known and done podcasts and talked to Harrison quite a bit in the last 6 years. He has a track record of being honest and not just outright lying. So now it's true. Yes, potentially he could have been duped by that, but it's not just him either. It's also Megyn Kelly and Tucker and others who have expressed possessing similar texts. Now, it's possible that all of them are not telling the truth, but I just don't think it's very likely. So, yeah, I don't blame Rob for going with that line of, well, why are we supposed to just believe that? Because we should be that same way with everybody.
Isn't evidence of anything.
But also, by the way, it depends on who's claiming it too, right? If it's just some rando person or Brian Shapiro, well, Brian Shapiro has a history of lying, so I'm not going to class Brian Shapiro in with Harrison Smith, one of whom lies all the time and the other one does not have a track record of lying.
Kent's claims also very interesting. Kent, who didn't involved in an organization that had actually police investigative powers, but was in an organization that was more of a liaison at setting up between different intel communities. He doesn't claim Israel whatsoever in anything that I could hear, talking about a foreign nexus and looking into foreign groups. It's just one man's opinions that he would have liked to look more. What does that mean? Is he aware of all of the information that the FBI had? How long was the investigation necessary before people like Joe Kent or Tim would be satisfied?
By the way, I agree with John Kiriakou on this point, which is that, and we talked about this back in the day when I wrote articles for Patrick Henningsen, 21st Century Wire, is that when these high-profile cases, the FBI comes in and just takes them over, and then nobody knows. Then they just like shut down the evidence, and nobody knows what's going on, and so you just have to then kind of default believe the FBI. And that, I mean, I understand why they do that, but also it furthers the suspicion, which is justifiable given the government and the FBI and the CIA's history of lying. So I think Kiriakou makes a good point there.
Tim says, well, we just need more investigation. That's it. But he won't be able to tell you what investigation we've already had. What would have satisfied him? Would we had to have investigated for 10 weeks, 20 weeks, 40 weeks? What is there to investigate? Clearly, in the context of a criminal investigation into Tyler Robinson, if communications come up with someone that...
Yeah, but this partly depends on the veracity and character of Kash Patel, which I don't think, that's like saying, well, if I'm not going to trust Harrison Smith or Brian Shapiro, I'm not going to trust the veracity of the claims of Kash Patel either.
Investigated him, those would be looked into unless Tim had...
Go ahead.
He's assuming they've already done some sort of investigation. We know, I mean, there seems to be indication that certain investigations were halted and were not.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Kind of, done.
Well, that's I think Tim mentioned that in the opening, didn't he?
Tim is going to definitely have to go back to that and kind of call him out because it sounds like a lot of just, well, trust the plan, bro. Like, well, if it was worth investigating, wouldn't the government have investigated it? Come on. That's kind of what I'm hearing.
Specific evidence that that's not the case. If those happen to be foreign interest, I'm assuming the FBI would get back involved or the local police would run down those. unless Tim has any evidence to suggest that's not the case, and we're merely relying on the words of Joe Kent, I wanted to look into more. And by the way, I think there's some level of impunity that we can put on Joe Kent. Joe, it was strongly suggested by Candace Owens, was the source for the 12 Israeli cell phones at a campus. This is indicative of the ways that people try to blame Israel. Well, as Candace admitted in her debate the other day, it could just be that those 12 cell phones were actually just VPNs or students that had been to Israel. In fact, Joe Kent then tried to distance himself from this in an interview he did after that debate, where he was like, oh, no, yeah, it could have just been students. Oftentimes, that's quite obviously the case. Kent specifically said in this recent interview, by the way, he's not suggesting that there was any evidence of a foreign nexus. He just would have liked to look more. That's it. So that's what Kent literally said. There is a danger, as I said, to blaming Israel for things they didn't do, because we don't want to actually then use that to take away from legitimate criticism or of looking into legit.
I think this is actually a fair point that Rob is making here, because when you get these online psychos and weirdos that literally just say everything is Israel, it becomes this weird obsession, and probably feeds into controlled opposition as well, and then it really negates real criticism. So I think this is actually a good rhetorical point here. Both of these guys, by the way, have a pretty strong showing so far, and I think even the chat agrees because it's still split.
Investigations. Tim is a good man. I don't blame him for this, but look at how some people are running with suspicions of Israel, and all of a sudden that turns into blaming a grieving widow that she must somehow be involved with this. I have another question for Tim. When we have motivation for Israel, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to get to the other type of argument. The other type of argument that Tim will have other than motivation is this sort of combination of Israel's really bad and we have vague people that have said things. Well, if that's the case, every assassination attempt that we have, couldn't you say that there's reasonable suspicion that Israel was involved? For example, Brett Kavanaugh, there was an assassination attempt against him. Do you believe there's reasonable suspicion that Israel was involved? The litany of attempts against Trump life, most recently at the White House Correspondents' Center, is there reasonable suspicion?
Yeah, but it's not just reasonable suspicion because Israel has a history of it. It's reasonable suspicion when a person goes against a prior agreed upon deal or relationship.
That Israel was involved. Claims that most of the time these sorts of acts are carried out by multiple people. I'd have to look at the study, but it's interesting because I heavily suspect that it has to do with things like accessories after the fact, people that maybe spurred on someone, etc. But it's not really the same sort of TAO that we're talking about Israel doing, which he mentions before that. Here we're talking about not just a political figure, but a cultural figure. And is anyone surprised that the rabid left that's out there doing things like shooting at ICE officers and attacking them would actually also be involved in using an act of violence against someone like Charlie Kirk?
FDA, this is a good question I want to ask you because this has come up a lot with a lot of people. Even my mom brought this up in regard to Charlie and all this. And I can see this from both sides, but I see a lot of people saying, look, Occam's razor, Occam's razor, Occam's razor. Clearly, we should go with the simplest, obvious explanation. And a lot of times that might be the case. But people act like Occam's razor is this sort of universal, infallible principle, like the PSR or something that doesn't require any nuance or justification, as if there can't be many situations, especially with high-profile geopolitical type operations. In many cases, those are outliers. They're not the norm. For example, think about false flags. False flags have happened, admittedly, dozens of times in the last century. And if we just went with the immediate news story at that time, we would think, oh, well, Occam's razor, clearly, there was nothing going on. The Gulf of Tonkin just happened and we should go to war. Clearly the sinking of the Lusitania is just what it is and we should go to war, right? But in those cases, had we listened to Occam's razor, or think about the COOF, we're in the middle of the COOF. Well, Occam's razor, we should just listen to Fauci and trust the science, etc. So, especially in high-profile events and things like this, or you could have a organic lone gunman person but also because there's quite a lot of subterfuge in these types of high profile events in history. I'm not saying that because there were previous false flags, this proves that this was, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can't just appeal to Occam's razor when you're dealing with out of the ordinary types of events. And this may not be out of order. This may end up being just something totally lone gunman. But given the track record of other high profile events, oftentimes having, say, a false flag event, you see how it would have been misleading to just appeal to Occam's razor. So I had this whole argument, well, not an argument, but I have this discussion with my mom about this. And I was like, because she's like, well, it just seems like I would go by Occam's razor. And I'm like, well, yeah, but like that doesn't tell you when it's an outlier case. And maybe this is one, right? FDA, what would you say to just appealing to Occam's razor? Are you there? All right, I guess he's busy, but you guys get the point.
Particularly when he's going into the home of the radical left, which is college campuses. The last thing to say is, or two more things real quick. Why would it be Charlie that they would go after? There were voices that were more critical. While it is true that Charlie was pulling back some, it could be seen that his comments about being done with Israel lobby, etc., were hyperbolic because he was pissed off because they were pulling donor dollars from him. But clearly he wasn't as anti-Israel as some other people. Kirk didn't have the power in early June previously when Trump bombed Iran. Kirk didn't have the power to stop him there. So why would they think Kirk would have the power to stop him if he wanted to go into a more force-scale conflict with Iran?
Yeah, I think that it's bigger picture than that, in my opinion, if that's what's going on. It's not just about the immediate geopolitical stuff. It's about losing the future youth to Christian Zionist proclivities, right? So it's more than just the immediate, is Charlie going to convince Trump to move in? No, it's not even about that. It's, are we going to lose millions of, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Christian Zionist mindset support to this, to wherever he's going. So that I don't think is that good of an argument.
No evidence that would be the case, that Trump would have listened to Kirk and not went. And if it's just that Kirk was going to start to be a voice akin to a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens, well, clearly Tucker Candace had a bigger audience with their.
Yeah, but Candace and Tucker don't speak to 17-year-olds. They're not talking to 18, 19, 20-year-olds, college kids. I mean, they are to some degree. But their niche markets, Candace's market is wine moms at home. Okay, that's not who they could conceivably be concerned about losing future potential ideological battles with. Plus, Netanyahu already admitted that he's fighting the 8th Front War. So, I don't think this is a very good line of argument.
Anti-Israel talking points than Charlie did. And I think a good faith reading of this would be that I don't think Charlie was going to all of a sudden come out and be anti-Israel. I think that he was probably going to just focus more towards an America first sort of, hey, maybe we should leave Israel fight their own battles, etc. This is a far cry from some of the bigger voices that we see on the right that are more anti-Israel. The last thing I'll say is the timeline doesn't make sense to this. If we're conceding that Tyler Robinson did this, most of the time.
Comes Razor?
No, he didn't cite it. People in the chat are, and then it's funny because my mom brought it up, and I was arguing with my mom, not arguing, but we were talking about it. And I was like, well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Like, did you hear what I was saying about false flags?
No, sorry. I was actually talking to my mom on the phone.
It's funny.
I was actually debating my mom while you were doing. I'm sorry, but seriously,
I just basically was saying that I see a lot of people just sort of appealing to Occam's razor as if that's some sort of like knockdown proof or like.
Well, they don't even know what it is, first of all.
Well, but even if they, just for the sake of argument, okay, fine, we should go with the obvious, most simple explanation. I mean, in cases that are high profile, for example, there's dozens of admitted false flags in the last century. If you were at the time of the Gulf of Tonkin event, which is admitted false flag, you would be like, oh, well, I guess we should just go with the simplest explanation, which is that we should just go to war, and I believe the official story. So it's only as good as when it actually fits the context and it's not an outlier, but high profile events like this can be outliers.
Well, first of all, Occam's razor is only applies to science. Like, so I don't know. It's called the rule. It's also known as the rule of parsimony. But outside of maybe like constructing a metaphysics or science, like no, the Occam's razor does not apply to what, for exactly the reasons that you said. So imagine we did this elaborate conspiracy, right, where it's like to do some crime, and somebody's like, well, isn't the easier explanation that the dog just ate the money? Because
there's nothing that tells you what's easy, right? There's no prima facie easiest explanation. That's a good point.
Well, there's no reason to even prefer. So the only thing that I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be corrected on this, but the only application of Occam's razor, which is actually stated, need not multiply causes beyond what's necessary to explain the effect with respect to, and that was with respect to obviously science and metaphysics. Okay. So outside of that field, I mean, is that what they're doing? They're constructing a Newtonian physics or something like that? Like,
no, well, it's like Temple. Like Temple thinks it's like some magical principle that like tells you infallibly what to pick.
Yeah, and that's called the fallacy of using Occam's razor fallacy. It's an informed misusing Occam's razor, and there's a special place in hell for people who do that.
All right, let's go back to this.
Timelines such as the, Ackman stuff and things like that aren't going to add up. For example, according to Lance Twig's testimony, Tyler started dremeling these bullets sometime in August. He doesn't give a specific time. That would mean that Israel would have had to have time pre-August, when there was hardly a reason to want to assassinate Charlie Kirk. They would have had to decide in June, July, to start some sort of network, hoping to find someone like a Tyler Robinson that they would then be able to convince. They're not going to be able to convince this dude after a day or two, so it would have to require lengthy conversations. So somehow they would have had to set this up, have these conversations with Tyler Kirk or Tyler Robinson, right? Then they would have to decide that they would tell him all by mid-July that he needed to carry out this operation.
Well, I will say that I'm not sure I buy this line of argument either. Again, we're getting really speculative, admittedly, but it's entirely possible that if the Middle Eastern networks that we're talking about here, they have vast networks of capabilities and in terms of what resources and things that they could pull from. So they could potentially have a database of potential loons to use, and that's entirely possible. So I'm not sure I buy that. Oh, well, they would have been hard pressed to figure something out, on the spot, on the fly, and quickly find some, unhinged loon. Oh, there's probably an entire database of unhinged loons.
Meanwhile, they're still reaching out to him. What would have happened if actually Kirk would have said, "I will accept your offer, Netanyahu, to come"? Some of the timelines, things that Tim's saying, are just erroneous. For example, he is correct that Bibi comes out on the 18th and puts a video out saying, actually, Israel had nothing to do with this. What he forgoes is there was already conspiracies running rampant, including Ian Carroll within 24 hours blaming Bibi and Israel for the assassination of Kirk. In fact, on September 12th, Bibi Netanyahu went on Greta Van Sustren's show on Newsmax to talk about the importance of Charlie Kirk and how tragic it was. And she point blank asked him on the 12th, what do you think of all the conspiracy theories that Israel was involved? Which means he responded on the 12th.
What?
Is it just me? Does he sound like Glenn Beck to you, or is it just me?
I hadn't thought about it, but I haven't heard Glenn Beck in a long time. I don't even remember what he sounds like.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I know you're a Daily Blaze viewer, so you would know. I know FDA gets his geopolitical commentary from Mormons, so.
So now it's suspicious that as these conspiracy theories ran rampant for an additional 6 days, that Netanyahu responded. But that's how these conspiracies go. You get accused. When you respond, it's more evidence that you must have done what's accused. We also see with Bill Ackman. Ackman, after this meeting in the Hamptons, actually released text messages he had with Charlie where it was a total affable conversation. These text messages, I believe, occurred on August 15th. Was the conversation.
Yeah, I remember that too, because I remember right after the event, Ian Carroll made that statement. And at the same time, I'm like, I mean, I'm not saying it proves or disproves anything, but it was already all over the internet, people speculating that, BB did it. So it's not that surprising that BB would say that. So I think that was a fair point to rebut the Candace Tim Gordon argument that, well, it was really weird that BB said that. I mean, there were. I remember Ian Carroll saying it right away. So there was already this spreading online.
Which I could provide those text messages if necessary. Again, if this was such an acrimonious relationship and they were so much so that they were willing to kill Charlie, why is Charlie sort of responding affably? It almost seems like it wasn't as bad as what people were suggesting. In addition to that, we see the day before Charlie Kirk, in text message just released by Andrew Wilson and it talked about earlier, thought that it was the left that was trying to kill him. We yet to have any evidence except Harrison Smith's vague claim.
I mean, well, it's not just Harrison Smith's claim. I wish, by the way, Candace and Tucker and Megyn Kelly would put out their evidences. I'm not denying that or doubting that I'm not saying they're making it up. I'm just saying, and maybe they have like evidence, government reasons or something why they can't or shouldn't. I mean, there could be other things going on about this that we don't know about, but I wish everybody, by the way, Charlie could have at one day thought that the left might kill him and another day been worried that Israel. So, I mean, these are not mutually exclusive. It could be both.
That some anonymous person told him Charlie feared Israel, that Charlie ever once thought that he feared Israel. As far as the Google Trends data, it's notoriously able to come up with false results, as even Google's themselves admitted. This is not something that would ever be brought up in a court of law, even at a low standard, because it's oftentimes you have noise when it's specific names, specific times, and specific geographies. And so it looks like hits came up that were actually false hits.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if I would have cited Baron Coleman. That guy's not a very good source. And I think Tim, it's iffy bringing that one up because, we've had these situations in the past where people have tried to make these arguments that conspiracies are proven because something was searched online the day before. And then it turns out that data is actually incorrect. And I mean, I don't know how that works, but I mean, this has apparently allegedly happened before. So again, this is so far it's a really interesting discussion, and it's really just getting into the nature of evidences.
So it sounds suspicious to the average person, but not really. At the end of the day, what we have is this: a bunch of things that feel weird. It feels weird that Israel was, sort of getting on Charlie Kirk's nerves, and maybe he felt weird about it. But that's not reason to have some sort of criminal investigation.
Oh, you know what? Tim should have brought up, but he doesn't know about this, I bet. I mean, what was the last high-profile American assassination? Oh, JFK, or maybe not the last, but the biggest one. I mean, yeah, there's RFK, MLK. Okay, JFK event. What happened there? Oh, what are the James East Angleton JFK files point to? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Now, that doesn't prove it, but I would have brought that up. The JFK Middle Eastern declassified documents.
We already had an investigation that was looking at foreign actors. We have an open investigation that's looking into the murder of Charlie Kirk. There's no reason to suspect that there's any evidence that that investigation has clues that actually Tyler Robinson didn't work alone and was instructed to do this by someone in Israel. Tim will have no evidence that I'm aware of, though I'll be happy to see it, that he could provide any evidence whatsoever that Tyler Robinson was in communication with anyone connected to the Israeli government whatsoever. And instead, he just thinks the investigation into the foreign nexus and into Tyler Robinson himself was not good enough, even though he doesn't know what the extent of that was. And said,
here, once you make a universal negative like that, you put yourself in a really difficult
That's
position.
a good point. That's a really good point.
I would have been like, these aren't great evidences. I don't know if do you know what I mean? You take a more modest position.
Yeah, when you make these universal types of claims, then all they have to do is find one.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, you said there's no evidence? Here's one. Yeah, that's a good point, that rhetorically that was not the best strategy. It does project confidence, but it can also, people can call your bluff on that. Now, shit, there was something I was going to say and I forgot what it was.
Is that it should have continued for more of an indeterminate time because there's reasonable suspicion.
Oh, another element which is speculative. You can't necessarily demonstrate from this. And Candace got half of the story right, but of course she always messes it up and gets crazy with it. But nobody is talking about the Mormon angle of this. I think that's very relevant because it's not accidental, in my opinion, that this is taking place in the context of these Mormons. And Mormonism as a religion, as a sect, is very pro-Israel. And so it would be very easy for those types of people to tap into ideological alliances that they have in terms of these types of groups to find people or potential goobers to be used like this. Doesn't prove it. I'm just saying that the Mormon Masonic pedigree has also laid the groundwork for the Mormons to also be, and they are, you can look it up, very pro-Israel. In fact, if you guys remember when we were doing those Mormon debates, when those guys were calling in, this has nothing to do with her stupid beekeeper stuff. That's all retarded. I'm talking about actual history of Mormonism. Remember that guy that called in to me, the Mormon dude? And he was like, we're super pro-Zionist because like we are one of the lost tribes. Remember that?
Well, I would argue instead we should take that reasonable suspicion to going after Tyler Robinson and any of the left-wing voices that put him up to this, because there's well more reason to have suspicion that the left was involved than anything Israel ever did.
You got it.
Yeah, but Israel has a history of utilizing, and maybe not quote Israel, but high-profile individuals like, say, the Rothschilds, which we've highlighted recently. They have a notorious history of utilizing left and right, but also particularly the left for revolution, for social revolution.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. And folks, we are very excited to mention two things. First, as I mentioned earlier, super chats are going to the Kirk family tonight. That give, send, go for the Kirk family in particular is linked in the description box. And if you have an especially large super chat, if you can submit that via
I will say
pretty
pretty strong showing from both parties there. Good opening statements. Impressive from both guys. I think even the chat agrees. We're all pretty much split right now. So let's see if Tim goes with what we thought he would do for rebuttals. I think FDA and I both had some ideas about what we would do, but let's see if Tim does that.
In the donation fund as well, and then we'll put the receipt online for the public to see the full donation was made. But also, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, Dyer.
Oh, by the way, great point there in the chat. If you look at the JFK event and the involvement there, well, what do you know? We have a leftist patsy, Oswald. We have other players, the CIA, organized crime, the Middle East. You notice there, using a leftist as a patsy, other groups involved. I'm noticing a pattern.
Versus Dr. David Wood. That'll be at DebateCon 9 on October 24th and October 25th. But not only that, as you can also see at the bottom right of your screen, Dr. Javad Hashmi versus God Logic Apologetics will also be in October 24th and 25th at DebateCon 9 in Orlando. You don't want to miss it. Grab your tickets now. Linked in the description box. With that, gentlemen, thanks very much. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
Well, maybe we should start with like your depth. I don't know where you get reasonable suspicion from compelling reason to.
I thought they were gonna. I wish they had done rebuttals, but whatever. They're gonna immediately go into open dialogue, which there's pros and cons to open dialogue, but so much stuff gets missed because it immediately just goes into like hyper fixating usually on one thing.
Believe Israel instigated. That seems to be a stretch.
Yeah, let's do cross.
Yeah, so now Tim wants to do cross exam after they're wanting to do open statements. So, but I think that Rob's strongest angle is to press on instigation because that's a strong prompt. So Rob figured out that's a pretty heavy bar to try to hit. So let's see.
Exam. This is good, and I wanted to talk about this too. What's the legal difference? What's the standard for the legal difference, Rob, between reasonable suspicion and?
Now this is funny because as FDA and I both thought, Tim would go back to the legal domain. So Tim's going to immediately play to his strength and sort of go for a legal gotcha, which I'm not faulting Tim for doing that because doing gotchas in debates, especially if it's a debate about a legal case, and this is adjacent or basically, they're not debating whether it would convict, but it's still legally adjacent because it's about meeting the bar of what should be investigated, right? So, so they're both sort of going to their strongest angle. Rob immediately went to the high bar of proof for instigated, and Tim immediately went for, do you actually know anything about legal procedures? Which is interesting because like they're both playing their strength.
Cause, and where does it come from?
Reasonable suspicion, I think, now correct me if I'm wrong. I am not a lawyer, right? And obviously you looked at
Tim's got that. Yeah, but I am. Smile there. So this is funny. So, Tim didn't do that with me, which is funny. But
to this specific term, but this is my layman's understanding. Reasonable suspicion is usually used to like beat cops, right? It's a standard to be like, is there reasonable suspicion that you think there's a drug deal going on over there? And if so, there are very limited investigative steps you could take because you've met that lowest bar, which is reasonable suspicion. That's my understanding of it.
Wait a minute. You critiqued the idea that I had compelling reasons, and compelling reason at law, there are 5 standards for constituting burden of persuasion. We have 5 different standards of persuasion. We don't call them proof. We call them burden of persuasion.
Sure.
Are you familiar with what those are at all? Because that's
Oh, interesting. So again, pressing the legal side of it again is exactly what I thought Tim would do, which is not bad. But if you, I'm not saying you shouldn't do this, but if you try too much to push the Q&A pop quiz questions, I mean, pop quiz stuff can be very effective rhetorically in a debate. But if you push it too much, it just comes off as you're not actually debating. You just want to like gotcha the opponent. So Tim has to be careful to not do too much pop quiz stuff. And in the heat of the moment in a debate, it's very tempting to do that because it's an easy way to try to just show the opponent has no idea what he's talking about. So it's very effective, but also you can overplay that hand and it comes off as kind of like a trick.
Starting point for this debate.
No, I think the starting point would be defining the term compelling, right? And
we're defining compelling in legal terms. This is all legal. So what are those?
Interesting. So Tim has immediately tried to frame it totally as a legal debate. Bold move. FDA, is it totally illegal? I mean, it's a good rhetorical strategy, but is this actually totally illegal debate? It's hard to say. It kind of is and kind of isn't. Oh, we lost him for a minute. This is a fascinating debate. Is this fully legal or is it kind of a lot of things? Because it's also kind of geopolitics. It's kind of history. Are you there? Okay, he can't. You can unmute if you're there, but
5 standards. Do you know?
So to be clear,
if you need.
To be clear, you could read the 5 standards. I do not know. I'll fully admit that. Your argument that you're making here is.
By the way, that was a good move of Rob to just say, no, I'm not actually familiar with that, because when you do the pop quiz question in a debate, a lot of people will have the tendency to say, yeah, sure. And then they don't know. Right. And I'm not even blaming everybody who does that, because in the heat of the moment in a debate, you don't want to immediately just say no, because things are happening so fast, because you'll look bad, right? If you like, oh, you don't even know. Well, I might also need to think about it for a second, right? But in debates, you don't always get to just sit and like remember and reminisce and think of things, because it's the heat of the moment. So this, I don't fault Tim for doing this, but if he presses too hard on this legal angle only, it might backfire. And if he does too many pop quiz gotchas, do you agree? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, well, I would just turn around and be like, I'll have to check that. I can't off the top of my head, or I'm reluctant to actually give a comment until I double check that. But how is that relevant? How is my giving an immediate answer relevant to the debate?
Yeah, well, that also, and that's why Rob is going right back to his strong point, which is, okay, but how is this instigated? How is that proving instigated?
The term compelling in a legal sense means one of these 5 standards.
No, that's not right.
Okay, so
the 5 standards or burdens of persuasion are specific to domains of the law. And there are 2 investigative ones, and they're all graduated standards. So they're going up in both the quantity and the quality of evidence.
Okay.
You attacked, you said that at the investigative level, which is all we're debating here tonight, what you essentially did in your 10-minute opening statement is you told me.
Go ahead. For doing what exactly?
I told you he's smart for doing that, because the bar for evidence and investigative evidence is far lower than the court.
Right.
So it's absolutely correct. And also, I go to sleep watching these crime shows and Dateline and stuff like that. And those are really kind of interesting too, because I remember there was one the other night that was saying, was this an evidence? Taken individually, no, there's nothing. But as it started stacking, right? What do they call that?
Yeah, circumstantial and hearsay can stack.
Yeah, and then it becomes a doctrine of chances. It's like taken together as a whole.
Right.
And they said, absolutely, we knew he was the murderer. But any of these individual... So what the defense is going to do is try to separate those out of the whole and just look at each individual evidence doesn't actually count as evidence. Well, something kind of similar is going on here as well.
Yes.
That compelling, which is relative to an investigative standard, if we're taking it the correct way that I am tonight, should be thrown into the highest of the 3 criminal standards, which is dead wrong. And then I said, well, okay, what do you think the 5 burdens of persuasion are, and which one do you think we're operating out of tonight? And you said, well, I don't even know the 5 levels of persuasion. So if you're going to critique the way that I
no, it's a clever
as an investigative predicate means motive opportunity.
No. It's a clever sleight of hand, right? There's no evidence that us are in a court of law here, correct?
How are you defining evidence? I'm defining it the legal way.
Okay, let's take out the term evidence. Are we in a court of
now? Yeah, this is getting interesting. Now it's going to get into a word debate.
Law here? Are we just having a debate?
Did you say that there's no evidence?
I said it.
You said that there's no evidence, and I said, okay, this is relative to an
okay, show me the
investigative
evidence.
predicate.
All right, fair enough.
Got him on that. He did a universal negative, and he got him.
Yeah, Rob shouldn't have said no evidence. And then now they're debating about the bar, but the bar is low even for this debate.
What I said was there's no evidence we are currently in a court of law. Provide the evidence that me, you, and James are in a court of law right now. Go ahead.
Well, you just said that you wanted to define terms first, and you
right. And so what I did was
I Federal Rules of Evidence, Section 401. There are 2 very, very low bars for anything constituting evidence, and again, they constitute evidence in one of 5 rungs. Okay, which
I understand that. My claim is we're not in a court.
It's just let me define the first 2, the 2 prongs. They're really basic. If a fact has any tendency, it's intentionally low on the Federal Rules of Evidence to make.
Cool, and you can see what's his face. He's getting a little heated, so that's something important to watch. This because we've done that. The psychology of debates, right? Like what's psychologically going on with somebody.
Yeah, well, Rob might be a little frustrated at that legal gotcha, but at the same time, it's like, well, and this is what I was trying to ask you a minute ago. It's like, is this I mean, it's not a courtroom, but the problem is that this debate is adjacent to the legal system, but it's also being debated philosophically, and people are misunderstanding. This happened in the other debate. They keep going back and forth, flipping between what's a logical, philosophical line of argument versus what's expected in a court for evidence and conviction. And people keep flipping back and forth between these. And that's why the prompts are very ambiguous, because are we talking about compelling in a court case or logically, philosophically compelling?
Well, the thing is too, for investigative, there's no kind of rules the way there would be in a court. So this, in terms of investigative, it actually is kind of more philosophical, right? Of what constitutes as evidence that I wouldn't investigate or something like that. So, yes, it is adjacent to it's a legal issue, but it doesn't have the same kind of legal standards as a court of law would have that you'd have to apply to that. And I think Tim's separating that out.
Right.
So what Rob wants to do is to strengthen his position is push it into the kind of higher standard of what would be constituted in the court of law.
Yeah, that's, well, he's saying
all Tim has to do is say, no, I'm not going to accept that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to go there.
Any other fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And number two element, if the fact is of consequence in determining the action. So basically, for the normies out there that are brainwashed to TV and movies, thinking evidence is only material evidence, only direct evidence, and it's a super high bar, basically everything is evidence, legally speaking, among lawyers. And that's really, really important.
That's
and that's why the federal
that's the point Alex Soren made too, by the way. So let's hear how Rob rebuts that.
That's an interesting non-response to what I was specifically saying. My point was that you're using
you
the
said
term
you wanted to
compelling.
define terms.
Right, please, let me finish my point. What I said was I wanted to define terms in the term compelling. And I said compelling to me basically means convincing. And I don't think that you've released the bar of convincing and saying convincing means reasonable suspicion, a specific legal term. I said the fact that you're trying to conflate that, we're not in a court. We still have to use terms that matter.
I'm using the legal terms.
Please, you're doing this sleight of hand where you're saying, well, compelling to me means any evidence. Right. So, for example, you read the 5 legal standards. Can you show me where it says the term compelling means one of these 5 legal standards? Go ahead.
Yes, specifically, that's what I was trying to do. You're calling it a slide. You came into a debate on reasonable suspicion, which is the lowest burden of persuasion accorded by law,
Where's
by
the
the federal
topic say
rules
that?
of evidence. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. You came into a debate on reasonable suspicion, which is the lowest of the 5, and it means I'm reading from Supreme Court cases, any articulable fact supportive of.
Well, see, this is illustrating the point again. This is the same frustration in the other debate was people keep flipping between what's philosophically perhaps the case versus what's courtroom the case. And the prompt itself doesn't tell me, is there legal courtroom compelling reason or is there personal objective evidentiary philosophical reasoning? So this is a little
also you need to define compelling for what or to what.
Yeah.
That's what there's nothing being like referred to in that. It's just kind of blank. Compelling that I think he's, the person's guilty, or compelling that. Do you see what I mean? It's that itself is too vague.
This was the problem of the other prompt, was the ambiguity in the prompt. So go ahead. Were you gonna say some more?
Any suspicion that an investigator might have. And then I asked you, well, what do you suppose, Rob, is the difference between reasonable suspicion standard and a probable cause standard, which I knew you'd throw at me. And you know what's even higher than a probable cause standard is a preponderance of the evidence standard, which is compellingness has different levels that you must reach, different evidentiary levels at each of these. So it's reasonable suspicion, which is where we were, which is what a police agency or an investigative agency operates.
I do want to jump in just to be sure that we're on the same page, Tim, because you had mentioned it during your opening, but it was on Saturday, August 15th at 2:45 p.m. that you messaged me. Let's debate whether there's compelling reason to believe Israel instigated / helped Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, what you're doing is you keep saying, no,
but
wait.
that's defined.
I give you plenty of time to speak. Let me have a chance. You just said you came into a debate in reasonable suspicion. I did not. You're just asserting that reasonable suspicion is the lowest standard. I don't disagree with that when it comes to legally. You haven't provided a nexus to the word compelling means reasonable suspicion. Even there, you were like, yeah, there is. And then you just went off about what reasonable suspicion means.
Compelling
so show
just
me the
means
link. Let me
convincing.
finish,
One
please.
sec.
So show me the link where there's some sort of Supreme Court decision or some sort of legalese that says the word compelling means reasonable suspicion or higher. Show me that.
Okay. Alabama versus White.
Okay,
is
what's
a
it say
Supreme Court
specifically?
case that says that there's an important difference. You asked for a Supreme Court case. Reasonable
but what's it
suspicion
say?
versus
You don't
probable
just say the
cause.
name of
And
it.
what it
Tell me what-
defines as compelling, since you asked, now let me answer. Alabama versus White. And if you have researchers or fact finders, look it up. Reasonable suspicion means at the investigative level, articulable facts that are lower in both quantity and quality than probable cause standard. Now, there are two separate probable cause standards. There's probable cause standards to get a warrant sworn out by a magistrate. Let's call it thin probable cause. And there's 6 standards if we differentiate between these two. Then there's thicker probable cause standard, which is what we're going through in the Tyler Robinson case right now to get a preliminary hearing moved to a trial. That's even more probable cause. Once you're in trial, there are 3, depending on what kind of law you're doing. And compellingness is defined and is mutually constitutive according to what level of law you're at. There's a lower civil standard, that's preponderance.
Look,
There's a
I
higher
guess-
civil standard that's clear and convincing,
Okay.
and the highest standard is jury
keep
standard,
talking-
which you know.
you keep
you
talking
keep trying
about-
to interrupt. That's
no,
what I'm going to do.
You've talked at greater length than me, right? Like what I'm saying is you keep going off on sort of this, well, this is the standards. This is reasonable. I agree, right? No one's arguing that. What we're arguing is proof that these court decisions said compelling is reasonable suspicion. I personally have pulled up Alabama versus White. I've searched the term for compelling. I don't see it. You wouldn't be lying that it says the word compelling in Alabama versus White, would you? That'd be a really
I
bad
told you
look.
that the distinction between reasonable suspicion and probable cause is laid out there. And you asked about the investigative
that's not my
predicates.
question. That's not my question.
So this is interesting because now it's turned into legal definitions of compelling. And Tim gave a lot of legalese. I think that's what I was trying to tell you.
Didn't Rob just ask for that?
No, but he asked for a specific reference to what compelling is in this context. And this is what I was saying earlier. I think you left, but I was trying to say that if Tim goes too hard on the law gotchas, pop quiz with law, that could backfire. I'm speaking rhetorically here. I mean, I'm not saying that this is going to cost anybody the debate. I'm just saying.
So I'm confused. What kind of answer do you think Rob's looking for?
I think Rob is going down. He's going down the line of saying that we're not in the courtroom. It's a philosophical debate. He didn't say philosophy, but he's arguing that this is just a debate about what's compelling. And Tim is wanting to restrict it to the legal definitions. And that's why I keep saying, like, everybody's having this debate from 2 different domains. They want to have the philosophical debate and then the legal debate, and then they're conflating the 2.
Well, as hard as they overlap.
I know, but that's why they're conflating it and going back and forth because
it is. Let me put it this way, and I don't know if it's necessarily conflating. It just may be very difficult to kind of suss out. I don't think there's necessarily a mistake in this. So in court, they look at the sort of kind of evidence that's concerning crimes and laws and stuff like that. And so in some sense, it's not going to be a different type of evidence than philosophical evidence about the same topic. So what's getting confused is the topic's the same, and therefore, obviously, the sort of standards that would normally apply in courtrooms are often going to apply in the philosophical domain about asking these kinds of questions because it is the same sort of thing. Topic.
It's not though, because for example, and this was the thing that, so when Tim started out with this long historical story, that works for geopolitics and history. But if you go into a courtroom, I don't know that you're going to be able to say or use, well, Israel has this precedence. because as Soren was pointing out, I don't know legal shit, so I don't know, but he was arguing that, well, if you go into a courtroom in a court case, you're not liable for everything you ever did. It's impossible to have a court case where you have to defend everything you did, right? So you have to limit the case to the specific incident. But this is unique because this is ambiguous in the prompt, because Israel, quote unquote, will never go into trial. You can't take Israel to court. So the prompt is ambiguous because it says Israel when it would actually be, if it were this, specific operatives.
All right. Well, I think I get what Tim's doing. He's not saying you have to take the legal standards. I think what he's doing is what sets the various different kind of legal standards of what constitutes as evidence is the philosophy of law, like philosophical questions, right? So then that becomes precedent within. So I'm just gonna be charitable to Tim and say, what I think he's doing is he's giving us a kind of objective rubrics of different types of evidence that's used in law.
Right.
And then saying, where does that come from? Well, those are philosophical conversations, the way that even enters into law, right?
Right.
So I think that's what he's
doing. And I don't fault him for doing that. I'm just pointing out that he began with a long historical story. But I don't know if that would actually, maybe it would. Maybe you can bring that kind of a thing into a court case. I don't know. But I got the impression from what Alex was saying is you can't really, because again, the reason it's not working for a court case is that there's not a specific perpetrator. The prompt says Israel. Okay. I don't know if I would have agreed to this prompt, but because it wouldn't be the entire nation state of Israel. It would be, specific individuals in a court case. That's why it's ambiguous to make the prompt an entire nation and not specific people, because Tim began his line of argument with Israel's history of assassinations. Okay. But that's broader than a specific, but I don't know. I keep going back and forth.
I think Tim's trying to keep it out of the standard of a criminal court by appealing to the way that law works in different standards to say, look, I'm not going to push it into there. I got it. But law already recognizes this idea of different kinds of standards for what's compelling and different stuff. So we have some type of objective rubric. I'm just keeping it out of the court because that would be way too strong and I couldn't establish that thesis.
Okay.
I thought that maybe I've been doing multiple stuff, so I've been kind of
I think that's what he's doing, but I
thought that's what he was doing. Yeah.
But I think
there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I'm just saying that a strategy could backfire, because if you get too much into legalese gotchas, it looks like, imagine if I was debating Erudite and all I did was because that's what she does. I'm not saying Tim's doing that, but I'm just giving an example. When she does a debate, she'll throw in 5 pop quiz gotchas. I bet you don't even know any of the works of Hypatia. I bet you don't even know the this or that. Are you familiar with what does she say? Heidegger's conception of chatter. I'm like, you don't know what Heidegger's conception of chatter is. You're just saying stuff that you saw on ChatGPT.
And it wasn't Heidegger.
Right.
So she just, yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying that pop quizzes can backfire, but it's not that she's like Tim, because Tim actually knows what he's talking about. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Well,
I said,
you don't get to ask a question when you don't even know the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause.
That's outrageous. What I asked
you came into a reasonable suspicion debate without even defining the term.
Do you want to?
But again, the prompt is ambiguous because it doesn't specify that it's a court domain of what did he say? Reasonable suspicion. It just says, is there any compelling evidence? Or excuse me, is there any compelling reason? And it doesn't even say evidence. It actually just says reasons. So
yeah,
the ambiguity allows Tim to say, well, there's historical precedence with past assassinations, and that's a reason. But that wouldn't count. This could be debated. I don't know that that would count in a court case as an evidence. Maybe it would. I don't. That's a tough one.
I'm just thinking too in terms of the investigator, right? They have, like you said, Agatha Christie or something like that, or Murder, She Wrote. All 10 of them, they have reasons to think that they're suspects.
Exactly.
Right? So the bar's pretty low on that. It's like,
Sure.
were they there? Did they have a past history? Those are all reasons and evidence for, I'm going to investigate them. And then what do? You check them off, right? Do they have an alibi? Do you kind of go through but like in once, because the prompt's so bad, it's like, it's actually super easy to say, of course there's compelling evidence. The bar's not hard to reach on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, maybe if the.
And I think you're right. I think I would. If I were Tim, I think his mistake is, look, the only reason why I'm bringing up law is to show even law recognizes these different degrees. Now let's keep it out of law because we're more like the detective.
Exactly.
I just keep it real simple like that.
Exactly. That would have been.
So that's his mistake if I had to critique Tim.
Shortly, I do want to break us into 1 minute back and forths, or if you guys would prefer 2 minutes. Do you guys have a preference for 1 or 2 minute
1 minute's
responses?
fine to start. That's fine.
Okay.
Sure. Who's up first?
My turn? Or?
For 1 minute. Rob, will go with you, and then we'll kick it over to Tim for 60 seconds as well.
Okay. So I asked specifically, does this court case say, can you show me a court case that says compelling equals reasonable suspicion? He says, yes, Alabama versus White, right? I go to that court decision. I type in the word compelling. It's not there. And instead, he just starts waxing on about different evidentiary standards of reasonable suspicion. And he says,
so Rob, I wasn't clear about that. Rob did ask a specific question. Tim did provide it. Rob objects, saying the word Trinity is not in the Bible, kind of thing, right? I think what Tim was saying is the concept. Obviously, that's exactly the concept.
That is what Tim is saying. He's saying the concepts there.
I walked into a debate in reasonable suspicion. I did not. And I don't understand for someone who's so confident in their case, why you'd be playing these word games. And I think you're lying. I think you're absolutely lying when you said Alabama versus White defines compelling as reasonable suspicion. If I'm wrong, I will apologize. But based on the answer you just gave me when I said I searched and I don't see the term, I think that you're playing clever word games here and it's beneath you, quite frankly.
Okay, do I get my minute now?
Yeah, you get a full minute. Rob, it sounds like you're ready to see the rest. You got 10 seconds left. Okay, 1 minute for you, Tim.
Okay, cool. So, what you don't understand, I guess, because you don't understand the terms that you're throwing around, is when you use a term like compelling. This is a relative term to whatever burden of persuasion you're operating under. So compelling just means persuasive evidence, and persuasive evidence is framed by Federal Rule of Evidence 401. Each of the 50 states have their own analogs. And what you didn't understand when you critiqued, I think in the first line of your opening statement, that there's no good reasons, no compelling reasons.
So you're right here. Tim is hitting on the point that you made, I think, which was he shouldn't have used those really strong universal claims. So it sounds like Tim is going down that line that FDA highlighted.
At the investigative level.
Not used.
Say it again. No one ever, anywhere, at all times should ever not use.
Should ever use.
For me to claim that Israel ought to have its investigation not stymied but continued, you didn't understand that there are corresponding claims that maybe you weren't familiar with at the time. And the corresponding claims are, what's the investigative predicate? What is the burden of persuasion that goes with the claim, I think that so-and-so ought to have been investigated further? Reasonable suspicion. That's why we're in that row.
Got to kick it over to Rob.
Does that help?
I don't mind having I don't mind having a conversation on reasonable suspicion. I'm just saying that's not what the debate is. We know that there's a famously very insanely low bar to investigating anything from our federal government, which is the reason that they can investigate Trump and all these people, et cetera, as they did ad nauseum. That's a different question, though, than the idea of is it compelling. basically what you're saying is, well, there's reasonable suspicion, so why not investigate? I'll ask you straight up. Do you think that there's compelling reason based on the same standard to investigate the DNC for the murder of Charlie Kirk?
The DNC? No.
Yeah,
Well, Tyler Robinson and an individual leftist? Yes. I think.
Why not
I think
the
it's
DNC?
good
They
that
have motive.
He's been investigated. Yeah, but I don't think that there's the same axis. And this is why you don't seem to understand the difference between organized versus extemporaneous motivation at law. That the leftists are evil. A lot of them clapped, but this was not a murder by the left. Your militant normies claim that it was a murder by one man, right? So that, and I think that's maybe likely right. In conjunction with a non-extemporaneously motivated party, which would be Israel, and that's what I think needs further investigation. But you know, we're going to have to move beyond. I hope we can move beyond the idea that compelling is a term that's less a term of art than the terms that it is ordered to. And compelling is ordered to the different levels of persuasion that we need to move the legal process forward, from investigation to swearing out a warrant and arrest, to going to prelim, to going to trial.
Correct about that, yeah.
About the go ahead.
And again, it's one of the problems is the prompt, and I would say that obviously there is compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk can mean different things.
Yeah.
So it could mean, I think it's them in the sense that, and that's why I'm willing to move the investigation further, or it could be, I think it's them in a different sense, more kind of definite, you know what I mean? That, yeah, I think they, almost like, I think they definitely did it. So that term, that whole phrase is ambiguous. It's like you could apply it in different sense, and that's the problem. So I don't know how that's going to be resolved, actually. This is an interesting debate. Other than him bringing that up and maybe just saying, distinguishing the different meanings of that prompt. It's like, you could take it this way or you could take it that way. So I think Tim's being smart to saying, I'm just taking it in the way that I think, just like in the Agatha Christie, I think these people probably killed, right? And so I'm going to move it in my investigation.
Yeah, I hope they can get past this sort of.
I don't think they're going to be able to.
Yeah, but I want to remind you guys that you can get tickets to DebateCon 9 in Orlando. I'll be debating David Wood in 2 different debates, and I will also debate Dr. Javad Hashmi. There will be many other debates there as well, God Logic and others, so you can get your tickets right there.
And then at whatever level of trial you're at, civil or criminal, more evidence in both quality and quantity comes directly from that Alabama versus White case.
All right, two things
specific.
Two things to say here.
We're at the 1 minute. Go ahead, Rob.
Two things to say here. One, no. I think that a reasonable understanding of the terms of this debate was saying compelling basically synonymous with saying convincing. Is there convincing argument or reason to believe that Israel instigated or took place or carried out the murder of Charlie Kirk? You then saying, no, I'm just saying that there's some evidence that exists in some way, which means there should be some level of investigation, which proves that it's compelling. It's nonsense. You're adding that term, and when specifically asked, you said it was a legal thing. When asked for a legal document or legal case, you said that compelling was defined in Alabama v. White. I don't see it anywhere, so I think you're trying to play a sleight of hand. Secondly, if we accept, please, I'd let you have your minute, please. You know, secondly, when it comes to reasonable suspicion, you then make some sort of, you're like, well, the DNC wouldn't be someone because it would be extemporaneous or something to that. You try to use that term. This makes no sense. Clearly, there's ample motivation for the DNC.
I figured out how Rob's interpreting it versus Tim. Is there compelling reason to think that Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk? Rob just said it. He interprets that to mean, is there evidence that convinces me Israel murdered Charlie Kirk? Whereas Tim's saying, is there
legal
compelling? No, not even legal. Is there? He's interpreting it. Is there evidence for me to think he may have actually, or it's probable or something like, do you see what I mean? The difference is one. So notice Rob put the term in there, convinced. Tim doesn't have that. All he's saying is, okay, so I've got this proposition, Israel instigated the murder. Okay. Do I think that that's here's how I put it, probably true? Or do I have reasons to assent to the point of I would look into it? I'm struggling with having to figure out how to like cash this out in terms of the language.
I think that Tim is just literally just saying that because he keeps referring to what is the low legal bar of investigation, and Rob is saying, but
get that? No, I don't think that's the case now. Right, he's bringing that stuff up, but what it's really coming down to is how they're interpreting the prompt. Okay, so just imagine Tim never even brought up the legal cases, okay, or anything about law or bringing up these legal definitions. I just realized right now they're interpreting, think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk in different ways, and they're interpreting compelling in different ways.
Correct.
So I think we're getting confused by saying, oh, Tim's trying to do the legal. No. They're actually, prior to any of that, Rob thinks that compelling means it convinces me, right? Almost as if it convinces me this is absolutely true. Whereas Tim's saying, should I just even think this?
I don't think Rob said that. I don't think he
just said it. He just rewind on the.
He said what now?
He used convinced me, right? He uses the word convince, which that's why it just clicked when he said that. I'm like, oh, I get it. I get how he's reading the prompt.
Well, they both admitted that compelling equals convincing. Tim admitted.
No,
Tim admitted that earlier.
Okay, but Tim, notice convincing. Does that sound different than convinced? It's convincing to me. Well, that just kind of sounds like compelling, but versus convinced. So one is an like.
Yeah, one seems stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, well, because one's complete.
Right. The one is open. Yeah.
It's sort of like, am I saved or I'm
being saved?
Or I'm justified or justifying. Oh. Right. That's actually, so when Rob used the pluperfect, right? Convinced. That's far more certain than, and that's what I think the dispute's over.
Okay, let me see if Rob said that. Yeah, let's hear Rob again.
Investigation, which proves that it's compelling. It's nonsense. You're adding that term, and when specifically asked, you said it was a legal thing. When asked for a legal document or legal case, you said that compelling was defined in Alabama v. White. I don't see it anywhere, so I think you're trying to play a sleight of hand. Secondly, if we accept, please, I let you have your minute, please. You know. Secondly, when it comes to reasonable suspicion, you then like make some sort of, you're like, well, the DNC wouldn't be some.
By the way, Tim just interrupted. Are all the Roman Catholics going to erupt into a piety signaling fest, call out fest for the interruption he just did there? Because if I interrupt, it immediately gets tweeted out that I get exposed as, oh, he interrupts, he's evil.
Let me interrupt you real quick.
Oh yeah, interrupt me.
On it, because it would be extemporaneous or something to that. You try to use that term. This makes no sense. Clearly, there's ample motivation for the DNC and the Democrats as an organization to want Charlie Kirk to not be on college campuses anymore. They're playing Act Blue, anti-Charlie Kirk organizations to go and refute him. Why wouldn't there be reasonable suspicion against the DNC?
Kick it over to Tim for a minute.
All right, so I'm going to move beyond compelling because it's retarded. Compelling just means persuasive, And what you don't understand, should I apologize? I'm sorry you don't understand this basic claim of process, legal process, is that to move the legal process along, there are graduated steps that require different amounts of compelling evidence in both quality and quantity, which is stated in Alabama versus White, in order to move to the next step. Now, I would ask you, because I think it's really, really relevant here. Since you think there's no good evidence, that's all you meant by compelling reason. You weren't using the legal standard. What type of evidence do you think most cases turn on? Because you're ruling out all the evidence timeline evidence, which is what we call means, motive, opportunity predicates. So what kind of evidence if you had to guess, do most crim cases turn on?
One thing is, just want to be sure that we stick with the 1 minute back and forth, just because I want to make sure that there's no tension, or not too much tension, in terms of speaking over each other. Go ahead, Rob, for a minute.
The condensation on the term compelling is laughable. I don't understand where the hostility's coming from it. You're the one who's making claims that weren't there, that I correctly pointed out. There is no compelling argument that you've presented that there is instigation for the murder, as we talked about specifically with the timeline. To answer your question, I would assume most of its circumstantial evidence that cases would turn on would be normally where the ball gets moving. But in order to compellingly believe that someone committed some act, we usually want more evidence than just means and motive, which is all that you've been able to present. Lastly, I'll go back to the fact that there are a litany of organizations which you ran from, like the DNC, that would also have reasonable suspicion. And the reason you're running from that is you know how weak your position is. If hundreds of organizations would have reasonable suspicion, why are you only talking about one?
Yeah, I think Tim should. I mean, granted, he was limited by the time, but it would be good for him to flesh out what he meant by
I know it's
extemporaneous versus. I mean, again, like, I'm not saying he's wrong, but for the audience that doesn't know all this legalese, like, we don't know what that means. Like, what do you mean extemporaneous versus whatever versus an individual versus some group or whatever? So maybe he's gonna flesh it. Yeah, go ahead.
Again, my critique of Tim is that he's right. I get where he's going with these standards. The problem is it didn't make things clear. It obfuscated even more.
That's what I was saying. There's a if you go with pop quiz legalese, this is exactly what I said would happen.
Yeah,
you can lose the audience.
Speaking, it's like I get what he's saying, right? But the way you presented it, or presenting these things, made it, more obscure than clear. So that's a down. And I actually don't know how people are voting. I can't actually, even at this point, say who won, who's winning.
Well, it's ongoing, so people. I don't know if you can change votes or not. I don't know.
Can you change your mind once you? But this one's a difficult one.
It is. That's what, and it was the same way with the Andrew and Rachel debate. It was the exact same way.
Okay, you said we want more than just means and motive circumstantial evidence. Do you think that's true in the investigative process? What do you think the investigative predicates are? Yeah, that's what you want at the highest level when you've had a fact finding and mutual discoveries by both sides and sworn in witnesses that the jury's heard. We haven't even heard evidence in time.
So, okay, I think we figured it out. Rob is asking for compelling reasons that Israel did it, and Tim is saying
he's convinced.
Yes,
and
then Tim is saying there's a low bar for an investigation. That's what.
And no, and then Tim's saying, are there compelling evidence or
reasons
to think it at all?
Yes, exactly.
Right. So to think it at all is not to be convinced it's the case.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. He shouldn't even gone into the legal stuff and just be like, we're just totally misinterpreting and talking past each other on the prompt. You think it means compelling means convinced that it is the actual case.
Yes.
And I'm convinced of it, completed, right? Versus to think it's true at all in any sense.
Right.
Are there any reasons that would compel me to do that?
Tyler Robinson.
That's what I want
that
to
is
say.
that is what's happening. Yep.
You think you know shit that's going on. All of the big guns on both sides have not even been heard yet. So do you want to revise the statement, we want more than means, motive, and opportunity as investigative predicates? Because it's dead wrong. That's all investigations are based on in the initial stage.
The question of investigation again is being supplemented for if there's a compelling reason to think that they instigated. There already was an investigation. You have no idea what the length or the details of that investigation were. You can't give a detailing for how much you think the investigation should be. And you also have no reason why we shouldn't have commiserate investigations into groups like the DNC and other groups that had motivation and means to hate Charlie Robinson, want him out as well. In addition, if you want to get smug about it, you just said the claim, quote, we haven't seen
Charlie Robinson.
By the way,
I mean, it was just a misspeak, but it's funny.
I was just thinking about how leave it to a philosopher to like literally go through every single word, but like, what does is there mean? And what is compelling, right? What does it mean to think, right? But it's crazy. That's why it was actually really smart for good old Clinton there to say, depends on
Bill Clinton, yeah. Well, it depends on
actually was really
what it is. Depends on what it is.
Yeah, it's like, oh, now you're a philosopher. Great.
Exactly. I mean, we're back to like Jordan Peterson. Depends on what you mean. Depends on what you mean. But by the way, notice, guys, you're all here with me. Does this not show you that words are not self-interpreting and self-evident? Just look at this debate. This debate proves evidentialists are wrong.
Evidence against Tyler Robinson. How long do you have? I could give you the litany of list of the evidence that we have seen, both at the pretrial hearing and that's been released in official government filings, including DNA evidence, witness evidence, admissions, and a confession by Tyler Robinson, and other claims that we've seen, such as video that likely.
But by the way, all of those evidences, which are good evidences, they don't necessarily rule out further involvement. Just like JFK, you have a leftist Patsy Oswald, at least as I understand it and my take on it. And then you have the JFK files via the James East Angleton documents. Lo and behold, backdoor with Middle Eastern country using a leftist. So there's precedent there. And that's where, Tim kind of started his opening statement with a lot of history. And then it turned into the legalese, which I really just think it's just it's frustrating.
Point him as good evidence. Show me one piece of evidence you have with Israel of anything like that.
Well, I did. I read you a timeline, but the point is, you seem to think, and I agree with you. There is evidence for Tyler Robinson. There's evidence Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I'm talking about FRE 401 standards. Loads of evidence that Israel has means, motive, opportunity more than any other actor in the world to have this particular Gentile, Charlie Kirk, killed at precisely the time he did. We see all the indicia of regime change in, unfortunately.
What?
Did he just say Gentile?
I missed it. What did he say?
He said this particular Gentile. But just thought it was
Let me
weird.
see. Let me go back a little bit and see.
Motive, opportunity more than any other actor in the world to have this particular Gentile, Charlie Kirk, killed at precisely the time he did. We see all the indicia of regime change in, unfortunately, TPUSA. That would be an Israel thing. But it seems to me that you simply don't understand the difference between courtroom compelling, the burden of persuasion there, and move of an investigation further compelling. Joe Kent, who is director of this of the NCTC, said that he had 100 leads he wanted to pursue that were inorganically stymied by Kash Patel. That's a secondary kind of evidence. Why should that have been cut short?
Interesting. So Tim has fleshed out, and this was a smart approach on Tim's part to not lay every card out in your opening statement. This is another great strategy that everybody, if you want to be an effective debater, and you've got some really strong points against your opponent, don't lay them all out in the opening statement, right? Let's say you've got, 3 really strong arguments against Roman Catholics or something. Put 2 of them in the opening statement and save a really strong, supporting argument later on in the debate, because you never know where debates are going to go. You might want to, bring some more heat later on. If you throw everything out in the opening statement, it loses some of
create a red herring, purposely put in something false and be like, oh, I misspoke, right? So you get them to go down the wrong thing.
Maybe you do that. I don't have to engage in those kinds of trickeries, but maybe that's FDA style. I don't know.
By the way, the reason why I brought that up is because my senior year defense at Thomas Aquinas College, I actually did that. So it was interesting. I was talking to some of the professors, throughout the year, and I was like worried about this because I heard about how intense it is. And I'm like, what are some tactics? And one of the professors, who they don't know who's going to be on what board, evaluating you. And so it was interesting. One of the professors gave me a tip, who ended up actually being on my board. And he told me a story about how Abe Lincoln basically distracted, and I don't remember if he was he a defense attorney? I can't remember. A prosecutor?
I don't know.
Probably a prosecutor. Anyways, he put a metal, paperclip kind of thing in his cigar. So, because this was back in the day when you could smoke in courtrooms. And he did that so that it never ashed, and it just got ridiculously long. And the jury was watching this. They weren't paying attention to the arguments. And it was a type of kind of red herring. And he was like, well, you could do that, except, smoking is not allowed anymore in classrooms. But it got me thinking the rest of the year, and I'm like, oh, that's good, a red herring. So then I found out that at the last minute, before you go in, you can have retractions. So what I did is I purposely put something absolutely ridiculous in the thesis, because I'm like, they're going to read it, and what are they going to go for? The stupidest, most wrong thing in the thesis. And I'm going to get them to put all their energy into that. And then at the last minute, I'm going to retract it and be like, oh, there's a retraction here. There was a mistake. I realized I was wrong on this.
Oh, that's actually kind of clever. I mean, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, I can think of situations where I know, let me say for the sake of argument, that I know my opponent in a debate thinks something wrong, and they have a very basic misunderstanding. I might actually bring that up to get them to talk about it, because I know they're going to make a mistake about it. So yeah, there are variations of this kind of a tactic for sure.
Thank you.
Again, this is just the claim of Joe Kent. Other people there have said that that's not the case. Joe Kent wasn't aware of everything that the FBI investigated. We also would see these things continue to be investigated if connections to Tyler Robinson came up. And we're just relying on the words of one guy. You said that only they would have this exact at this precise time, the mean motive and opportunity. That's not true whatsoever. If Tyler would have been killed, or if Charlie would have been killed a month earlier or later, you would have also been saying it was the unique timing that meant that only Israel had the most motivation. It's not true, right? And just because someone has mean motive and opportunity doesn't mean that we say that they likely did this, or that there's compelling reason to think we did it. There could be slight investigative steps taken, but once those investigative steps are taken and you have a better evidence of who committed a crime, we don't continue to say there's compelling evidence that that group instigated this. Can you show me one piece of evidence that Tyler Robinson was ever in communication with anyone from Israel whatsoever to instigate this crime? What time do you suspect?
Of course not.
But what
stupid.
time do you suspect?
Yeah, again, that is a higher bar of evidence that I think it's fair for Tim to rebut that versus, are there any compelling reasons? Right? Versus, is there strong evidentiary proof versus, are there compelling reasons? So the ambiguity, again, is a little bit in the title. But the other problem here is that it's not necessary that he be directly in contact with someone from Israel to be contracted for or to be used by somebody for this, right? I mean, intelligence agencies contract their hits out or do their hits through proxies all the time. So it's not necessarily the case that we have to find the Discord DMs or messages between Tyler Robinson and, you know, whoever. It could occur through proxies. It could occur through contracted hitmen. It could occur through organized crime. There's a lot of different ways that could occur.
Expect that they were in communication with Tyler Robinson. If he was dremeling these bullets in August, what time do you think that they would have taken to instigate this guy to do it? How many months do you think it would have taken to get this guy to do it?
One sec. I'm gonna actually, just as we're doing this, I'm gonna bring in Mike. Mike is jumping in right now, folks. So he's gonna moderate, and then we'll give you a chance to respond. Pardon me on that. I know that you were wanting to respond right then and there, but do hold that thought for just a second as Mike is jumping in. Big Mike, thank you for being with us. I am actually hosting someone, and that's why Mike is doing me a solid by jumping in.
Hey, guys.
So with that, good to see you, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
And Mike, I will kick it over to you. But I do need you, Mike, just for context, we're in 1 minute responses, and it was Tim's turn. And I will let you go there. So I'll let Mike take it from here. I'm just going to fix OBS, and then I'll be out of here letting Mike handle it.
All right. Go ahead, Tim. We'll start your 1 minute when you start talking.
I mean, for my part, I just wanted to do a cross. I thought we were doing 30-minute cross exams, so
I'm fine with that.
I don't need the full minute.
Switch it up.
I don't need the full minute on all these times.
Tim, real quick.
I'd rather have rapid fire.
Tim, real quick. How about you take the first half hour? You lead the discussion. If you want me to shut up at any moment, I will, and then I'll take the second half. I'm fine with that if you are.
That's fine. What does that lead us? 20 minutes now?
That
Since we already used up.
That is true. And
well,
Tim,
if we're going
by
to
the
stay
way,
for 3 hours, you go half hour at a time, back and forth. I'm fine with that.
And Tim, I am so sorry. You did ask for 30-minute cross exams. I screwed that up. So I'm sorry about that, Tim.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying sometimes I want to talk a little longer. Sometimes I just want to ask you a question. What you just implied that Joe Kent, who is director of the NCTC, and he said there are a bunch of leads they wanted to run down, not the FBI, that they, the NCTC, who was charged with foreign nexus investigation, wanted to run down. What evidence do you have that he's lying?
Well, I don't have evidence that he's lying. What I do know is this.
You said you did.
No, I said that it is one person's word, right? And you, Kash Patel and others have said that it's not the case, that it wasn't preemptively shut down. I think
it can be subjective.
I think what's likely occurring is that there were rumors, but there wasn't really specific evidence of anything, and that Joe Kent was interested. Joe Kent clearly has an anti-Israel motivation, and he wanted to look more in. However,
wait. You think what? He clearly? You think it's clear he has an anti-Israel motivation? That's a big charge, man.
Let me rephrase. Do you think Joe Kent left office because of the Iran conflict?
That and other things. I don't.
You think that was the biggest impetus of it? Though?
I just want to clarify.
I don't really care.
We're starting your 30 minutes, right, Tim?
I don't. This is interesting because it does get into people start questioning the veracity of the actors involved, and so I don't. This gets really difficult, right? Because this is a fair point from Rob, for example, that, well, maybe Joe Kent has a ideological motivation. And it's also correct for Tim to say, well, but you can't go down that line necessarily because everybody might have some ideological motivation that could sway them in one or other direction. So I'm not sure what to think about this sort of diversion about the veracity of Joe Kent. But I mean, it's sort of like we're in this position of, well, I don't know if I should listen to Kash Patel or Joe Kent. Who am I supposed to just sort of go with, right?
Because if we're
going to do,
let's limit the questions back to you so we can keep your direction, and then we'll have Rob's questions.
Yeah, I'm still choosing the shot.
So Rob, keep track of what questions you want to ask him for yours as they come.
Okay, good. So you think Joe Kent is probably lying, and you can't say exactly why?
No, I won't say that he's lying. I'll say that he probably had a different opinion, that he thought, hey, there's other things I personally would like to look into. Law enforcement officers, if you'd ask them, would probably run down stuff till they're blue in the face. But there
Okay.
was no evidence. Was he? I guess I can't ask. Okay. I'm unaware that he was at a body that gave him law enforcement powers to investigate things. I thought his role was more of a liaison between different intel communities. So I heavily suspect that he was unaware of all the evidence that was being ran down by other investigative agencies.
Well, wait a minute. No, I mean, it gets complex when you're talking about the actual 10th Amendment police powers that are accorded to fourth branch admin gov creatures like the NCTC. But no, there's a para police power, and they were allowed to investigate via the FBI. Do you know roughly how long? So they are, think of them as para police investigators. Do you know roughly how long his investigation lasted and how long NCTC investigations normally last?
I'm guessing it was about 2 weeks, and I'm guessing normally these investigations are through nexuses of things that they have evidence that foreign governments were involved in, not just suspicious and innuendo.
No. Where they start, it was interesting. I was looking at this over the last week. Where they start is specifically means, motive, opportunity predicates. And of course, if Israel has a significant cognizable benefit to be gained by killing, regime changing the most valuable Gentile in the world who's about to turn the tables on them, that is all you need by the investigative predicates, the reasonable suspicion standards.
That's a pretty strong rhetorical move there from Tim. The language that he's choosing to use, right, which it reinforces the anti-Gentile attitude typically of Israeli geopolitical pivots and stances. Exactly what was going on with what this bureaucracy does versus that. I was getting a little lost in the bureaucracy side of that, but I think that ambiguity was effectively kind of rhetorically kind of swept away by what Tim is doing here. Let's see if Rob can rebut that.
Used, and that's precisely the kind of thing that the NCTC investigations normally begin along.
Because basically he's going back to his MMO, right? Means, motive, opportunity argumentation of what the low bar is for these types of investigations.
This investigation went anywhere from a couple of days before it was stymied. I've heard that account, and I've heard anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks before it was stymied. The average length is somewhere between 1 and 2 months. And the simple fact of the matter that Joe Kent, who's boss over there at the time, makes plain that I don't think he would be possible of getting wrong is that there were lots of leads he himself was leading a team in running down that he was stopped short by Kash Patel, and he said it was one of the oddest things he'd ever seen. How do you account for that?
I think that it was probably that Joe Kent wanted to run down things that the rest of the people didn't think was relevant, given the overwhelming evidence they were seeing from Tyler Robinson. Looking at his communications, they saw that there wasn't international conversations or anything like that. The timeline wouldn't make sense. Joe Kent doesn't specifically say it was Israel. In fact, he could have easily been talking about communications that came from a place like Russia, China, or a litany of other places.
Of course, but it's really unlikely it would be those other ones.
You jumped to the conclusion that this
hold
is
on,
proof
I just
that
need
Israel
yes,
was
no
involved
answers
in
on this.
Okay.
You're just burning my time here, man.
Okay.
So it's
25 minutes left.
I don't know what communications from Russia. I don't know what Russia would have to do with that.
Yeah, it could be me. It could be you. Maybe the NCTC was looking into Tim Gordon or Rob Noor. No. Israel is specific here because Israel is well known, has an unprecedented level of proclivity toward using political assassinations. Let me get to the part.
And this was a key point that is good to go back to from his opening statement, right? Which is this point of it's not just any old guy could potentially do it. It's means, motive, and opportunity, and a long history of doing this.
I didn't read in my opening statement. According to this expert on it in this 2018 study, Ronan Bergman, He gives the rationales that Israel has used. No other country that's been around for like 1,500 years comes close to 1,000 of these things, TAOs. Israel in 70 years had 2,700. They're running nearly 400 per decade. And here's the common rationales. I want you to respond for these. He gives 10 rationales for them. I picked the pettier 5 rationales for ending a man's life. Here they are. They're staggeringly trivial, these 5. Petty retaliation, like Jews brag about in Hollywood, right? The Munich movie, petty retaliation. They'll go across borders and kill dudes. Deterrence, decapitate.
What a stupid comment. Russia's at war with NATO. Why would they have interest? No, it's not interest. We were talking about the context of potential perpetrators of Charlie Kirk. What would Russia have to do with Charlie Kirk? Unless I misunderstood, maybe Rob was just saying they could be intelligence leads about anything, any kind of chatter. No, the context was leads about the Charlie Kirk assassination. And what would Russia versus NATO have to do with Charlie Kirk? What motivation does Russia have for Charlie Kirk? That's ridiculous.
Of opposing organizational leadership. Does that sound familiar? Strategic disruption of adversarial groups. Sounds familiar also. And long-term non-emergent Israeli survival and security. This means non-emergent. This is in peacetime. So if they've done 2,700 plus of these, unlike any country in the history of the world.
That's a really strong rhetorical point. And if I had done this debate, I would use that Bergman book. So it's interesting to see, because a lot of what, now I don't know anything about the legalese stuff, so I don't know if I would have gone the legal route, but a lot of what's being presented is how I would have argued it.
Yes, they're always suspect number 1 when there's Israeli interest at stake. So that is precisely the sort of means, motive, opportunity.
Exactly.
Predicate that groups like the FBI, ONI, and the NCTC look for. These are investigative predicates. So you tell me, assuming, because I think we both agree that Charlie Kirk was a very, very valuable Gentile to the cause, and he was turning. You even acknowledged that some. If they would kill people, and they've done it 2,700 times over the last 70 years, for posing some sort of institutional threat or jeopardizing Israel's long-term security over things 1/50th as existentially important to the continued sustenance of an Israeli state, why would they suddenly think twice about this one? I'm just thinking like an investigator. I'm not thinking like a jury reaching a verdict or even a prosecutor.
There you go. That's making the point that FDA highlighted at the very beginning, was the ambiguity between compelling reason for an individual to think that it happened versus compelling reason for an investigation to be launched. And they would have gotten a lot further in this debate, I think, if that had been a little clear, hammered out a little more clearly.
Thinking like an investigator here. Why would they suddenly grow a conscience? Just tell me. I want to know.
It's not growing a conscience. There was still a lot of good.
Oh, that was a very good rhetorical move from Tim there to place it in a very accessible, pragmatic way. So you're arguing, Rob, that now Israel has a conscience. So let's hear how Rob replies.
That Charlie Kirk could and would do for them. There's no evidence that they relationship was severed to the point that it would warrant wanting to take them off the table completely.
But if
would you like an
let's
answer? You
pretend.
just talked for like 10 minutes. I could finish
Well,
my answer.
I know, because it's
quick.
my time. You can ask me stuff all
Don't
you
worry,
want in
I'll
your
use
time.
my half hour commiserately then.
All I'm asking you is, I'll give you more time to answer on this one, but I want to stipulate to the point, okay? I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just, if there were,
I'm not trying to be a dick or not trying to be a douche. I'm not trying to be a dick bag.
Flinched him off. You just, allergically tried to flinch him off. That's the problem with debates. People act dishonest. I don't like it. Ask me a question. Do you think Tyler Robinson did it? Yeah, probably in some way. The problem is 91% of the time, it's not a lone gunman. But I'm asking you back to Israel. So literally, you could say it's double hearsay, but sometimes, and we don't want to go through all the 27 exceptions to hearsay under the federal rules of evidence, but sometimes double hearsay is admissible into court. When there's some specific prediction, that's actually quite alarming. Some specific prediction, 4 weeks to the day. If X, then Y, a conditional claim. If your neighbor cuts down his hedge, he told the cops that he's going to kill you, and then you turn up dead. That makes it probative. Under the federal rules of evidence, that makes it probative. If Bibi Netanyahu issues this haunting, preemptive repudiation of the crime and says we didn't do it. If there had been pro-Israel billionaires that were trying to intervene, don't turn around, Charlie, don't turn around on us. What have we been paying you for? Why is your ordinary run-of-the-mill organization, no one's really said this, ordinary run-of-the-mill college debate organization now worth 9 figures? Because of Israel and Israel donorship. This was the most valuable Gentile on the face of the planet under 50 years old to Israel, who is having an ostensible turnaround. Now, you said
this is again not. This is good rhetoric, but Tim's kind of going a little long here. I'm confused, by the way. Is this his 30-minute cross-examination or 20 or Tim is seemingly kind of doing a little over yapping in my view.
That it doesn't require them growing a conscience. Just assume arguendo that all of the facts in my timeline are true. Why, if they think he's going to go all the way to the wall, would they not kill him? I just want to hear you.
Go ahead.
When in doubt, throw it into Latin.
Yeah, I'm surprised that just start talking the whole debate in Latin, and then when nobody knows what you're saying, then you just mog them all because.
Well, all fortiori argumentum.
Yeah, ex opere operatu. Just talk in Latin, and then everybody will be mystified at your genius.
Reason it out.
One, your facts aren't.
It probably works.
I mean, that was what Jesus and whatnot was doing.
True as I'll get to on my terms. You just repeated a lie.
If any one of them are true.
Okay. Secondly, because there are reasons, just because they've killed other people in the past, which I can't see all of your data to suggest exactly why they've taken out people, doesn't mean that they would do so in an unprecedented way to an American citizen who is highly public. We don't see any evidence of that happening in the past. Second,
well, they don't care. In fact, they're actually notorious for not caring. I mean, again, the evidence in regard to JFK. So Rob is saying there's no evidence that Israel would have a motive to take out a high-profile American citizen, John F. Kennedy, one of the classic examples.
There's evidence of that. There's tons. That's just wrong. That's wrong.
Nick, okay, I'll give you a chance. If you want me to answer, I'll continue to answer, right? Secondly, if they botch this or if they're found out, they literally go from Donald Trump being someone who's basically doing what they like to now Donald Trump declaring war on them, unless you think Trump's involved. So now we're in a situation where Israel, just because they think, you know what, maybe
Wait, Trump declaring war on Israel? I don't understand what he's arguing. Let me go back. Let me make sure I understood what he was saying.
To that. There's tons. That's just wrong. That's wrong.
Nick, okay, I'll give you a chance. If you want me to answer, I'll continue to answer, right? Secondly, if they botch this or if they're found out, they literally go from Donald Trump being someone who's basically doing what they like to now Donald Trump declaring war on them, unless you think Trump's involved. So now we're in a situation where Israel, just because they think...
I think he's saying that Israel could potentially lose Donald Trump's support if they killed Charlie Kirk, because then Trump would turn against Israel, which I don't think that follows at all.
I don't think it follows, yeah.
That just assumes that Trump is a neutral actor or something like that.
You know what? Maybe this guy that's helped us before is not going to help us as much anymore. We're going to kill him and risk going to a war with the United States. I don't see it happening.
No. Why would the U.S. go to war over an assassination? First of all, Israel knows that. I would assume if that is the case, they are confident that the United States is going to do what they want either way, hence what they were pushing for with the Defense Authorization Act and the paragraph 200 part. So, no, these are very arrogant people. And you look at the way that they treat, the people in Gaza and how they treat the Christians and bombing the churches, they are megalomaniacs. So that doesn't follow that they're worried about Donald Trump turning on them. I don't think.
Hey,
Yep.
I hate to cut you off,
Uh-huh.
but I gotta prepare for evening time. Is there anything you want to ask me? Anybody in the chat? I'd have to say, if I give a final analysis, this is a hard one.
Yeah.
I figured out what the disagreement is over the prompt. Okay, and that's the heart of the matter. I think it was pretty. If I'm going to be objective, which I always am, if I'm going to be consistent in my history of being objective and unbiased, I think it was neck to neck. I think maybe at the end.
Well, there's quite a bit more to go. So
I know. I'm just saying now because I got to bow out.
Right.
If you had to ask me when I put the poll, it's pretty hard. I think Rob did pretty good. I think Tim did pretty good. There's blunders on both sides. It was kind of neck to neck. I'd say at this point, rhetorically, maybe some of the questions at the end right there, Tim, I think, got the upper hand. So that's tough. I'd have to, at this point, maybe give it to Tim, but that's a tough call. At this point, what would you say? Was I correct in my analysis?
It's pretty close. It looks to me like here I'm Rob's doing a little bit weaker here in my opinion, but it was pretty neck and neck for the most part.
Yeah. The only kind of upper hand is because Rob kind of dropped just a little bit here, and Tim got a little bit better on some rhetorical stuff. But
well, I want to say too, yeah, thank you for being here. Appreciate your presence. Everybody be sure and check out Patristic Faith and Flirting Ananias and his other website, which is RuPaulsDragRace.com. Just kidding. Don't go to that. Yeah, by the way, this idea that I mean, Israel was 100% clearly involved in the USS Liberty that involved multiple U.S. deaths. So, no, I don't think that Israel has any concern at all for American lives. In fact, they mock the Christians, the evangelical Zionists that support them. They actually mock them. So I don't think that follows.
So you're saying that
is even though I would say rhetorically, Tim had some blunders, like obfuscating, and I wouldn't say obfuscating, but making it more obscure at points when he should have been making it clear.
Yeah, too much legalese.
Yeah. At the same time, conceptually, I know what he's talking about. And so I was just thinking, does that enter into the debate too? That like there's stuff in the background that even if he rhetorically blunders on, he does have some justifications for. Does that enter into a debate? It's like ultimately, let's say he didn't frame the argument quite correct. There is an argument that he's hitting at. It does, and does that strengthen the debate in any sense, or is it only the argument and what you can actually, how you actually rhetorically put it, that's to be allowed into a debate? Do you see what I'm asking?
I think so. But let me get back to this because I appreciate you.
Thanks, Ben. I'm bowing out. Thank you, all of you guys for the support and support Jay. And I'll see you later, bud.
All right, guys. Also remember, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through super chats. Super chats are pinned via Streamlabs. You can also super chat natively through YouTube. We will read the super chats here in a bit. Let's get through this.
you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this couldn't that it couldn't have been Israel.
I'm going to go ahead and close out the Twitter space, not because I'm dissing you guys, just because we're going to go ahead and try to finish out the debate and then do the super chats. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. We'll just finish it over here.
Even though they have means, motive, and opportunity, which are the predicates that normally move an investigation along rather than stymieing it. You know that it couldn't have been Israel and it shouldn't have been investigated to the director's satisfaction.
No, I never made that claim. That's a straw man.
Would you? Well, no, I'm asking. It's not a straw man. It's a question.
You said, so you're saying, that's what you said, right?
Okay. Are you saying that?
No.
Well, I mean, I'm also assuming based on your position in the debate tonight that you don't think that there's at the level of the investigative predicates, means, motive, and opportunity, which is all any investigation moves along in the pretrial phase, the pre-pretrial phase. You don't think that that Israel should be investigated any further. I'm just assuming that, given your view.
Well, even that's a different question than what you just asked previously. Which one would you like me to answer?
Answer both. They're close enough.
Yes, of course, it's plausible and theoretically possible that Israel was involved. Can't say that there's 100% confidence they weren't. However, there's no positive evidence that suggests they were. All there is motivation and means, right? But that doesn't mean, which we could say would be the case with a litany of other organizations like the DNC. Are you 100% here to say that the DNC couldn't have committed this crime?
What is positive evidence? What the hell is positive evidence? Because I just that's not. I just read you the real legal standard, not made up shit. Okay, evidence. If a fact has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without it, the evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action, it's evidence. It's generic evidence. It's non-specific circumstantial evidence. To read Ronan Bergman's book, that's positive evidence. It's positive circumstantial evidence, which is
yeah. This is an interesting point, right? It's like a lot of people will sort of discount these historical geopolitical texts as if they have no real relevance to the immediate, when it would absolutely have relevance to how this people group operates, right? This is the whole basis behind criminal profiling, behind doing ethnographies, figuring out how people groups operate and what do they tend to do.
Counts for 95% of jury verdicts.
Let's see, that was a pretty strong claim there. Let's hear that again from Tim.
Generic evidence, it's non-specific circumstantial evidence. To read Ronan Bergman's book, that's positive evidence. It's positive circumstantial evidence, which accounts for 95% of jury verdicts. Okay?
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know the legalese. If that's true, that is a pretty strong line of argument from Tim.
So you just don't know, and you're throwing around terms, and it's getting sloppy. Positive evidence means what? How are you distinguishing it from circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, material evidence?
Positive evidence is evidence that suggests that the crime being alleged was committed. Motivation does not show that. I could show you 100 organizations with motivation, and that wouldn't be positive evidence.
Yeah, I mean, again, probably Rob has just sort of a general idea what positive evidence is. I don't know if that is a legal term. Maybe it is. But Tim is, again, sticking it in the legal domain and saying, well, in legal categories, what is positive evidence?
It's that they committed this crime.
Where are you citing? Where does this term positive evidence come from?
I will say that it is my proprietary definition. Let me explain by what I mean by positive.
So I see, that's what I thought, is that it's just sort of Rob's own sort of criteria. I'm not faulting him. I'm just saying, like, it's his own sort of idea of what he is reasoning as is something that's compelling or not.
Evidence so that there's no confusion. Evidence to suggest the group that you're discussing was involved in the crime, as opposed to just evidence to suggest possible motivation. You have no evidence.
No. What are you talking about?
All of your evidence is motivation and means.
So we can go with Rob Nor.
Well, again, they're back to debating about what counts as, quote, evidence that's, quote, compelling. And then Rob is saying positive, and then Tim is like, well, what's the legal idea of what positive is? And he's saying, well, it's just what I'm arguing is compelling or convincing. And Tim is saying, but for investigations, there is a low bar, and just Ronan Bergman's book alone would count.
Or is made up, kooky definition positive evidence, which is there's no legal standard for it because you pulled it out of a hat. Or we can go with Federal Rules of Evidence 401. And I've read it twice now. I don't want to have to reread it. But here's the thing. You don't seem to, you keep making the claim. There's no evidence. There's no fact with any tendency to make Israel suspicious here. Which is really all evidence FRA 401 says.
Yeah, and that's why Tim, both rhetorically and I think in terms of argumentation, is going to keep going back to this until this. I think when, like, because they weren't in the context of a legal debate with Andrew and Candace. When Andrew is saying positive evidence, he just means something that's not Candace's intuitions or feelings, right? Just evidence, or that's not perhaps an argument from silence, right? That might have been like, you know, because Candace would keep retreating and she would make these sort of negative, universal negative types of claims. That might have been why Andrew said, quote, positive evidence. And then Tim is just playing the sort of legal hardliner card and saying, well, that's not a legal term. I don't know what you mean by that.
That's complete hogwash. That's why people want them investigated. That's why positive evidence, I don't know what that is, but evidence is absolutely constituted even by the Harrison Smith tweet. That's
I just
remarkable.
want to cut in real quick. I'm pausing the time, but I just want to let you know.
So again, this is a good point, because remember when Candace was pointing out that she mistakenly thought that everything in the preliminary, because it was, quote, hearsay, not that all of it was hearsay, but what was in it that was hearsay, she thought that meant like, oh, it'll get tossed out. It's not actual. That's not true. It will get scrutinized, but hearsay is admitted when it's not disqualified. And Tim is saying Harrison's tweet, or text message, could also be probative and would count, which are fair points.
Rob, your times will
So
start.
in other words, for investigation purposes, those are evidences, right? And that's why they are correct. Tim is correct to keep pressing on this positive evidence point, because Rob is insisting, which is too strong of a claim. If, in my opinion, Rob shouldn't have said, there is no evidence, you have no evidence, right? He's made this really strong claim from the outset. He should have walked that back a little bit, I think, and said, there's not been convincing evidence, there's not been a strong piece of evidence, but the you have no evidence is literally going to be just totally discounted if circumstantial, hearsay, and even text messages or Ronan Bergman's book all counts as evidence.
In 15.5 minutes. And Tim, if you could do a little bit more question asking, so we can try to cover as much ground as possible.
Yeah, this is, now I'm not saying Rob is making this mistake, but this is something that most of us, because we don't know, like, we just think when you hear the word circumstantial hearsay, you think, oh, that means it doesn't count. No, not true at all. In the legal world, totally not true.
Well, that's the only thing I want to add here. But yeah, let's get the rest of this 15.5 minutes and try to make the most of it, gentlemen.
Yeah, there's a difference between evidences, and then like irrefutable evidence, right? So that's what's maybe also being confused here.
Bear, so do you think it's let's use real legal terms. Is it probative evidence if X says there's some kill switch, it's conditional for killing me, and then the conditional is met, and then shortly thereafter, a day or two after, X dies?
Which is a really good debate strategy, again, for Tim here to do this.
You count that as probative because the federal rules of evidence do.
I would not. I would say that it's superseded by the fact that that's secondhand hearsay when we have direct language from Charlie Kirk saying the left is going to kill me the day before.
Okay, are you aware that double hearsay is allowed at law, even in trial, under certain circumstances?
If I said to you,
yes,
hey,
no?
I saw
yes,
big,
no?
Yes, I am. Now I'm responding.
Good.
If I
so
say
allowed.
to you, Big Mike told me that James ran his truck into your house, and then you talk to Mike and he says, no, I never said that, I would not say that my claim is probative, because Mike, who I was having the hearsay from, directly contradicts what my hearsay
All right, well,
said.
the federal
That's
rules
what
of
Charlie
evidence,
Kirk did.
The Supreme Court has ruled on this, particularly in the realm of circumstantial evidence, is probative and it disagrees with you. So you're just making up a legal
I
standard.
don't believe
here.
so. I believe that you're erroneous in that thinking, and I will
You
express
believe I'm
why.
erroneous because Rob just makes shit up. Okay.
No, I'll express why. Just to be clear, if I said Mike told me that James admitted to a crime, and then the police talk to Mike and says that's a lie, you would say they wouldn't evaluate Mike as more credible than me, who's claiming to heard that through Mike, and they would continue to investigate.
Do you
I don't
think
believe that.
do you think evidence ought to be ruled out on its circumstantiality, like say the Harrison Smith, utterly circumstantial evidence, the Harrison Smith tweet from August the 13th? Is there a special rule or a heightened burden which applies just because evidence is circumstantial?
No,
Well, then why is it ruled out? Well, then why isn't it probative? By definition, it's probative. There are only two elements.
If he has hearsay, and then the specific target that the hearsay is from contradicts that, we would take the target as opposed to the hearsay.
No, that's not how it works. Well, I mean, when you take
Of
evidence
course it
class
is.
in real law, no, it's not.
No, I think Rob is incorrect here because this is assuming that you can't have both things being the case. In other words, just because Charlie Kirk says that he's worried about the left or he thinks the left might do it, that doesn't necessarily rule out also being concerned about other players as well, or that Charlie Kirk isn't also concerned about Israel, right? In other words, both of those things can be true. It's a false either or.
In evidence class, you take hearsay and it's half of the class because the exceptions swallow the rule. There's a broad rule, no hearsay evidence. And then there are like 27 exceptions, and it takes you half a semester to learn all of them. I learned them, and it took me a real long time. It sounds to me like you can't fathom a special rule or heightened burden which would rule out circumstantial evidence like Harrison Smith's.
I just want to be clear in what you're suggesting here. What you're telling me is if law enforcement comes to me and I say, Mike told me he saw a red truck flee the scene of the crime, and then they talk to Mike and Mike says, that's not true, I never said that, right? You're telling me that the police would view both of our statements equally and continue to look for a red truck.
Yes. In Holland versus
wrong.
United States, it's an absolute black letter law. Circumstantial evidence is intrinsically no different than testimonial evidence, and it's much more common, and a lot of times it's of much higher quality.
That's what you're
So
saying.
do you agree?
There
Wait,
is
hold on,
what you're
hold
saying.
on,
There's
hold
not
on. This is my
responsive
time. Just save it,
to what
bro.
I'm saying. Okay.
Save it. You agree? Because I still can't tell. This whole thing is about the predicates of investigative evidence, well, much lower standard, and you were mixed up on that in the beginning, and so now I'm just trying to reestablish ground. Do you agree that motive, means, and opportunity evidence are all legitimate considerations when you're investigating a killing?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so why do you think that there's no compelling evidence, no compelling reason then to further investigate means, motive, and opportunity evidence?
Investigating doesn't mean that you believe there's a compelling reason that someone is involved with a murder. They investigate tons of
Now we're back to the original ambiguity. So this is crazy.
people before they think there's a compelling reason.
You
to
think
that
they
did it.
investigate with no reason?
No, I'm thinking that they don't think it rises.
You just said, you think they investigate with no reason? You think they're investigating me or you for Charlie Kirk's death?
You keep putting words into my mouth that I haven't said. Would you like to restate what you think I just said?
That you said that a reason is not the same thing as evidence.
No, I said a compelling reason to think someone's involved in a murder is different than having a precursory look at someone, because you investigate all sorts of people, even those that aren't really suspects, when it comes to these sorts of crimes. So I think there's a different standard to saying, look, we might as well take a look at this because we're here, which is what they did with the foreign nexus.
Yes.
Versus
Now
saying
we're
there's
there.
a compelling versus saying there's a
So now
compelling
we're
reason,
on
which is
the
your burden
basis-
in this debate.
Can you be quiet, please? Now we're finally whatever it is, 2/3 of the way through the debate. We've established there are reasonable suspicion standards. I was trying to do this in the opening statement, but you were fighting it tooth and nail. There's a reasonable suspicion standard for investigating Israel. Now,
I think that was a rhetorically strong move on Tim's part there to sort of highlight that he's arguing that he got Rob to admit something different than was the initial line of questioning in the opening statement. But the ambiguity in the opening first half of the debate was just simply over whether it's individually compelling or whether it meets some low bar of investigation. That's so, again, this is a lot of this is the prompt.
I'm glad we established that. Israel has an extensively documented history of conducting TAOs, targeted assassination operations, outside its own borders. Do you dispute this?
That Israel's attacked people outside their own borders? That's your question?
That they have an extensive history of TAOs that are conducted in foreign nations, and they look a lot like ops, where they're making someone out. They're framing people. They're doing, I read 5 of the 5 most common motives. Do you dispute this or not? Because this all goes to means, motive, opportunity predicates.
I'm unaware of the specific source that you're citing, but if I had to guess, Israel, like many countries, probably assassinates people.
Oh, but okay, so you think, like many countries, they do so in either quality, quantity, proclivity, with an average proclivity to assassination?
I have no clue, but I would have
reasonable... I'm asking you to take a guess.
I don't know. My guess is, given the hostilities that Israel's been with in the region, they've probably more than, say, I don't know, Denmark? I don't know that it's more than the United States.
Okay, well, so
I wouldn't
you
know.
Want to retract your statement, what you said a second ago, that just like every other country, they've probably...
Ooh, that was a really good debate move from Tim right there. And you'll see me do this quite often in debates, right, where I will ask people questions and then they will say stuff, but then they'll sort of walk it back or move it. They'll do a Mott and Bailey where they say something generic or very precise. And then a few minutes later, they'll sort of walk it stronger or walk it back. And you got to hold them to what they just said. So this was a pretty strong move on Tim's part right here to hold Rob to a strong and weak claim about this in this cross-examination.
Done some?
No, I won't retract the statement. What I said is
definitive study on this. Okay,
I won't retract a true statement. Most countries have assassinated.
Are you going to stop him from interrupting? Or are we moderating her now? So 2,700 in 70 years. That is remarkable. That's almost 400 per decade. And I read you the 5 main motivations for these assassinations, and you seem to just, I don't know, stonewall. Like this has no effect on you. You think that Israeli intelligence has conducted covert operations outside Israel, or no?
Yes.
Good. Okay. And do you see that the standard going opinion after this 2018 study that's cited by everyone in the intelligence community, Ronan Bergman?
This is correct. I have the book.
Rise and Kill First. That they don't do it at an average rate. They do it anytime, even...
So this is a very good legal approach. He's pressing him like he was on the witness stand here, based on what he had just said.
Light interest to Israel are jeopardized. Do you see that?
I don't believe that everyone says that. I think you're lying.
What? Now, I mean, technically, Rob could be correct at Tim just saying, generally speaking, in the intelligence community, this book is cited. I'm sure it's not very well cited in the Israeli intelligence community. So it depends on how literal Tim meant the statement. Everybody cites this. So, but it's a risky, I mean, I know I have this book. I'm familiar with this book. I got multiple books on this topic, and I'm not trying to be mean to Rob, but I get the sense that Rob is not as familiar with this topic. He kind of admitted, I'm not sure. I don't know. So it's a little risky to go into this response by saying, well, I just think you're lying about it. I mean, if you're going to say people are lying about it, you actually need to know that really well. So this is a risky gambit here.
Prove that everyone says it.
Just, I mean,
yeah, I figured he would say, when you say everyone, I mean, you could say it's a hasty generalization, but Tim is being rhetorical here, or he's just speaking, he's speaking generally. Like in the intelligence world, this is typically cited as a well-known study, and that's true.
Why should...
If you want to be a smug, condescending...
Yeah, I mean, again, like, Tim, to say everyone, maybe that was too strong on Tim's part, just like it was a little too strong when Rob said everyone earlier on, or excuse me, no, you have no evidence, because that was a really strong claim. Maybe that was actually a flub on Tim's part, but actually though, I mean, he could just simply mean it generally, and to hang on that's a little weak.
Ansel, so prove that everyone says it.
But I haven't said I haven't called you anything, man. You're getting threatened because you don't know legal terms. You're getting threatened now because I'm raising the standard fare. Ronan Bergman, someone in the comments, anybody that's taken an interest in TAOs.
Everyone says it. That's your argument. Everyone.
The go-to compendium.
Would you want to retract your statement that everyone says it?
We got 7.5 minutes left.
You want to retract that?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're saying literally every single person cites this. Every single one in the
cite for me another compendious study. Cite?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad strategy. If I was telling, I'd just look, I'm just speaking generally, so not literally every single person, but generally this is an accepted study on the subject. And if you disagree, can you cite a countervailing study?
For me, another compendium that has studied in great detail 700 successful TAOs from 1946 to 2013, 920 perpetrators, 954 victims. Cite me a better compendium than Rob.
It's a non sequitur. I don't have to cite you a better to say that I disagree.
It's a non sequitur.
Correct.
Wait, it's a non sequitur. You say, no, there's a better compendium out there, I'm sure. And I say, okay.
I didn't say that. You're lying. Show me where I said there's a better compendium.
Well, so is your point that because I'm pointing at something that's devastating to what you're saying. I'm pointing at why the usual suspect actually.
I mean, this is getting, again, hung up on the words. But I don't know what you're talking about. I don't make my decisions on whether I think somebody will be angry. I've had the same position on this whole thing the entire time. I've said the entire time I don't agree with the position that there's no foreign involvement. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Is Israel, and I'm not a Wignat online that you can just say, oh, Tim's a Wignat moron. I'm saying, no, I've done my research, man. I brought the receipts. And this is a devastating, at least for investigative predicates, looking at means, motive, opportunity. Israel's the first one we're looking at when we're talking about.
Again, I mean, this is a famous book. This is not some like rando conspiratards, AI book, right? And I'm sure that this book has detractors. Anybody who writes a book, there's going to be detractors. But this one is famous. It's well known. And it's called Rise and Kill First. It's a New York Times bestseller, which means that it is not in the domain of conspiracy world. It's out there in the normie public domain. By the way, there's other ones. There are other books on this topic. And so to act like, well, it doesn't matter, this book doesn't count because you said everyone. Well, I mean, yeah, but obviously he meant generally, didn't literally mean everybody.
Maybe taking out the most valuable information asset who's a Gentile under 50 years old in the whole world right now or last year. And then I just say, look, so off the bat, can we just be honest and admit that most countries haven't done 1,000. Most countries haven't done 500 TAOs. Countries that have been around 1,000 years haven't done these. Israel's done 2,700, and they do them for a staggeringly low bar. Can we get? And then I said, well, are we good on that? And you said, what? No.
Yeah, I didn't say Rob is attacking the book. I'm saying that his attempt to not answer that question was based on fixating on Tim saying, everybody accepts this study. Well, not everybody. Okay, but he's speaking generally. So I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say he's attacking the book. What are you guys even talking about?
Oh, how do I know? You're lying. That's a made up study. I thought we had a fact checker. Do we have?
I didn't say you're lying. That's a made up study. I said I do not believe you that everyone has said that.
Yeah, that was a mistake for Tim. Tim shouldn't have said, you're saying it's a made up study. No, he specifically said not everyone necessarily will accept that.
Still don't think you provided evidence that
Are you being a
everyone
retard who's trying not to get it? I don't mean everyone in the world has looked at it.
So you retract your
I
statement
believe
that
I said
everyone in the
something
intel...
like,
No, now see, I mean, this is Rob is being a little sort of hyper fixated. Obviously, he didn't mean everybody. He's just saying it's generally an accepted study. If I said something like, everyone knows the white crime rate, everyone knows that white people commit the majority of the crimes, right? Oh, you're saying literally everybody? No, come on, dude. I'm speaking generally here.
everyone.
You retract that?
I believe I said something like everyone who's looked into intel community literature on
Yes, he was talking about the context of people in intelligence.
AOs would cite this 2018 study, Rise and Kill First. It's devastating.
I don't believe you that
to the
everyone
claim.
would.
Okay, are you just trying to stall through your time?
No,
so
I mean, again, not literally everyone, but this is a well-known source book. I mean, come on.
A better study.
Real quick,
If you can't
guys,
cite a better
did
study,
pause it.
Rob?
Was there a fact checker that was supposed to be or agreed upon between you two, or is that just a misunderstanding? Okay, well, all right, you got 5 minutes and 13 seconds left because earlier I did pause it when Rob interrupted for a second. I just didn't say anything,
right,
and I didn't pause it for too long, Rob. So don't worry. I mean, it's only like 5-10 seconds.
I'm just asking, given the information contained in this 2018 compendium, that's devastating and provides a really overwhelming case why when anyone who's related to Israel, like Charlie Kirk, has an assassination 28 days after someone publicly tweets, he's worried that if he does something 27 days later, which he did do, they're going to kill him, that Israel's going to be first because they have 2,700 of these things for far smaller bar. That rises to the predicate level of we should look into it further rather than 3, 5, 7, 9 days into the investigation, throttle in the grave. Can we at least agree on that much? I'm trying to persuade you at this point.
If you're trying to persuade me that Israel has a history of assassinations and could possibly have motivation, sure. What I'm saying is that that's not evidence to say that there's a compelling reason to think Israel was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Well, not from a jury.
Well, but it would be because we're not in a jury trial. If you're admitting that it meets MMO, then that's the standard that Tim has in his mind. And I think Rob is still going back to, but is it convincing to me?
Verdict's perspective, but that's why you were just
not from anyone.
You were being thick-headed about it, and we wasted like the first hour.
No, this is where he's making So if it's enough for investigation, then you can't, as Rob can't keep retreating to, no, there's nothing there. It shows nothing. You just admitted that it is enough to have MMO.
I didn't say, because
my opening statement said I'll concede motivation. That's all you.
Do you understand the basic difference between the fact finding that defense and prosecution, specifically with the subpoena ducis tecum power, that's really what makes it all go at law, is you swear in witnesses on both sides and you have the subpoena ducis tecum power. So we get those phones. Now, there's all this weird evidence that Erica Kirk's been allowed to keep his medal, clothes, the frickin' car, all of that weird stuff that she was allowed to have. Well, at trial, subpoena ducis tecum power, they're going to be able to look at that. And that's why we really don't know anything until a trial. There's evidence at the lower level, at the lower burden of persuasion, we can be compellingly convinced that we should go to the next level. But I mean, maybe you're learning here tonight. Do you understand the difference in evidentiary standards as we go further along, from the more universal to the more specific?
I'm aware of the difference in evidentiary standards that has nothing to do with the topic of this debate.
why do you think it doesn't have anything to do with the standard of
You've
this
yet
debate?
as I said in my opening statement, which you said that I stonewalled for an hour, I said the opposite. I said, yes, I will say that Israel had a potential motivation and means, but this is not compelling evidence that they were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You've yet to provide
but you just
any
said
evidence
you
to that.
understood that. The compelling, the actually proving as a matter of fact that they did place this call, that requires subpoena ducis tecum. That requires bringing some foreign agent to court. And then, because they're not going to give that up on their own. So what I called stonewalling was you applying an intentionally misfit standard. All I'm saying, because all this debate's about is should Israel be investigated? And honestly, it sounds like you agree with me that they should be moored. So do you understand what I mean by a misfit standard now? It's really, really important. What's compelling in preliminary investigation is not compelling in prelim trial, is not compelling in actual jury verdict. Do we understand those standards? At the bare minimum, everyone out there listening should take that nugget of truth. And if you take nothing else from this debate, understand that there are different levels that constitute a W or a win.
I understand that there are different evidentiary standards for different stages in an investigation. I understand that was not the topic of this debate. I understand you could not defend your position on the topic of this debate. And so you're trying to imply that the debate was something that it was never designed to be.
What do you mean?
You have yet to present any evidence that there's a compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated or was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. All you provided was
Israel should be investigated.
That wasn't the topic.
What do you think the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause is then, Rob? What's the legally prescribed
I think the word
distinction?
compelling. I think the word compelling means convincing. I think there's a very low bar for when we're allowed to start investigations under reasonable suspicion, and that wouldn't rise to anyone's definition of a compelling reason to believe that they committed this crime.
Every time you say proof or compelling, you seem to just mean evidence. Do you mean that there's no evidence? Which I've read you the standard, the FRE standard four times now, FRE 401. I've read you 4 times what evidence is and explain to me how the timeline doesn't constitute a fact having any tendency to make that fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. Explain that to me.
Again, that's different. That's different. What the topic is, you already said that you wouldn't find it to be reasonable suspicion of other groups that clearly would meet this bar, like the DNC.
Not everyone's not reasonably suspicious. Israel
they would meet that definition because they have motivation.
Throw it at me. You can pepper me with
it.
Left.
Well, it's my. You got 10 seconds, then I'll
switch it over.
Which groups are reasonably suspicious? I want to hear. Because it's not just everyone. Everyone's not reasonably suspicious.
The DNC, trans organizations, Iran, Qatar, any country that Trump tariffed, all of them.
All right. That was 30 minutes.
Kill Charlie Kirk.
Last follow-up, and I'll start Rob's time.
It's lamentable the debate's gone this way. My impression of Tim has gone down. I don't understand what this filibuster and condescending strategy is.
Don't be a girl.
Please stop interrupting. Please stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. It's my 30 minutes. Moderator, I thought we were going to silence him while he talked, please.
Alrighty, here.
So I don't understand what this is all about. And the cross-examination I thought would be more of a back and forth than a filibuster to him, strawmanning me and then trying to get me to admit to things. But I suppose that's what he went with. So I suppose I'll outline my case.
Yeah, I mean, what motivation would Qatar have for taking out Charlie Kirk? I mean, Islam. Yeah, but I mean, Qatar is not this like massively anti-Western, this is, I mean, Netanyahu makes deals with Qatar. So what are you talking about? Like this idea that somehow Qatar, which they do fund, things in the West, just like Saudi Arabia, all these, Islamic states do this. I mean, was there some motivation for other people to perhaps go after Charlie? Sure. But that doesn't mean that they're all equally suspicious. And that was Tim's point.
It's more since he's had his chance. Their motivation in me.
By the way, was there a poll on MDD? And what was MDD's poll? I'm curious to know how that audience received the debate. So, guys, could you tell me in the chat what was MDD's poll?
means might be reason to look into someone, but that doesn't mean that we would say that there's a compelling reason to believe that they committed a crime. You would think that investigators would look into any numbers of groups. The investigation still continues. Tim hasn't provided any evidence whatsoever that investigators can't still be proceeding to look at connections that people had to Tyler Robinson. He doesn't have any evidence whatsoever that he's been able to provide that Israel, or for that any other country or organization, was instigating Tyler Robinson. None. He provides zero. He can't. I'll ask you, Tim, a yes or no, please, would be nice. Do you think that the UVU and the law enforcement agencies that are now handling this case would be allowed and are looking in to see who Tyler Robinson had communication with?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's a bullshit argument. I would think that if someone who went to evidence class would understand that law enforcement would still be allowed to be looking into possible communications. The person they suspected of committing this. Please,
can I stipulate?
Please, no stipulation. You had your half hour.
Question?
You had your half hour. Please sit there
was that
quietly.
a question?
No,
yeah,
I didn't.
It was a question.
I asked him a yes or no question. Now I'll proceed to go on.
Well, I didn't ask you one yes or no question where you weren't allowed
You
to
continually interrupted me. You continually interrupted and filibustered the whole time. Now you'll sit there quietly. I didn't complain
about
the rules.
You don't know what a filibuster is. Like
I didn't complain about the rules when you were.
Debate.
Please be quiet. Can you stop the time, Mike?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you. If you could stop the time, well, now please give me the courtesy, as I did with you, of allowing me to take my cross-examination in the way that I would like. So the truth is that UVU is still looking into this. Let me ask you this, Tim. Do you know the exact extent of what the FBI or intelligence agencies' investigations were into Israel or any other foreign country?
Within reasonable bounds, we know what the people in charge of the investigation said they could get to and what they couldn't get to. And what Joe Kent says is that they had time to get to almost none of the leads.
That's another way of saying no. He has no clue. He has the word of one person.
No, that's
Joe
not.
Kent.
That's not.
He has the word of one person.
My answer was yes.
Please stop interrupting. Right? I let you finish your answer, man. I let you finish your answer. You started being a dick and with this condescending filibustering type attitude during your cross-ex. Please
stop calling names.
Okay, you again. You started being condescending and now you're whining that I call you names.
No, don't call names.
I'll take away that.
This is getting into. This is when it's getting kind of funny. Now we got this debate goes on quite a bit more, and this you guys are saying that the chat felt it was 74-26. Interesting. Now to me, in my opinion, it looks like it's been stronger on Tim's side, but we're only halfway. So maybe Rob will make a stronger presence as we go forward.
Take away the word.
You couldn't even define the terms. Then you start calling names.
Please be quiet. It's my
don't call me a dick. All right.
Please be quiet.
Just because you're losing,
let's try to be as respectful as possible here, guys. I know it's a tense subject, and there is a lot of accusations of people's affinities here. So
I'm not tense at all. I don't think I don't think he's a dick at all. But
I said tense subject.
He's frustrated, and passion's got the better of him. But I forgive him.
I'm not a woman.
That was a little condescending there. I mean, Tim was a little snarky, but that was, come on.
I don't mind if people call names. I'd rather someone call me a name than be condescending the entire time, filibuster, put words in my mouth, and change the topic of the subject because
of the debate. Man. Because I wasn't trying to be condescending. I expected.
Mike, can you stop the time every time he interrupts me? Thank you.
Well, if we get into a meta, just know that I already am. You have exactly 27 minutes left total.
If we could get some,
I think we need a little fellas. We need some decorum. I want to bring a little decorum to this decorum fiasco, which is not actively presently practicing decorum. We have an anti-decorum status right now. I want to bring some decorum to this decorum.
More moderation, as he asked, for when he tries to interrupt it. Possibly we could mute him because he can't control himself. That would be great. Now, the point that I was trying to make is he has no clue what the actual investigation that occurred was. He just says reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion standard, though, is based on particular articulable facts that warrant looking into them.
Wait, is this cross-X? He's not asking me a question. You asked me to ask questions, and you're also mischaracterizing what I said. You asked, did I know what the investigation was? I said yes, within bounds, and you're saying no. So you're just lying.
I waited till about just on the halfway point to try to get it more towards question asking, because
I was asking questions the whole time. Like run the tape back.
You went off at great lengths.
Absolutely.
You were like doing 6-7 minute chunks at a time. I haven't even got.
They were questions with foundations. But do you have a foundation for any of these questions?
I don't understand. I don't understand what the hostility was that you walked into this. I don't understand it. And like, could you just leave me reciprocate? You've talked far more than me. If you allow me to use my time as I see fit,
I
that'd
don't
be
want
great.
to mute anybody.
I think they should have done. I mean, I know Modern Day Debate wants the long open forum discussion so that it gets heated, but it was. I kind of liked it when they were doing the minute back and forth. You know what I mean?
Question for me. Or is this not across X?
I don't know. You were, in fact, you were so bad at this that the moderator, 15 minutes in, had to ask you to finally start asking questions.
No,
you think he was wrong?
The moderator came 15 minutes in. You guys changed out.
It's not true. He started before this 30-minute period.
No, he didn't. The moderator switched
time
out.
out. Stop the time, Mike.
I did a second ago.
Mike, can I ask you a question? Were you here at the start of his 30-minute question period?
Big Mike on trial. Yeah.
Now we're doing the debate about the debate.
Did start the 30 minutes for both of you guys. I just want to be as fair as possible and not rush Rob's questions right away. If the whole thing got taken up and no questions got asked, I absolutely would tell him the same thing that I told you, Tim. It's like I think he's just trying to be a little bit tit for tat right now with how he feels you were operating.
Go and question and look at how many questions I asked him. I think it was along the order of 20.
There's transcripts for all this too. So I mean that's always something I welcome is try to get the best analysis possible. But there's 26:40 right now. If it gets to 15 minutes and he hasn't asked you a ton of questions, Tim, just know I am going to ask him to do the same thing.
When he asks a question in 15 minutes.
Well, stay engaged, brother. Stay engaged. Let's try to finish this out in good
3 minutes
faith.
into my section, I've asked 2 questions in that 3 minutes. I don't think he asked one in his first 3 minutes, and he's complaining.
You're wrong.
Just so you can see, he's factually incorrect, even about the meta of the debate, where he's like, Mike was here halfway through my answering question, which is not true. So anyways, to get to the relevant details, the point I'm trying to make is all reasonable suspicion requires is some specific actionable evidence that we would want to look into. He doesn't know what evidence was looked into. He just takes the words of Joe Kent. Joe Kent, I mind you, has said he didn't see. He's not saying there was evidence that there was foreign assets. They just thought that there was more stuff that he wanted to look into. Again, the UVU investigators, etc., would be able to look into any communications. I'll ask you this question, Tim. Tim, have you seen any evidence whatsoever that Tyler Robinson had any sorts of communications with Israel or any other foreign country?
Zero.
Tim, I'll ask you this. Did Joe Kent say...
I never claimed he did either, by the way.
Joe
of course,
Kent
zero.
Say,
and there would be none without a subpoena. Yeah.
Did Joe Kent say... Did Joe Kent say specifically that Israel was the country he was interested in looking into?
No, but it was heavily implied.
Oh, right. All right.
So why was it shut down?
Okay.
I don't know.
So what you can see is all that Tim has done, as I suggested he would do in the opening statement, is he outlined that Israel's done bad things in the past, so they have means, and Israel has motivation. The truth would be that we could say that about a litany of other places. He puts the bar, and again, I think he's fundamentally wrong. When we say, is there a compelling reason to believe that an entity, a person, a country, a group is involved in a murder, instigated it, or carried out the murder, which is the topic of this debate, like you would have to have evidence beyond just motivation or means. You'd have to have some sort of specific evidence to suggest that there's something you're looking. He doesn't have
an investigation.
And please, I didn't ask you a question there. Could you stop the time?
Wow.
25:07.
So I don't get to say anything in your cross X.
When I ask you a question, you could respond. That was the same courtesy that I had with you. I don't understand why the rules, you were fine with the way you went.
Yeah, this is optically in this section is looking a little better for Rob because Tim keeps talking when the expectation is that you don't talk until you're asked a question, right? And so Tim is kind of fudging the rules that he expected here.
First, you operated it this way. Why should it be different for me?
Just quit crying, man. I asked you.
I'm
like
not.
25
You're
questions.
the one who just cried. I don't get to say anything. That was you crying. So
I
now,
wasn't
if you
crying.
kindly be quiet, thank you so much. Now, the point is, as he continues to interrupt me to try to get me up my train of thought, the point that I was trying to make is that there's no evidence to compellingly believe that Israel did this just because there's motivations. Let's ask some more specific questions so you can get a problem with the timeline. Tim, did you say?
Well, technically, it was means, motives, and opportunities. So it was MMO. It wasn't just motive.
That it was unprompted when Netanyahu put out his September 18th video saying I didn't assassinate. Was that the term you used? Unprompted?
I think I said peremptory.
Preemptory, implying that he
Peremptory,
wasn't responding to
preemptory.
something before him. Preempt means say something before, correct?
Yeah, say something before he was formally accused. Yes.
Do you acknowledge that he was being accused within 24 hours and that on Newsmax on September 12th, Greta Van Susteren asked him about the litany of conspiracy theories? That was 6 days before this video. Do you acknowledge that?
I guess if you say so, I'll take it.
Would that mean that it's not
still a
preemptory
spooky
then?
thing.
Would that mean it's not preemptory then?
It's the word is peremptory, and no, I meant it in a different context. See, there are contexts for words. In that sense, you're right. Then it wouldn't be peremptory. The
What context did you
in which
mean
I
it in?
uttered the phrase was that no one had formally accused him, and it was strange that everyone seemed to know that he would say something the day after, the day of. Everyone knew he would give a statement. That's what's strange.
So no one formally accused him. So explain to me, he was just informally accused. What would a formal accusation look like?
No, he wasn't informally accused either. People were speculating that Israel did it because it's somewhat obvious that they're suspect number one. Everyone around the world thinks so. So he had to respond to it. We make the same claim in Roman Catholicism all the time. Pope Paul VI came out, and one of the first things he said as Pope is, "I'm not gay," because everyone thought he was gay. So that is a
interesting admission that that Tim is hinting that the Roman Catholic papacy is a bunch of faking gay popes. Exactly. Thank you, Tim, for that admission.
kind of, again, investigative predicate that holds water with people that are looking for the truth.
I think
and not
that
just trying to win a
again,
debate.
you misstate things. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally. I suspect you are. I just want to be clear. Your argument is, quote, no one accused. They just asked it. No one said Israel did this prior to September 18th. That's your argument.
I didn't make an argument. I called
that's your
Bibi
claim.
Netanyahu's. I called his statement. Israel didn't do this peremptory because no one had dragged him into a courtroom.
Okay, just to cut you off, that's not what you just said. You didn't say because no one had drug him into a courtroom. I said, what do you mean formally? What would be an informal accusation? You said, well, no one specifically called them out. They just asked it questions, suggested maybe it would be the case. I said, oh, so you're sure that no one specifically said Israel did it? And now you're like, well, no one drug him into a courtroom.
This is an interesting line of challenging what Tim claimed because, and I think this was kind of a weak line of argument. I don't even know if I was Tim and I'm making this case, I might have even left out the BB angle because it just provides ammo that is kind of weak and is not. It's just ammo for them to hone in on. And Rob is, I think, correct from his line of argument to focus on this. Because remember, this is what Tim did, right? Tim focused on the Ronan Bergman book and said, well, you don't know about this, so why did you act like you know the prevalence of when or Israel would or wouldn't have done this? And now Rob is doing the same thing to focus on highlighting Tim's what appears to be moving the goalpost.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any specific evidence whatsoever that Charlie Kirk was worried, in his own words, that Israel was going to kill him, other than the secondhand hearsay from Harrison Smith?
Wait a minute. Are you saying to discount the real hearsay from Harrison Smith?
Yes. Do you have any other than Harrison Smith's, hey, someone close to Charlie told me he's worried about Israel killing him? Do you have any evidence other than that?
Did you hear any on my timeline? I don't think
No.
I don't think I recounted any. I'd have to check,
I've
check
got
the record.
Okay. Well, I'm
Do you
just
think
asking
that
the
that's
question.
not valid? Do you think that's a coincidence?
Given what do you think is more likely to be?
See, I mean, this is a mistake because Tim is being cross-examined. He shouldn't be asking questions back to Rob. This is a big mistake for Tim. I don't know why he's doing that.
Evidence that would be more indicative of what Charlie actually felt. Charlie's own words the day before he got killed, or Harrison Smith saying that an anonymous person told him he was worried about Israel. Which of those two do you think would be more compelling to people?
I don't think either of them necessarily are more compelling, because just because something's double hearsay, it doesn't mean that they weren't Charlie's words. That's why they're admissible in court.
But we know that but we don't know that they are Charlie's words. Whereas with Charlie's words, we do know they're Charlie's words. So why wouldn't you put more weight on the actual words we could see of Charlie than someone saying,
I mean, again, this is a fair point by Rob to say, well, why wouldn't you put more weight on what is known? But Tim can just simply say, yeah, I do. I put more weight on that. But that doesn't exclude the possibility of other actors.
Charlie this, and we don't even know who that anonymous source is.
With double hearsay, let me stipulate here. One of the things that would rule that double hearsay potentially admissible is the timing. The timing renders it probative where it wasn't before. So even though it's weaker evidence under the normal course of evidentiary handling, the fact that it was said 4 weeks to the day, and it was uttered conditionally. If a kill switch occurs, which it killed on August 8th, 9th. Wait, hold on. Let me just finish the answer. Then it becomes probative according to the federal rules of evidence. And that's exactly what happened. And it's kind of haunting.
The question isn't probative. And the fact that you're unwilling to admit basic truths that we can all
FRE
see is very, the fact that you're unwilling to admit basic truths that we can all see really makes me question your motivation in this debate. So just to be clear, this is where we're at.
But again, I'm not sure I follow Rob on that point, because the question was, what's the evidence? And then Tim basically said, well, Harrison Smith's text would conceivably be part of evidence. The fact that it's hearsay doesn't mean it's not admissible. It could be, and there's reasons why it would be perhaps also strong evidence. That's Tim's claim. Now, but Rob is trying to argue that, well, why wouldn't you default to the stronger evidence that are the other examples? But Tim can say, yeah, but I can't admit those don't make this impossible. In other words, they're not mutually exclusive.
Right. You're saying that you put equal weight on an anonymous source that
he didn't say equal weight. In fact, he said it's a weaker evidence. So that's not true.
Apparently told
cut out. I think we cut out for a second. I don't know if I accidentally. No, it's not a conspiracy. I think I accidentally I accidentally hit the button. It's not a conspiracy. My mouse accidentally hit the button.
Yes, so I don't put
it is not bogus. Secondly, Candace herself,
I don't know. You just asked me.
Please let me finish. Please, it's my time. Candace herself reported that this actual message existed after she talked to Erica Kirk, and Erica Kirk told her verbatim what this message would be to Dan Flood, which is further proof that it's true. And lastly, let's say hypothetically it is true, which you granted this when I said it earlier, and you merely tried to make the argument that that's not more compelling, what Charlie Kirk's own words the day before his assassination was, than Harrison Smith saying that some anonymous person told him something 4 weeks before. So will you admit?
But didn't Erica say that there was no messages and she had his phone?
Let me ask
Wait, did Erica say yes? I thought Erica said no.
Timer, Mike, please stop the timer.
Okay, now that you stopped it.
Questions.
Did Erica, yes or no, say there was no such message? I only know the one.
Mike, I'll wait.
All right. Yeah. The only reason I stepped in a second ago is because he had our.
Yeah, I don't know why Tim keeps asking questions when he's being cross-examined. You don't do that, dude. This is a huge blunder. This might have been what cost the optics. Maybe this optically lost him the chat poll on MDD.
He tried to move on. I thought he got the answer that he wanted, so I just didn't want
what was the answer
have
again?
to. Have
we're paused now. What was the answer I gave?
It's not your turn to ask questions.
I know. I'm
yeah. Then why do you keep doing it? This was Tim. You were doing really well. You had a strong showing. This is not looking good right here.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
just
Please
asking
be
a
quiet then.
stipulation. I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to clarify,
Thank
man. I'm
you.
trying to
Please be
actually
quiet.
answer your questions.
Thank you so
unlike
much.
what you
Please
did.
be quiet. Thank you.
Wait.
All right. Let me know when we're
But
ready to
did
go,
you
Mike.
get the right answer? Did you get the answer from me?
Yes, the answer I got is that you are fallaciously saying that hearsay 4 weeks beforehand are equally as important as Charlie Kirk's own words the day before.
Why would I say that I'm fallaciously saying something?
I didn't say
I'm
you said you're
fallaciously saying
fallacious.
something?
I said it is fallacious.
Well, no, I said, what was my answer? Can you repeat back to me what I said, or are you just going to?
Well, you're rambling? Sure. Stop the time and I'll try my best verbatim to repeat.
Yeah,
my
so
answer.
just calm down and try to tell me
We're
what I
chilling.
said.
You got 18 minutes and 8
All
seconds
right, so
left.
I'll
And
try
after
to
this, if
repeat
you guys want to do more open dialogue, I'm
You're
okay
just
with
yelling, man. Just calm
I'm not
down
yelling.
so you can
I'm
tell
not
me what
yelling.
I said.
So I will attempt.
Yeah, I mean, man, Tim was this is a little bit weaker here for Tim. Now, I'm not saying that the substance of what was argued in the first half is wrong, but I'm saying that Rob is rhetorically and according to the rules beginning to get an upper hand here.
To say what you said. You said, yes, because the evidentiary standard shows that this is probative. We've had a history of this. And so given the unique timing of the Harrison Smith, that it had a kill switch engaged to it too, and the timing was just 4 weeks before this, then yes, we would say that that's equal on level with Charlie Kirk's comment.
No, I don't even know. I don't even know what level Charlie Kirk's comment will receive at court, but I'm open.
So then
to it.
you didn't answer my question whatsoever with your rambling answer.
Well, no. I just
my
you
question
made a
was which one's
your
more
question
compelling?
involved the comparative, and I was just saying yes.
Right,
I
which one's
accord
more compelling?
reasonably high value to the thing.
It's
That's why I put it in my
time.
timeline.
Please be quiet. Right.
And
Yeah, I mean, I would just answer this with because he already kind of said this. I don't know why Tim's doing this. This is weird side strategy from Tim. I don't know what. Maybe he's bothered or something, and he's going like. You already said that it's a weaker piece of evidence, so why not just say, no, I don't attach equal weight? Well, I don't understand.
I don't know the value of
stop the time.
Erica Kirk saying
I didn't
yes,
know we were
then
starting
no.
back yet. I was waiting for the back
All
and
right.
forth to end. Officially starting it back now.
If your answer, okay, we're starting. If your answer is officially, I didn't even attempt to answer your comparative
That wasn't
question.
my answer.
Instead,
No.
you just said that. My
No, I
question
didn't
was
say
that it's comparative question. Which one's more compelling? And you said, oh, my answer wasn't speaking to the comparative nature. You just said that. In other words, you filibustered and
This is interesting because, a lot of times in debates, I think people don't think about the potentiality of how long the debate can go on. In other words, you can get overconfident early on in the debate and think, oh, I've locked it in. And then, like that happens in sports, right? Where then you get lazy in the, third and fourth quarter and because you're up so much, then you end up losing. Now, I'm not saying that I know what happens because, this debate goes on forever. But, yeah, I mean, now this is empty because this is more like a title bout, right? Because in the first half, I think Rob was on the ropes, and now it looks like Tim's on the ropes.
give an answer that had nothing to do with the question. I'll
That's
try
not what
one
I
more
said.
time. If this is Charlie Kirk's words, what would we put more weight
That's not what I
to?
said.
His words the day before the killing, who he thought was going to kill him, or Harrison Smith saying an anonymous person told him he was worried about Israel? Which one would you put more weight to?
Right, and I asked you, because I was unsure.
Can you just answer the
Could you
question?
give me a clarification on the second thing, which I'm less familiar with? See, I admit the few parts
Why
of
can't
this
you
whole
just
debate
answer
that
the
I'm
question?
unfamiliar with.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you want a clarifying question, but this seems like Tim's just avoiding the question.
I ask you, I thought I was under the impression that Erica Kirk had said no such message.
Why don't you
existed.
just
I
answer
have
the
his phone.
question? Why don't you just answer the question? Charlie Kirk said the left's
I
going to
can't
kill
ask
me
a
tomorrow.
clarification question.
Charlie Kirk said the
can.
left's going to kill me
Can
tomorrow.
I please? Pretty
Yeah,
please?
absolutely.
No, just to be clear,
Will
I was
Rob
not
stop
allowed to
yelling
ask
at
any
me?
questions with.
I mean, if Mike says he's going to allow a clarification question, I think they should have let that go.
Whatsoever during his cross-ex. That was the rule.
I mean, clarification questions I think are a little different. I didn't.
This
those
isn't a
weren't-
clarification question.
Yeah, it
if you
is.
stop the time, I'll explain what's happening. What he wants to do is impugn Erica Kirk, saying Erica Kirk said that didn't happen. My question is, if this text is true, right? He knows that. He doesn't need to clarify, but Erica said
All
that
right,
there wasn't
now,
a text.
because
Now I'm
time's
happy if
paused.
we.
Here's
if
why
we-
it's a clarification question.
It is not a clarification.
Here's why it is. We heard your theory, man. Now here's why it's a clarification question. I don't know exactly how to regard, and I don't think any of the rest of America knows how to regard the evidence that Andrew produced at the Candace Owens debate, precisely because it allegedly comes from the CEO of the company that had sworn to everybody, because she has the phone, that it doesn't exist. So I don't know how to regard it. That's why I had to say.
I will answer this. I will answer this, but it's not pertinent. One, I said if hypothetically this is true, can you answer it? You not understanding a hypothetical puts you in ground with the same people that don't know how to answer how they'd feel if they don't have breakfast today. Congratulations. Secondly, when it comes to the Erica Kirk thing, what specifically was said was Candace had a meeting with Erica Kirk where Candace then came away from that meeting and said, I talked to Erica. Erica told me the problem was she was just looking at the iMessages on his phone. However, upon reflection and hearing Candace making these accusatory statements, they looked at his Signal and Telegram, which Erica didn't know he had, and actually found this message to Dan Flood. And that message said that he feared for his life from the left. Candace Owens put that out a day or two after her interview with Erica Kirk. Candace then later said, but my deep source tells me that it wasn't a Signal message. It was actually an iMessage. What Andrew released seems to be a Telegram or Signal message, thereby confirming what Erica Kirk told Candace Owens and Candace Owens admitted to way back in December when they had the meeting. So again, it's irrelevant to this specific point. The question the whole time was, if Charlie Kirk said the left is going to kill me tomorrow, will we put more weight into who that likely killed him than an anonymous person telling Harrison Smith 4 months ago that he was worried Israel was going to kill him? Why can't you just answer that question?
Then I would say, if those messages are verified later, even though they're not being verified now, then I would put equal weight on them, and they're concomitant with my view that both Israel using a leftist, their typical tactic, killed him. I think it throws a problem.
Time's back on, so let's keep it going so we can.
And
get
Can I answer the question?
I thought you did. You just did. Now, so this is what's frustrating to me. How can a good faith debater not just admit if one person said, hey, I think someone told me Tim feels this way, and then they come to you and you say, no, I feel this way. Why would you say that those are equally evidentiary likely? It's just nonsense. And it's sort of what we get to here.
Wait, can I answer that question?
That's not a question you can't answer, please.
Wait, it's a question.
It was not a question.
You're the only guy I've ever debated that doesn't want to ask questions on cross-ex.
You don't even know what a question is now. That wasn't a question. It was a statement.
Yeah, it was. You said why?
I sat here patiently.
Why would you say
I sat here patiently while you just rambled on and on in your cross-ex. I'm asking you more questions and more clips, and you just continually interrupt. You just interrupt over and over. And it's your petulant because you know your position is indefensible.
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
All right.
He asked me a question. He won't let me answer.
I think it was rhetorical.
Well, it's still a question.
Yeah, it was a rhetorical question, and now Tim's doing the whole hyperfixate like Rob did earlier.
What was the question I asked? You said I asked you a question. What was the question I asked?
Why and how could I give the answer that they're of equal weight? That's what you asked.
I don't think I said that. I think I said it's being bad faith.
Mike, is that what he said? We'll leave it to Mike.
I said he's being bad faith.
Chat,
right?
is that what he said? No, you asked a question.
He's being bad faith. He's being bad faith because he won't admit that
you
if we looked at one person and said, I'm tired of the petulance, just be quiet while I get through the rest of this. The next thing you said about this.
All right. Maybe we can just leave that behind us for a second. Treat it as a rhetorical. I'm sorry, Tim. I do just want to get through Rob's time without any interruptions or meta conversations here. And then we'll get to an open discussion, or we'll move into the Q&A, which you guys, I'll be reading whatever you send to James's PayPal. I have that, so I can see y'all's chats through there if you sent it that way. But we have about 15 and a half minutes left. Let's get through this, and then we can keep it going here.
I'm not going to do the super chats. We'll do our super chats, but we're getting towards the end here. I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
A little bit more open back and forth, not as much needing to be strict to the rules here.
Okay.
If y'all are okay with that.
That is perfectly fine. Now I want to get into the realm of reasonable suspicion. Can you tell me, like in 15 or 20 seconds, what's necessary under the standard you're citing for an investigation into reasonable suspicion?
The articulable facts that would raise suspicion in the mind of a reasonable observer. Thank you.
If Charlie Kirk did say that he thought the left was going to kill him, and we could see that left-wing groups like Act Blue were financing organizations specifically go against Charlie Kirk, wouldn't that rise to reasonable suspicion that they could be involved?
Yes, but it's not a disjunctive syllogism. I'm saying both the left and Israel.
Yeah, this is what I've been trying to say. Like, these aren't mutually exclusive. I don't understand why it has to. Now, there can be stronger evidence for the immediate group. That's the whole purpose of using cutouts and proxies, is that it's not as hard to, trace it back in other ways. But the fact that there's a more obvious immediate perpetrator does not necessarily rule out, nor is it mutually exclusive with other actors.
Okay, so you would acknowledge that there should be an investigation into Act Blue, the DNC, etc.
I mean, I'd be fine with it, but I don't think there's as much reasonable suspicion in the mind of the objective observer as Israel. There's so much means, motive, opportunity predicate.
Okay, how about like groups that he criticized, like the ACLU? Reasonable
Probably
suspicion?
not. No, Why not? I don't know what would be the means, motive, and
But the problem is that the ACLU does not have a history of targeted, high-profile pop-pops. You see,
opportunity of ACLU.
Well, they have tons of money, so that would
I have been saying the entire time this mirrors JFK. Exactly.
be means. Motive would be that Charlie was one of the biggest people that went against what they stood for. Opportunity would be that they could communicate with people online, just like you're suggesting Israel could.
Yes, but it's much, much weaker. I mean, there's
How
many people has the
Where's the
ACLU
threshold?
killed this year? How many people has the ACLU killed?
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no precedence for this.
Every decade.
It's
Rob,
irrelevant.
is it
It's
400
irrelevant.
people?
It's not irrelevant because the whole question is there precedent?
It's irrelevant. You're answering something that wasn't
Okay.
asked. Let me finish.
It's irrelevant. Yeah.
Yes, you didn't say the
Modus
history of the.
operandi.
Would you please be quiet now? Answer. You said means, motive, and opportunity. I just outlined why those groups would have means, motive, and opportunity. Now you had another standard. Well, have they done this behavior before?
Where?
No, that's part of motive.
Where's the means or opportunity of like a political action group to carry out a high-end political assassination? Maybe the motive, not the means or the opportunity.
Great. Okay, so we concede motive. Great. Means would be, just like you're saying, all Israel had to do was start chat groups to be able to talk to someone to convince them to do that. They would have the means to do that. They certainly have the finances. They certainly have people that work at those organizations that are prolific online, including
Do you
in
think
spaces
everyone
like Discord.
knows how to do this?
Let me finish, please. And opportunity would be the same. Again, what you're talking about is
I think that's a false comparison because the capabilities of those types of groups does not at all match the very high capabilities of Israel.
to investigate. The opportunity would be they had
the
the opportunity to create Facebook groups or Discord groups to be able to do this. They certainly would have that opportunity. This could be said of any country in the world that was hostile to Charlie Kirk, which would be any that could be
I mean, those groups don't have Cyanim. They don't have an army. I mean, Israel has those things. The ACLU does not have these capabilities.
hostile to Donald Trump, seeing as how Kirk would be viewed as an asset of Donald Trump. This means any country that Trump tariff would have had means, motive, and opportunity. You disagree?
Yes, I disagree.
Why not?
I disagree there.
So, for example, France.
Why would the fact that there was a tariff by Trump, how would that connect to Charlie Kirk? Just because he's MAGA?
Why wouldn't they have means, motive, and opportunity?
I think Tyler Robinson probably had means, motive, and opportunity,
That wasn't my
but
question.
not nearly as much means or opportunity. These aren't all the same term. The ACLU having means and opportunity, I don't think so.
I
don't
just
think
talked
they've ever killed
specifically-
anyone, nor do they have the nous to do so.
What part
France, I don't know what the motive would be.
Okay, let's talk. When you said means, motive, and opportunity, which one of
The
those
predicates
three?
of investigation, yes.
Which one of those three have done it before?
Opportunity and means.
So just to be clear, if
You
there's
don't
a
think
murder
nous-
let me finish. Just to be clear, if there's a murder suspect, but they've never murdered before, they wouldn't have opportunity and means?
Yes, when you're looking into a suspect's background, character evidence is generally not allowed. What's especially delightful for police and intelligence communities is they get to use all of the character evidence they can. They don't
Okay,
have a
but
similar no
nonetheless-
character.
Yeah, that's true.
evidence rule.
Character evidence.
If
isn't
someone
part
doesn't
of,
know,
okay, I'll
you
take
said
back
that
my
every
time.
country in
Thank
the
you so
world
much.
that
I'll
might
take
not
back
have
my
watched
time.
Charlie
Thank you so
Kirk.
much.
Let's keep the
take back my-
question or the answers succinct so he can get
Okay,
through
can I
as many.
use?
No,
can I
you
answer
can't.
with
I'll
one
take
more
back
sentence?
my time. Thank you so much. So
I can't.
what
I
you
can't
can
Yeah,
see
well,
is
in
character-
cross exams, you can cut other people off in
He
their
did it to
answer
me
to
the
get to the
entire
next
time.
one. I did notice you did it a couple times, and you
I had
did
to
call
give
Rob out
pithy
whenever
yes,
he would
no.
ask a question
All right,
back.
all right, that's fine.
So that
Just
was
go
that
on.
was good.
Just
You
go
control
on.
your cross examination.
I also didn't yell the whole time, but
This
that's
is just
cool.
the way I talk.
I am not yelling,
apologize.
Tim.
It's horrible, by the way.
I'm not yelling.
What?
You are.
Please don't pick on me and say it's horrible.
No, not pick
Don't
on
say
me.
names.
You don't know what you're talking about, but you're
I
yelling.
mean, it's just again, I don't know where this condescending attitude came from you here. I do apologize for saying I respected you. That's out the window here. Nonetheless, back to this. What he's doing
just
is now
lost
he's
it, man.
adding a fourth characteristic because what I'm doing is impugning the idea that this would be compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk because he set the bar so low. He says all it would require is means, motive, and opportunity to have reasonable suspicion to start to look in. Well, the truth is we could say that at any number of groups like France, the ACLU, etc. Now he adds a fourth criteria. He says, no, character matters as well. But that's not included
That's not what I
anywhere.
said.
Please be
That's
quiet.
not what I said.
Please be quiet.
That's not what I said.
included. Please be quiet.
Okay.
That's not included anywhere
That's not
in
what I
means.
said.
Got it. You just say it once and
Can
then
you
let
just
him
mute him?
finish. I mean, I can. It's just I have to ask him to unmute. I can't mute and unmute instantly, unfortunately. So it just might take a lot longer. That's also to answer everyone in the chat who says that. Tim, I just asked one
it's
answer.
night and day how
Let him
I
go.
sit here
We're almost done.
quietly and let him just
What
go
were you
on
saying,
and on
Mike?
and then answer what he has.
Are you
and
paused now, Mike?
He constantly does this. He constantly interrupts.
I
me.
said character
The point-
is constitutive
I'm
of
just-
opportunity and
I-
means,
I-
not that it's a fourth predicate.
Yeah. So again, he should have let Tim flesh that out because Tim needs to show that character is part of one of those three criteria. That would have been maybe they could have gotten further if that had been fleshed out.
Kit. That's it. So for the record, I said character is constitutive of the second opportunity and the third means that it's constitutive of them, not that it's
Why
a
is he
fourth
allowed to
separate
keep going?
category.
I don't understand.
Yeah, let's.
I don't
just-
understand
you
that
don't
at all.
finish
Terms.
here.
Yeah. So
I
what
don't
can I do?
understand. No, it is
You don't
not
get stuff.
constitutive of means and opportunity. A person could have means and opportunity who had good character. In fact, we see this quite frequently when it comes to serial killers and others. The neighbors say he was a great man. No one's ever suspected anything. He had a clean record. That doesn't mean that there's not means, motive, and opportunity. He's putting a threshold because he knows the absurdity of his position. If means the ability to, in this case, just send people onto a Discord motive, which would be that they didn't like Charlie Kirk and wanted him out of the picture. And opportunity would be, did they have the opportunity to do these sorts of things? Yes, that would literally mean that we'd have reasonable suspicion of hundreds, if not thousands, of organizations. Would you agree that all of the people that celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk had motive?
No.
Why not? If they celebrated his death, they were clearly happy.
Because
That
of
would
this
imply
thing
motive.
called chronology. That they were dicks. They celebrated after the fact. That doesn't mean that they're suspected on being a part of his murder. Are you
Again,
really
what you're
this
doing is
asinine?
conflating. I didn't say that they would be suspected beforehand. I said, would they have had motive? That's a different point. You jumped to the conclusion. and
Anybody
said,
who doesn't
yes,
like someone doesn't
yes,
have motive.
Yes,
No.
anybody who celebrates
Legally
their death,
speaking, no.
please.
As a predicate of an
I mean,
let him keep going.
This is getting back to what counts in the legal domain versus whether or not they outside the legal domain.
We'll get into much more.
Can I answer?
Here in a second?
No.
Only if he wants you
I
to.
can't
Honestly,
give you an
that's
answer.
kind of how
No.
the cross exams typically
You set
work.
this precedent for how the cross exec would work. Please be quiet, right? Yes, anyone who would be willing
the
to
answer is
celebrate a violent assassination would have clear suspicion of motivation, that they were happy that person died, right? So we can see that there were tons of people on the left and from left-wing organizations that would have had this motive. When it comes to means and opportunity, he's so vague about what it is that Israel allegedly did. It could literally mean they went online and they were instigating people to do this through Discord chats. Well, that sort of means and opportunity could be done by anyone who has access to Discord. The next question I have, at what point do you think in your theory that Israel decided they wanted to kill Charlie Kirk? Like, give me a rough month.
This is I don't have a rough month. I told you this is a predicate of an investigation, and this was specifically ended, the investigation. You're trying not to get it, and it's very dishonest.
Why
this
can't you
is
just
jury
answer
trial stuff, man?
Why can't you just
didn't
answer?
understand the
In order
basic
for them,
distinction.
you have to.
I told you from the get-go that if Tim pressed overly this legalese and legal stuff, it could backfire. I told you that it could backfire, and I think it is backfiring because he's hinged so much on the legal side of it, which I understand why he's doing it, but it allows Rob to then eventually counter it by saying, but the ambiguity allows for this not just being a courtroom setting. It's just it was just the prompt is so vague that we don't know what the setting is.
Have some theory. You have this.
I have a theory. It's an investigative theory, not a jury theory. Now, you wanted to whistle past that distinction.
Let's let Rob ask
now
his
you ask
question.
retarded
7
questions.
minutes left. Let's let Rob ask his question.
When do you believe they first had the motivation to want to kill Charlie Kirk?
What? I didn't hear.
When do you believe they had the motivation to first want to kill Charlie Kirk?
When he started turning in his late spring, early summer turn against Israel.
Okay, when was that? Like June?
I don't know. Late spring, early summer.
As soon as
consult my timeline.
The first, correct me if I'm wrong. The first thing in your timeline was that in June he supposedly had a meeting where he on June 18th he yelled at Trump. By the way, do you have any evidence of that?
I would say that starting in October of 23, if you're graphing his enthusiasm, it was coming down gradually, and then it seemed to just spike precipitously in late spring,
Any evidence
early
of the
summer.
June 18th yelling at Trump?
There's evidence
Did you
it
say
went
yes or no?
badly. One of the staffers said it went very, very badly.
an anonymous
No, Trump yelled at him, not the other way around.
What I have is finally there was this
Well, you got
blow-up
that
meeting
wrong
in the Hamptons
again.
in August, right? That seems to be where this shit started, right? When he announced
No,
Tucker
it
Carlson
started
would speak
before
in
that.
Amphas. Okay, when?
I said late spring, early summer.
What? Give me the incident. What was it in late spring? All I got
It
is you
wasn't
saying
an incident. It was in his publicly documented rupture with Israel.
I don't believe that he had a publicly documented
Oh,
rupture
it
with
was
Israel.
very
Please let
publicly
me finish. Please let me finish. That he had a publicly documented rupture with Israel that would have brought them to the conclusion they must take him out. In fact, he
I
was
read you the
continuing to say,
timeline.
"Please let me finish." Right. I just went through your timeline. The first date I had was June 18th. He yelled at Trump. You have no evidence for that. You just say some guy said it.
No, I said
so. What
Trump
we can
yelled at
see is.
him.
Here's
You
the
can't even
point.
get
Last
basic facts
question
right.
I have on this. How long
You
do you
can't
think
get
it would
basic
take
facts
them
right.
to create a movement on Discord to radicalize someone like Tyler Robinson? How long do you think it would take them to do that?
Well, since there's evidence that hasn't been investigated that they had looked
It's
into
not the
Tyler
question. How
Robinson's
long do you
name
think?
months
How long do you
before,
think? How long do you think it would take them to do that?
I don't know.
Give me an estimate.
I don't know because I
One
haven't
day?
investigated
They
it. Months?
fish around?
If someone's particularly weak-minded, maybe a month, maybe 2 months,
Okay, a
maybe
month.
12 months. I
Given
have
that
no
in
clue.
August-
How long
given
do
that
you
in
think it
August-
would take?
Please, let me finish. Given that in August, Tyler Robinson already had a Dremel and was dremeling these things into the bullet, how would it even make sense that this timeline that Israel would have had time to radicalize him?
What do you mean? You think he could only...
Again, I don't think that, I mean, it's very speculative, right? Because we don't have, it's not like there's some required time frame of like, he wasn't this, and then we radicalized him. There could be a database of potential, patsies.
etch into a bullet at the beginning of his turn?
No, I think if it took him a month to radicalize him to the decision to kill Charlie Kirk, that would mean they'd have to reach out to him in early July, which you have no evidence that there is any reason that they would have motive to kill him in early July.
What I said is, I'm just guessing because
this is a good strategy for Rob to press on the timeline. So this is actually a pretty good rhetorical strategy here.
they refused to investigate the claim, but Charlie had a slow at first disenchantment with Israel, where that starting in October of 2023. He's literally the first person I heard saying it was probably a false flag, October 7th. It shocked me. So they could have.
Yeah, I think this is true. I haven't verified this. I'm just saying I've heard this, and there's people calling in. Straight Jacket says for $3. Charlie Kirk went on the PBD podcast and said he thought October 7th was a fake flag. that would be pretty substantial right there. I've not looked at this, but I assume this is the case. If I'm wrong, chat, you can correct me on that.
Started looking into this in October of 2023. Now, I'd never thought of
so
that
just to
before.
be clear, so now
As
you
a
can see how
hedging
we
of the
now
bets.
you can see how we have it both ways. On one hand, the timing is very suspicious, seeing as how he had a blow up with his donors in August, and that's very suspicious. On the other hand, they could have been planning this since 2023. Now, anyone that thinks
they could have
that
hedged
Charlie
their
Kirk,
bets.
please let me finish. That
I
Charlie
would
Kirk
say.
was an adamant anti-Israeli person way back in October of 2023 is laughable. This is exactly
Yeah, he didn't say that. He didn't say adamant. He said that beginning the turn. That's not what he said.
why people. Please let me finish. This
I
is
didn't
exactly
say
why.
that.
I don't know what to do here, Mike. Please,
Well, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I actually
said to me that I didn't say.
don't have a mute
pause
button.
the time.
I don't have a mute button.
I didn't say.
and
I
didn't
never said he
wanna-
was I never said Charlie Kirk, even by the end of his life, was rampantly anti-Israeli person.
Yeah, Tim didn't say that, so that was kind of overreaching. Rob should have not sort of rhetorically went that far.
Did you say that in
That's
2020?
absurd.
Did you say in October 2023 they could have started to want to kill him there?
Yes, as a means
Okay,
of hedging
now
their
pause.
bets if the
Me
asset
saying-
turned against them.
Okay, now
Yes,
pause. Then
I didn't
me
say he was
saying-
anti-Israeli.
Me saying that he was saying anything that was anti-Israeli enough to want them to kill him in 2023 is
To
laughable.
start
You
considering,
saying,
yes, if
please,
he turns
would
all
you
the way
please
around.
be
Let's try to
quiet?
not
Are you
Would
asking
please
a question?
Be quiet.
He wasn't
Are you asking a
finished
question?
talking. He wasn't finished talking. Well, I'm glad ask the same of Rob when you're going, but we are
No,
just
you
trying
didn't.
to finish. I'm saying I will ask Rob the same as I'm asking you because we're about to move into a little bit more open, so that I don't have to say, just answer the question, keep it short, and go on. This will be more between the two of you, and then we'll have to do a little bit more self-control both ways to hear each other out. So
It's not both ways. It's one way.
no, I'm saying.
No, I'm not trying to. If I was not trying to piss anyone off, I wouldn't cover this. I'm covering it with the most objectivity that I think I can have. I mean, you already know my positions. If I was not objective, I would just be like, "Oh, Tim won," right? But I'm being objective, analyzing it just like we did the other debate at the strengths and the weaknesses in various parts in the debate. And again, we saw a very strong first half. I feel like a sports commentator, right? We saw a really strong first half with Tim. And then I don't know why Tim went with this strategy or this idea that in the cross-examinations, he would just keep asking questions back to Rob. That was a huge blunder.
When we're on the open dialogue.
It's both. It is one way. You're right. First,
it's supposed to be right now.
One way.
No,
Yeah, it's
he's
supposed to be right
interrupting.
now.
I didn't do that to him. I
Listen
let
to
him
a guy
get through his
yell
whole
for
half
3
hour. It was a
hours
joke.
straight.
It was a
I mean,
joke. I let him go.
No, you guys can look at the poll right there. The idea that this is all the Candace cult is retarded. I mean, you can see the poll right here that it's like almost still half and half. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this will get reviewed all over. You guys can hash that out after the fact. I don't want to talk too much about it right now and try to say who's doing what. I just want to get through this last 3 minutes so that you guys have a little bit more fluidity here.
So the point I was making.
Why are you lying? How dare you call me a candy tart when I've spent a year making fun of her and rebutting and refuting what she says? You're just lying. This guy said, "This is ridiculous, man."
Is to even consider that it's a possibility that in 2023, where Charlie Kirk was one of the biggest advocates for Israel, that Israel perhaps started planning to kill him there, lets you know just how weak this theory is. Now, notice how important the timeline was when it was to create suspicion on Israel. But when I point out that even that timeline would be ludicrous to think that there would be time to reach out to anonymous people online, find Tyler Robinson, weaponize him. If he was very weak-minded, it would.
Yeah, again, I mean, this debate has just really gotten off into the weeds, not because of anybody's necessarily direct fault. I'm getting a little tired. It is getting late. There was ambiguity in this prompt. I think they should have specified. I mean, my guess would be Tim probably thought it would be a strong point to leave it vague so that he could just hammer the legal side of it, and he thought that would be kind of a gotcha. But then it ended up being this thing where half of the debate was arguing about what is convincing and what is compelling, what is an evidence. I mean, it was rough for a while. But by the way, you guys want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats done through Streamlabs. Anyway, let's get back to this. We got to get through this, get to the Super Chats. I mean, this one was a tough one. I mean, it was pretty back and forth. As you can see, this audience leans a little more towards Tim because of that first half. There was a strong first half showing. But then Tim made some pretty big blunders, rhetorical blunders, and strategy blunders. I just don't know why he went with this route. But one of the main, this is not to do with this debate, in my opinion. Rob's argumentation is not coming from a familiarity with what Israel has a history and a proclivity to do. And if you think about the analogy to serial killers have these proclivities, and if they have a tendency in the past, I mean, let's say that we're in a neighborhood and there's been a rash of serial killings, and it just so happens that there's a serial killer that lives in the neighborhood. Now, are we going to say that the past precedent doesn't matter? And let's say, for the sake of argument, that this serial killer also, that there's other weird oddballs that live in the neighborhood. Would we consider them all? Yeah, sure. We would consider them all. But this is a serial killer who just happens to have military training and all these capabilities that the other weirdos don't have. That's why the analogy to the NAACP or ACLU or whatever the list was, the Democratic Party, they could conceivably have someone killed. That's true. But it's a false analogy with ACLU to Israel because of the immense capabilities that we've talked about. And Rob, I think his biggest, the biggest point that he missed in this debate was that. That's my analysis, though, from my perspective of knowing kind of that history of how they operate.
Take a month, implying that if he was just a normal person, it would take longer than that. And yet he had time then at some point in mid-August to actually start trembling this. Shows that the timeline wouldn't make sense. Again, there is no evidence whatsoever that anyone.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the capabilities beyond. I mean, they could have a roster of. I mean, I doubt, and I don't mean this to be rude, I doubt Rob is familiar with the Syonim. That means Israel has a ready on hand international network that will basically do what Israel asks, and that's verified. Okay, the ACLU does not have that, and so they don't need to rush to find to figure out how to convince a patsy, because there's probably a stable of retard patsy.
Israeli or any other foreign asset looked into this. Now, what he'll keep relying is, but that's because we didn't investigate. Your own admission is that, yes, there was an investigation. You just don't know what it was or what entailed. You're just like Joe Kent wanted more. Joe Kent's admitted, will you acknowledge this, that in a recent interview, Joe Kent said he's not saying that there was anything that was actionable that showed that any foreign assets did this? Okay, doesn't want to. Yes, doesn't want to engage with the question. No problem. No, please. So I will take that as an admission that either one, he's checked out of the debate because he knows he wasn't doing good, or second, that he doesn't want to engage with it. Either way, that's fine. So Joe Kent did say that, and we can pull up. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. So we can pull up the transcript. Please be quiet. Please, I'm uninterested.
Move on to the next question, I guess.
Holy shit,
right, bro. About it.
So what I'm going on. So ridiculous. Joe Kent did say in a recent interview, I forget who he was talking to, but just the other day when he was backtracking from Candace's implied, well, he's the one who told me about the 12 Israeli cell phones, did say he's not saying there was anything there. He's just saying he would have liked to have looked more. Also, we can see that the current police investigation, will you acknowledge this? It at least would be allowed to look into communications that Tyler Robinson had with people.
I don't know.
You don't know if the police are allowed to look into communications Tyler Robinson had?
I would have liked to have heard Tim's reply to that question. I wish that question didn't get sort of blown past. So they're both kind of getting frustrated with each other at this point. So, but I would have liked to heard the answer to that question.
With people.
His Discord are allowed to look into communications. Yeah, you're talking local police. Yes, they have a limited investigative authority.
Then why did you say I don't know?
I had to think about it a second.
You had to think whether or not
you're
police
yelling
are
the
allowed to
whole
look
time.
at murder suspects.
I didn't think you were going to ask me any questions.
Didn't you go
Is
to
this
evidence
time done?
class? What was
Is this time
evidence
done?
class like?
2 minutes.
I thought you went to evidence class. You didn't know that? Okay. Anyways, so once more, we get back to this. The timeline doesn't add up. Under this reasonable suspicion standard that's not the debate, we would have a reasonable means, motive, and opportunity for basically every left-wing organization, every country that viewed Trump as unfavorable tariffs and viewed Charlie as part of them, which would mean we would have to reasonably investigate them all. The truth is, the way this works with such a low standard is they keep their ears open and say, are we hearing anything? They look at the evidence in front of them, but if they don't see any immediate connection to a hostile foreign power or a favorable foreign power for that matter, there's really not much more for them to go on. And so
I think that's a strong rhetorical point there for Rob. I mean, investigatively speaking, again, like now the debate is sort of like shifting into, well, was there an investigation and what was that nature? So I don't know.
they continue to pursue the leads and the evidence and the metadata, etc., which the prosecution has all of this of Tyler Robinson. And we have no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Israel or any other country was involved. Nor did Joe Kent say that Israel was involved or anything like that. At the end of the day, the topic of this debate isn't, well, is there just a super low bar that we should look into stuff and keep our ears open? I'd say that about pretty much any country in the world. The question is there compelling, i.e. convincing evidence to think that Israel's responsible? And the answer is no. All we've seen is, well, they've killed people in the past, so we should be suspicious. And they possibly had some sort of motive. But
no, it wasn't just that they killed some people in the past. It's that they are the most high-profile assassinating doing nation and will do it for trivial reasons, was Tim's argument, not just that there was some of this in the past.
That's not enough for the average.
And also there was I don't know why Tim didn't go with more examples of the pattern of JFK, but whatever.
Person or for a legal standard to think that it's compelling that Israel was involved. I'll cede the rest of my time. That's fine.
All right. Well, that was exhilarating. We're gonna move on here. So you guys had agreed on how long exactly before we get into the audience questions?
I said 3 hours, but I could go. It don't matter to me. Whatever Tim wants to do.
Before the audience questions, or 3 hours total? Because James told me 11 p.m. cutoff time. So if you guys want to get into those questions now, so we have enough time for all of them, we could do that.
Well,
or if you want to do some quick closing,
he basically blew up Cross X. So
yeah, I do like to see some closing. Why would they not do closing statements?
If you guys want to get into like a 5 to 7 minute like closing rebuttal, so just kind of get it all off your chest within 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, I'm in no hurry.
Tim,
you want to stay? We could rebut all night.
I can stay I can stay a bit longer. So
okay.
Just because we essentially only had one way cross exam. I'd love to just have a quick back and forth with fast answers.
Okay, like what my fast answers I gave during your cross X.
No, like
okay,
real
something
fast
different.
answers.
Okay.
No, without some guy sounding like he's eating a cheeseburger, yelling the whole time. Like just
I'm
fast
sorry.
answers.
And I'll try to. I thought we weren't calling names, so I thought please don't call me a dick.
I didn't call you a cheeseburger. I said it sounds like you're yelling.
Oh, I get it. So if I said
why is Tim doing this? He should have just gotten right into the rebuttals or the closing statements. I mean, the cheeseburger stuff. This is what's going to lose him the optic.
Not that you're a dick, but you're a guy that looks like you take dick up your ass regularly. That's not calling you names, right?
Well, no, but
I saw that smirk.
It just shows you're a white trash kind of guy.
Are you?
It shows you're a
by
trashy,
that, huh?
sleazy kind of guy who sounds like a cartoon character.
I sound like
chat's saying just
God
let
made me this
let
way.
this
Got
continue,
anything
but I don't
important
want to get the
say?
channel taken down.
Let it continue. But here's the thing, man. You came in, you did.
Dang, dude, that's getting sassy. Woo, this went full. This went from like a little bit of sass to like 5,000 mile an hour sass, dude. What's going on?
Didn't understand that there were real bare legal standards.
It's not true. I understood
And and so you started using
It's not the
terms
question of the debate.
that you didn't understand.
See, this whole debate was off to a bad start with the ambiguity of, are we talking about just personal, compelling, convincing argumentation, or are we talking about courtroom and legal police investigation, right? It was all just ambiguous, and that was a huge... This is why you have to, guys, this is why you have to negotiate the prompts. This is why it took months to get Trent Horn to agree to a prompt. Because if it's not precise, this is what happens.
That's not true.
And
you
so
didn't
you got
understand your
mad and you
terms.
said that I was being condescending, and I was just like, I thought you would research these terms. I wasn't trying. This wasn't overly legalistic.
I'm not interested in the
there are
meta.
different burdens.
I mean, it was a little overly legalistic. If I was Tim, I would have focused on the strong points, but he kept going to the legal stuff, which I told you it would backfire.
The persuasion. And
you said you had a question. You wanted, yes, I'm not interested in the meta. Let's go.
I don't know what you mean, but
I mean,
but
like, I'm not interested
giving you
in
a little
why
bit
you
because
think
you
I think you're
bitched the whole
condescending.
time. Okay, name one articulable fact that's the standard for reasonable suspicion at law that Canada killed Charlie Kirk. Name one. You said there are a bunch for every country that are equal to Israel. Name one for Canada.
They think that Charlie is instrumental to Trump's success, and they hate Trump for his tariffs.
No, that's okay. Now that's not accurate because at law,
What's not accurate?
a motive,
Wait,
because at law, a motive is defined as a reason governing likely action. Name one articulable fact that Mexico killed Charlie Kirk.
Real quick, you said no, that's not true. So let's go through them one by one. Are they pissed off about Trump's tariffs?
Yes.
Do they think that Charlie's instrumental in helping Trump?
Everyone who dislikes someone is not a suspect. That's
why
the
not?
primary fallacy.
This is interesting because we're back to this legal debate again. So, I don't actually know the legal category for what counts as suspect. But I mean, on the one hand, it does seem like you can't, like, not everybody that dislikes a person is a suspect, right? That seems reasonable. But I don't actually know what investigators do when it comes to ruling out who is and isn't actually a suspect.
In your entire stupid position. His position,
you see?
Rob's position is that everyone who disliked Charlie Kirk, that everyone who disliked Charlie Kirk, any leftist country, left-leaning country, has means, motive, and opportunity to murder. And that's simply not the way that means, motive, and opportunity are defined at law. That means an actionable, sequenceable reason that they would act and benefit by a murder.
They do. I'll outline it. Actual sequential reason. They see Trump's continued push for tariffs as hostile to their country. They see Charlie Kirk as one of the biggest advocates for Trump. If Charlie Kirk was no longer there, they anticipate that Trump's fortunes would decline in the midterms, which means that tariffs would be taken off the table by Democrats in Congress. That's sequential. That's means, motive, opportunity.
No, but that's not viable in the mind of the reasonable man for killing someone. Has Canada ever killed someone? Do they have any TAO under their belt?
Now, notice how we switched.
Do they? I don't know. I really don't know. But they're not known for doing that. Now,
I would like to make my point.
An existential threat to the country of Canada.
I would like to make that point. My point in response to that, right? Notice how now we're adding things. Now well, that's not what a reasonable man would say. That's not what your standard is.
The definition I read. That's the definition I read.
Please, your standard is reasonable suspicion that if there is means, motive, and opportunity, that's a super low bar that we can start an investigation. It is not my belief that all of these countries might be involved. It's that you have set such a low standard to try to weasel out of this.
That is a fair rhetorical point from Rob here. I don't know if it's not going to match up to Tim's legal list, but Tim did at one point in this discussion argue that past precedent or action and character would play into one of the three means, motives, and opportunity. So he's not tacking on extra stuff if he argued and said earlier that it is actually part of the MMO. But also, you know, he needs to explicate why Canada doesn't. I mean, I think it is a fair point to say, but they're not known for that. They don't have again, think of the analogy to the serial killer in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood, there might be one serial killer who has this black ops training and 2 or 3 meth dealers and weirdos. And they don't like Ned Flanders, who is the boring, nerdy Christian guy. They all have a means, a motive, and perhaps an opportunity. Well, they're not all equally potentially suspect, because if Ned Flanders is offed by some high-profile assassination, then we're all probably going to look at the serial killer. That's why this analogy must include past activity as part of MMO.
Debate and imply Israel's involved somehow, that same standard could be applied to Canada, Mexico, the ACLU.
No, and here's the response.
Countries. Yes, it could.
Here's the response. No, reasonable suspicion is not so, it's lower than what you want it to be, which is a jury verdict standard of beyond reasonable doubt. That's all I was saying at the beginning. It's lower than you want it to be. That doesn't mean it's so low as to catch all boat.
That's a fair point from Tim, but again, I don't think Rob can technically just say, well, I never agreed to only debating the legal categories. And that's why I knew this would backfire if Tim tried to make this too strictly a legality debate.
A rising tide lifts all ships,
any boat that has
catches all fish.
Would it catch all fish that have means, motive, and opportunity?
For murder, for political assassination,
yes,
which also include, and you tried to move past this fallacy in your cross-ex time. The reason that you look at a country's proclivity to commit assassinations, TOAs, is because there's a nous, a certain operational security and operational know-how that goes with doing these things and getting away with them. Canada doesn't have it. Mexico's not.
I think this is a fair point for Tim here.
Part of means, motive, or
most
opportunity.
Countries,
but he argued that it was part of means, motive, and opportunity earlier when they were getting really heated.
In the world don't have it. Most countries have 0 TAOs under their belt. All right, Israel has some. Russia has some. The United States has some. Israel has way more than everyone else, and that's why it matters.
Again, it doesn't matter to the standards you set. You're backtracking from
It does if he included that as part of MMO, and he did at one point.
the standard. The standard you set
The standard is reasonable suspicion.
The standard was which you cited as means, motive, and opportunity.
Right. And
now you're adding a fourth criteria, which is basically character, or have they done it before?
Do you
As I've
understand
already
the
articulated,
definition
please let me finish.
of a
As I
category?
He's right
Please.
there, Tim. Just let him finish.
As I articulated before, there are plenty of times where there's reasonable suspicion into someone with means, motive, and opportunity, and yet their character seems stellar. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't have reasonable suspicion. So you're adding that. The reason we're even on this is the debate has nothing to do with the term reasonable suspicion. There was an investigation into all foreign countries. There continues to be open that if they find evidence that foreign countries are involved, they'll look into them. The question was, is it compelling that Israel was involved in the murder? You haven't presented any evidence other than what I said you would in the opening statement of motivation and means. That's all you've talked about.
Motive, means, and opportunity. Obviously, the history is evidentiary of their strong opportunity to do it because they've done it. They do it 400 times per decade. Is that good enough for you?
It doesn't matter. That's not
evidence. It doesn't matter.
It does matter if Tim is arguing, and we need to know. I don't know MMO like legal standards, but if we're going to go with Tim's legal line of argumentation and not just a strict philosophical argumentation, then does past action include part of him? Is it included as constituent of MMO? Because that's what he said earlier. It is constituent of MMO, and that's a key point here.
Just they know how to do it.
Okay,
They're better
so
at doing it than anyone in the history of the fucking world.
Do you suspect,
and that doesn't amount to opportunity? Are you nuts?
Is there compelling reason to believe that Israel killed Lindsey Graham?
There's compelling reason to believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That's what
Is
we're
there
debating.
compelling evidence to believe Israel killed Lindsey Graham?
Not in my view.
Why not? Do you know all the
I don't
assassinations
know. Well, I haven't
they've done?
looked into it because we're not debating that. I prepare for the debate at hand, unlike
Is
you.
there compelling reason to believe that Israel tried to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh?
I don't know.
Is there
Do you say
compelling
so?
reason to believe
Whatever
that
you say, man.
Israel tried to instigate the White House correspondent's assassination?
I mean, coming from the guy who said that there's an articulable fact with equal weight that supports that every country in the world assassinated Charlie Kirk as Israel, no one can take you seriously. The people.
I mean, he wasn't. That's not what Rob was arguing. He was just using this as a reductio, right? He's using a reductio to show that Tim's standard is so low that it really doesn't mean anything. But Tim is actually not effectively arguing that past action is part of MMO.
Said that. I can't take that straw man seriously because I never said it.
Yeah, you did. You literally said that.
No, I
you
didn't.
Said, and that's why I wrote it down. It was one of the last things you said. You definitely said it. You said
that's not true.
Every country has an equal a nexus to
That's
the
not what
Charlie
I
Kirk
said.
assassination
I said
because
that
any country that doesn't like Charlie Kirk probably killed him.
That's not what I said whatsoever. I said if the standard is so low that it's just means, motive, and opportunity, that could be pretty much any country in the world. I didn't say they all have equal motivation.
Not that low.
It was that low. That's
an
what you
illustrative, not an exhaustive list.
What you're trying to do is this weird Goldie.
Yeah, well, to Tim's point, it was illustrative and not exhaustive. That's fair.
Scenario where you're running away from the prompt to say there's compelling reason to believe Israel did this, and you're like, that's because I'm just saying that all it has to do is reasonable suspicion. Then
No, I'm not doing that.
And then I promise I'll be quiet. Then I let you outline over and over what reasonable suspicion is. Then I showed how that would meet tons of countries, and you're just like, no, because.
No, you didn't. The whole debate got stymied because you didn't know basic definitions you should have prepared for. I'm trying to call you back to the prompt because you didn't understand basic legal terms. You were trying, and maybe intentionally, maybe not, to misapply the burden of persuasion standard that accords after you have subpoenas and sworn in statements and mutual discovery during a jury trial where people give up evidence, prosecution and defense, that they really don't want to because they're forced to under obstruction of justice. And because you didn't understand that fifth grade distinction, I had to go through and attempt to explain to you that the standard is lower. It's not as low as you're now caricaturizing it, but it was significantly lower before a trial begins. When a police arm or an intelligence agency is deciding whether or not to investigate and whether to continue investigating. And I gave you probably a decent but an incomplete definition because you can't take a law class in a debate. And now you're just saying, oh, all countries are as likely as Israel to commit assassination. It's absurd.
That's not what's occurring. So what occurred is you tried to change.
I thought you didn't want to talk meta, bro.
You tried to change the
cross-exam.
Right? You tried to change the prompt, right? The prompt doesn't say reasonable suspicious. It says compelling. And you're like, you should have known compelling meant that I would be arguing reasonable suspicion. And you should have looked up and studied for those terms. You even tried to lie when I asked you specifically for a court case because you said the courts have said that compelling means reasonable suspicion. And you said Alabama v. White. I looked up Alabama v. White, and it doesn't say that
you
compelling.
can't look up a case. It's probably a 48-page decision. You can't have looked it up. I said.
Let me finish.
The difference between reasonable suspicion and
hold on. We'll give you equal time, Tim.
Let me finish. Right. What I did was I brought up the case. I searched the term compelling because I asked you specifically. Name me a case that says compelling equals reasonable suspicion. I'll ask you again. Are you telling me that Alabama v. White defines compelling as reasonable suspicion? Does it even talk about the word compelling?
Compelling is a term of art that applies.
Why can't you say
every
yes or no?
single okay, can you be quiet now? Because you really don't know and you're ignorant. Compelling is a term that applies to every single case, whether you're at the lowest civil standard, the higher civil standard, or the criminal standard. Compelling just means, I think, that makes it true with whatever relative burden of persuasion we're operating at. Got it? So what I said about Alabama versus White, which you didn't read, you Googled it and looked at it for 30 seconds. It's like a 48-page holding. Is there's a difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause.
No one
And I
disagrees with
and
that.
I
No one
said
disagrees.
Most of the predicables that you are talking about belong to probable cause, which is a much higher standard, and it's a stupid way to proceed. I said
no one disagrees that there's a difference between reasonable, suspicious, and probable cause.
Yeah, but you didn't know what they were.
What I'm talking about specifically is this prompt is there a compelling reason to believe? And you just
so it's
asserted, let me
nonspecific.
finish. You asserted with no evidence whatsoever that compelling means reasonable suspicion. When I asked you why, you were like, because the courts have said so. I said, give
That's
me a
not what I
court
said.
case that says that.
That's
You
not
said
what I said.
Alabama v. White. Are you admitting right now that Alabama v. White does not try to describe the term compelling as reasonable suspicion?
What
Can
I
you just
said
answer
was-
yes or can you
what I
just
said
answer
was
that
there's
yes
an
or no?
investiga-
Can you
because
just
we're
answer that
operating
yes or
outside-
no? Can you
Do
just
you
answer
acknowledge
yes or
that
no
this
to that and
that
then
Israel's
expound?
not on trial?
Why
Do you
can't you
acknowledge
just
Israel's not
answer
on
that?
trial?
Why
We probably
can't
have to
you
hit the
answer that?
closings now so we can get into the super chats and the
Can you
questions.
just answer that question yes or no?
Do you admit that Israel's not on trial? All I was
don't-
trying to
I-
say,
I
and it
can't
took
believe
me
this. I can't-
it
why
took me
can't
a
you
half
just
hour.
answer? Why can't you just answer that?
Can you stop yelling? Your voice
I'll
is
talk
sending all the
exactly how
dogs
I
running
want.
in my neighborhood.
You ain't my dad.
No, I said
Right, Candy Sport?
Alabama versus White stands for the proposition at law. It's a
That's
Supreme
not the
Court
question
case.
asked.
The distinction
Repeating your
between
answer-
reasonable
you're
suspicion
repeating
and
your
probable
answer where you
cause.
repeating
I can't
your
hear you.
non-answer isn't answering the question.
It's not
when
an
asked
answer.
again.
You just didn't know what the terms
Why
meant,
can't
and you were
you
trying to
answer?
misapply them.
Does Alabama v. White specifically use the term compelling and try to describe that as reasonable?
Presupposes the term compelling.
Does it use the
and
word
it uses
compelling?
them reasonable
Does
suspicion.
it use the word compelling
as a distinction
anywhere?
from probable
Does it use the
cause.
word compelling anywhere in that decision?
Okay,
Can
so
you just
now,
say
now that
no?
we're
But I
past
think
that,
it presupposes it. Can you just say that?
do you think that this is an investigative
can't you
burden of
answer the
persuasion
question?
or
Why
a
can't
criminal
you
law
answer the
burden of
question?
persuasion?
Why can't you answer the question?
What's the burden of? Because
Do you guys want to do closings or go straight to the questions?
I don't
Because I feel like
understand.
we're
All right. I can't take it anymore. We're done. That was interesting. It was intense there for a little while. We've got SLID says for $10, nothing. Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that. Groove Monster, you are the legend. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you, Groove Monster. Guys, remember, I will be at DebateCon 9, 2 debates with David Wood. You can get your tickets right here. Check that out. So it looks like our crowd was pretty split, but it looks like 44% Rob, 56% Tim. Again, strong showing for Tim in the first half. Kind of dropped the ball in the second half. Personally, although I do agree with Tim's argument, I think he did make some pretty significant blunders in the second half. I don't know why he thought it would be a good idea to keep interrupting optically. It's a tough one, man. I agree with Tim, but I think I almost want to say it was a draw, honestly. I mean, Tim had the stronger showing in the first half, but he really blundered it in the second half. But it's a tough one. It was a really tough one. People want a new poll. So the first poll is 56-44. But to be fair, I did make the mistake of putting that poll up too early because I just wasn't thinking about it. I just threw it up. So let's see. Now that the debate is over, let's see who you guys think won to see if it's different afterwards. All right, so we'll do a new poll for you guys there, and I'll do the super chats while you guys vote. So there's a new poll. See if your assessment's changed by the end. All right, we got some super chats here. Groove Monster, $20. Thank you so much. You're a legend, Day. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Groove Monster. Long time super chatter. Great to see you still in the chat. Crazy California, thank you for that. Flavius, $5. I have more microplastics. Uh-oh. He's going to outsoy us all. Auxiliaros, $10. The thing I like about you, Jay, is that I always come back to your channel. It's because you actually have substance in what you talk about. Unlike a lot of the others, people just complain. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Anonymous, $5. If you don't mind, could you speak about the name them people who have harassed Andrew? He took on Candace. I hate to see Orthodox people fighting against other Orthodox because of differing opinions. Well, as you can see, this is a very contentious issue. So I don't know that there's any way to not experience or have that sort of contention when we're in a space of everybody debating. So I'm not sure what you want me to speak to. It's really not something you can avoid unless you just don't care about politics, which people don't have to care about politics. They can care about whatever they want. But yeah, I don't know if there is any answer to that question. Noose Nexus says that's the same lady that called in defending David Wood. Yes. William Williamson, $5. Can't run out of crazy popes either. Have you ever read about Pope Stephen VI that dug up the previous pope's body and condemned him? Yes. That Shrek Dreek, son, you got layers. Thank you. Alexa Dame, $5. Have you talked to Lord Voldemort about the Tim Pool beef? No, I haven't talked to Alex about the beef. I was not asked to host for a pretty long time. There were some issues, not with Alex, but I thought, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not. They're doing other stuff. Maybe they're building the studios. I don't know. And then they asked me to host this Friday. So, but I do not know anything about the beef other than what you see online. Francois, $5. Can people not articulate a distinction between post-Enlightenment atheistic socialism and universal communism, or the universal communalism in the Church Fathers? I don't know that I would argue universal communalism in the Church Fathers. Are you talking about monastic life? I mean, that's a voluntary life that a person chooses. And communism is basically taking that voluntary monastic life and trying to enforce that on everybody, which is crazy. So I don't know where you get the idea that the Church Fathers teach universal communalism. I've never heard that. Op Gamer, $50. Just pull up the opening, 30 seconds. I would go bonkers if my worship service was singing about Jesus as my boyfriend. This is Trent Horner with Glenn Scrivener, the prelude opening. Oh man, please don't make me pull that up. I mean, I appreciate the $50, but maybe we'll do that on the next stream. I don't have the energy to do that right now. Masif, $5. If it was Israel, why don't they take out people like Candace and Tucker? Again, because Candace and Tucker are not speaking to Gen Z, Gen Alpha. There could be multiple reasons why. There could be, it could also potentially be that if once you've made these monetary deals, then you go back on those deals, that's a serious problem. In the case of Tucker, to my knowledge, Tucker never made some giant Israeli deal. So it's like, again, when you join the mafia, you don't easily leave. Why would they take him out in public? Israel has a whole history of public assassinations and they brag about it. So you need to inform yourself on their history. Why wouldn't they just poison him at home? Because that's not their MO. Again, go read Victor Ostrovsky's book. Gentile, $10. Mind Freak. Gentile, $5. Mindset, Illusion, Power, Belief. Thank you, Straight Jacket. He said that Charlie Kirk was on PBD. He said that October 7th was a fake flag. And I think that would be a very important piece of data. But people are also saying that has been scrubbed. So if this is the case, I would like to see that because I think that's very important. Grandmaster, $10. I think that Rob is trying to say that any Middle Eastern country that's not a fan of a specific country in the Middle East could also observe the currents and the climate in the U.S. and set up an operation to make it look like that country. I didn't hear Rob argue that. Maybe he thinks that, but I didn't hear him argue that in that debate. But also, I'm done. Like I've already done. We've been streaming. This might be my record stream. I don't know if I've ever streamed for how many hours have we gone? 8? I don't think I've ever done 8. So this is a record. Port Grand, $5. Hey, yo, what is your love language, homie? It's Wigger. Esoteric Hollywood Archive, $20. Thank you so much. Great channel. What do you think about Harry Potter? Oh, yeah, forgot the Harry Potter stream. Now we've got a Star Wars stream and we got to do the Harry Potter stream. I'm sorry. If not, do you have any hints? I'm going to save my revelation as to what I think. Is it the elite bloodlines or a transformative fairy tale journey? I mean, I think it has those elements, but that's not what my new thesis is. Patina Eater, $10. Tim gets a passive win, but an L for his outbursts. Rye, $10. Jay, do you fancy yourself a logician? I do not. I don't think I've ever called myself a logician. How would you argue possibly that Tim came out on top of Rob? That's antithetical to what I witnessed. Well, I think I said it was a draw. So where did you hear me say that? I don't know what you're talking about. And I did not call myself a logician. Kelly, $50. Thank you for covering the commentary during this debate. Again, the problem with a lot of this debate was it kept flipping between what's compelling or convincing versus the legal criteria for an investigation. So, and we said that at the very beginning of the debate that was somewhat ambiguous. Kelly, $50. Thank you for covering the commentary in this debate. Win J. Thank you so much, Kelly. It's a big fat super chat. Appreciate that. We got more super chats over here. Gage says, became a member. Welcome to the new members. Bleep Blorp, thank you. Roger, thank you. Welcome to the new members, Sintrap and others. Thank you, Crazy California. Josette, $20. I'm at a thread length of divorcing my wife because she believes that Candace is rational and that the lady who offered up her 3 kids should be sympathized with because we shouldn't judge women. Well, I mean, whoa. Like, let's not divorce over these things. But maybe if you could figure out ways to maybe get your wife to not be on the internet a lot, because I noticed that TikTok brain is affecting a lot of the ladies, and it's not just getting addicted to scrolling. We're all addicted to our phones, but the algorithms are nefariously pushing leftist content to women. I'm 100% convinced to disrupt society. Absolutely. Snakefoot, $5. Justin and Father Jonathan took down Gavin Ortland. Oh, good. So they did did they have him on, or are you saying they just did a response? I'll have to check that out. PRND says for $5, Roman Catholics are actually homosexual. In other words, just gay. Flavius, $5. No, we did that. Let's see. Journey of Abundance, $10. Imagine coming after holy fire, but then you turn a blind eye to your emo self-mutilating quote saints. Exactly. Exactly. That was at the beginning of the stream. Ben Shapiro, eyebrows, $10. Mormon Jesus is the 1978 animated Lord of the Rings Legolas. It's a spitting image. Okay. That's funny. Noose Nexus, what's up? Welcome. Or longtime member, I should say. Abstract, $10. I had a dream that the Emperor of Byzantium was having a dance battle with Avery's bishop, but he got schooled. Well, we know that's well, you mean Avery's bishop got schooled? Well, then that was a legit vision. If you were saying I got schooled, that would be pre-lust. It's a sign that I need to convert to Black Dance Church. Oh, you're saying I got schooled? Well, then it was pre-lust. William, no, we did that. No Fugazi podcast is reviewing your debate with Marqueef. Okay, Cooley's reviewing it. That's cool. Flavius, $5. Jay, you gotta slap Yakub in the 6-star point. Get a chance for your wizard. Okay. I don't know what that means. Today we sing gifted memberships. What's up? Slow Boy, $5. Did you ever see Mighty Boosh episode about Vince trying to wither his legs down to fit into skinny jeans? No, I've not seen that one. That sounds funny though. Mighty Boosh is funny. Matt Dillamonkey, $5. Quanda said Wixantium has motives. I've signed the NDA. I cannot speak to that right now. Matt Dillamonkey, $10. Even if you grant motive, aren't certain Middle Eastern countries' interests aligned with other transatlanticists who installed them, who could also be perpetrators? Sure. I mean, again, like Five Eyes, the Five Eyes intelligence sharing and all that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they have all their means at their disposal. And I mean, I don't understand if you're saying that means that you shouldn't look in that direction. I don't know. So it looks like the poll didn't really change afterwards. It looks like the poll still is kind of split, but favors Tim 55 and Rob 45. Intrinsic $5. My wigger Rob sounded more and more like a Mossad ace asset. I don't know about that. Leningrad $10. Tim is trying to frame his position as correct by definition. Anything he can bring up is compelling at the lowest level. Again, I think, as we said, it was a bit of a rhetorical backfire you could start with the legalese and using the legal angle early on. It worked for a while, but I told you, if he only tries to do the legalese pop quiz, it'll backfire. Blink, $10. Does the prompt imply that there's reasonable guilt or reasonable suspicion for an investigation? Exactly. That's some of the ambiguity that led to it getting stalled. Intrinsic $5. We all get to watch a stream together. I'm a big fan of online families. Rob is as Mossad. And then I think you're joking because you're putting laughy faces. Gentiles rise up. Leningrad, $10. Remember that Candace and her crowd make the claim that to be convinced is not merely claims, but claims worth investigating. I mean, her crowd is all over the place. So who knows what their position is. It changes. Kiev and Reese, $5. I now know that Rob sounds like Father Tom Soroka. Andrew, $20. Far-right Israelis are engaged in Pulse Denura to encourage assassination against Yitzhak Rabin in the 1990s for proposing peace with Palestine. That's correct. I'm aware of that. You would be crazy to assume that they wouldn't whack somebody like a Charlie for less. Well, I think Tim pointed out in the Ronan Bergman book, they have very trivial levels of reason for that. Leningrad, $10. I understand Tim's strategy, but you cannot monologue during a cross-examination. Yeah, that was another rhetorical mistake. Moral Audis, $5. You need to do a debate with Father Deacon Ananias about debate prompts to get to the bottom of this. I can't believe how important prompts are. Well, this is why I've been telling you guys that they get negotiated. And all of these idiots are like, just do a debate with judges and whatnot. It was the same thing with Need God. Remember, Need God would not specify a clear prompt with me. And then I didn't do it because he wouldn't affirm whether he accepts Reformation theology or not, even though he argues like he does. So I didn't do the debate, not because I'm scared of him. He's one of the worst debaters on the internet. He loses every debate. You think I'm actually afraid of Need God? He loses every debate almost. But if you won't affirm a specific prompt and you give a false prompt that's already weighted to your position, remember he wanted to say, let's argue justification by faith or works. I'll be faith. That's a stupid loaded prompt. Now, this is not a loaded prompt. This is an ambiguous prompt. But that's why you have to negotiate. We've been negotiating prompts with Trent for months. By the way, where's the Roman Catholics calling Trent scared because he negotiated for months? But if I negotiate with that idiot, Jesus and whatnot, oh, you're scared, you're terrified, you're scared. Blink, I think Rob's statements that he thinks believing Israel's involved disregards Tali Robinson, and they are not mutually exclusive. Well, I've been saying that. Blink, $5. It hurts Rob's position to accuse Tim immediately of lying. That was bad optics. Yeah, I think that was not a wise move early on. We critiqued that. Leningrad, $10. Rob should have said that he's contesting something different than whether it's worth investigating. That was a bad rhetorical stance. Leningrad, $10. A good thing Rob could say is, okay, let's say that 90% of the time it is the Middle East. How do you know with which bucket Charlie Kirk falls into? How do we know it wasn't organic? Blink, $5. Rare Rob L. Leningrad, $5. Rob's biggest weakness was not pressing the distinction between worth investigating and definitive proof. Phantasm, gifted memberships, thank you. Blink, $2. Tim showing Catholicism with his piety signaling. Chetnik, $10. Did Tim bring up E3 Tech, AZ Tech International? Erica's mom's company are tied in with this and Israel and DOD. Motive is all we have when 90% of the politicians are beholden to AIPAC. I don't know that motive is all we have, because we actually end up getting, like with JFK, more than just motive. So, I mean, I think there's more than motive with the USS Liberty. So, Grandmaster, $10. Did my super chats go through? Yes, I think so. I don't know if there's a minimum bar for them. Well, I only read 5 and up, so that's my minimum bar. Well, Emmanuel, thank you. Op Gamer, $50. You guys are being really generous. Thank you. When you do see it, we need a Jesus as my boyfriend AI cringe Trent song. I was shocked. I would go bonkers. Jesus as my boyfriend, sexist and misogynist. That's funny. Guys, remember, head over to chalk.com. Use promo code J60Live to get 60% off all the great Chalk products. This is officially my longest live stream. I don't think I've ever done it this long. Thank you guys for joining me. A lot of fun tonight. A very interesting debate. Very heated. Went all over the place. Kind of a draw to me. But anyway, thank you guys so much. Leave a comment below. Like, share,